Gem. May our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is another session, a continuation of the 24/7 English Zoom discussion series of Buddothpado. In an attempt to convey this true Dhamma message to the world in a small way, but this hopefully will induce your curiosity to find out what is meant by this Dhamma message. So, in other words, when you are feeling curious or when you feel that there is something different in these sermons, you will try to find more details about this, and that is what we are trying to do actually. None of us who are doing these sermons have come to the ultimate understanding. We have some understanding about it. We know which direction we should go. That's all our qualification. Of course, what we try to do is to direct you to this path, and we are regularly guided by our noble friend Aryan Hansi, and he's always correcting us with what we are discussing here. And these sermons, actually, there is no time allocated for the questions, but certainly you can join the discussion session from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time and raise whatever the doubts you are having. So the beauty of this Dhamma teaching is this, actually, it is something that you yourself has to understand. There's something different from the routine things that you have been listening. So that is why Lord Buddha said that this is a Sandittika Dharma. Sandittika means it's an understanding by the self. And Lord Buddha said that you have to match it with the Dharma Sahavinaya. What is meant by this? I think we have mentioned this earlier also. What is meant by matching to the Dhamma or the Dharma means the cause and effect phenomenon. Whatever happens, there's a cause. When the relevant causes are met together, the effect comes up. So always, whatever the happening, whatever the incident is a result of the cause. When the cause is there, the effect is there. When the cause is not there, the effect is not there. When the cause arises, the effect arises. And when the cause disappears, the effect also disappears. So in other words, it's the the two sides of the coin, because one side cannot exist without the other side. And the spirit of the Dhamma teaching of Lord Buddha is the Paticca Samuppadaya, or the dependent origination. So each step of the dependent origination is an example for the cause and the effect. But a person who doesn't believe about this, or a person who has no understanding about this Dhamma, automatically falls to the side where the action and effect, or the karma pala phenomenon is there. So whatever the action, there's an effect. So that is where actually all the other religions are. So it solely depends on the system or the person's understanding about this Dhamma. If you have the understanding about this truth, you are on the side of the cause and effect. But if you have no idea about the truth, in other words, if you have a strong belief that there is an existing world and myself, which is explained by the Pali term mithya drushti. That means you are believing in a created world, and when the created world is believed, automatically the self is created. So that is the action and the effect side of it. And definitely the if you are a believer of the action and effect phenomenon, definitely you are going to uh, have the effects of whatever the actions that you have done. So in other words, the good thing means you expect a good effect. Bad things means you expect a bad effect. So that is, you have no escape from the karma or the action if you have no understanding about this Dhamma, true Dhamma. So, what is the main thing that you have to understand in this Dhamma explanations is that the self. Now, wherever, whatever the time, whatever the position you are, you have a feeling that self is here. I am here. Those are actually thoughts, but that feel underneath is that self or the existence or the self perception. Perception of existence and perception of self are two sides of the coin. So, wherever the perception of the existence is there, the perception of self is automatically attached to that. Now, if I see a tree, there's a tree I can see in front of me. The tree is actually myself. Why do you say like that? I can see the tree. That is how I can explain it in lay terms. I can see the tree. That means there's a vibration of the eye level, and the vibration of that, whatever the shape, becomes equal, and a shape is experienced by the eye. But the eye is unable to give a description to this, and it is the mind sensor which gives a description about that shape. It's a tree. It has brown color trunk. It has green color leaves, wavy branches, curly type of leaves, fairly tall, in the corner of the garden. So many descriptions are given to that shape by the mind sensor. Now, we know that the sensor level at the eye is something again created due to the fast vibration at the eye level. Something is created, and the very basic but beautiful metaphor given by Lord Buddha is that spinning that fireball round, and when you spin it very fast, you tend to see it as a firing. So the same mechanism is happening. Now, in the lightning, if it is just one dot of light, you will not be able to identify it as lightning. But what happens is very fast, there is a row of light dots appearing in the sky, and that creates a zigzag type of a line in the sky, and then that illuminates the whole area for a short period. This is what is happening at the eye level. This is what is meant by the fast vibration. Light is created. So now when you see something, we'll go back to the tree. When I see this tree, automatically what is experienced is that I can see the tree. The thought about the tree came to my mind. So whatever you you can hear the sounds. Again, it is a vibration of the ear level. The fast vibration of the eardrum created a sound, and that is interpreted as the magpie's call uh, by the mind sensor. So, in both situations, I felt that I heard the sound, and I felt that I saw the tree. How did you get that I or myself feel? Now, that is what you have to go deep down and find out, like locating the main root of a tree. This is what you have to do. This is what is this all Dhamma is about. When that self root is uprooted, and then there's basically nothing. Uh, so, how did you feel that I am seeing the tree? How did you feel that I hear the call of the magpie? Now, then you have to go deep down to the root level to find out how this thought of the tree occurred. How did this thought about the magpie's call occurred? Because the system felt that they are true, only that self perception is also here on this side. In other words, thought about the tree is thought. So that I had to first explain. What was experienced was just a shape to the eye, but the tree was a thought. And the call, the sound was the sensor level, but the thought was the call of a magpie. The whole thing is a thought. So, this thought formation we know as a collective function of the five senses. Depending on the stimulus, all five may not come into action, but uh, at least two senses. The most common two senses which are active are the eye and the ear. Those two are the ones which are responsible for the construction of the thought world most of the time. So, therefore, you have to find out now how this self feel coming up. Self feel is something, it's a kind of a current like feel, feeling alive, feeling as if alive, or feeling as if it is true, feeling as if it is existing, really existing. Those are different things, different ways that you can look at this feeling. We know that when you uh, give some current or some power, a machine will start working. A robot will start functioning when the battery is on, and a simple toy will start moving around or even giving some sounds when the power is given. Similarly, uh, you can play an electric guitar when it is connected to the power supply. So, you know that when the power supply is given, some form of liveliness comes up there. So, this is what happens to the living beings also. So, here actually, it's not only humans, all the animals, all the living beings come under this category. But this uh, liveliness is uh, the result of the current of the thought. So we are mostly talking about the human beings because we know that that is what we have to actually understand. And human beings are the species who is supposed to have the highest level of so-called intelligence, highest level of advanced mind. So we are very proud about our so-called advanced level. But that is in one way, we are fortunate because we have this advanced mind level and the advanced thinking pattern. We can understand this Dhamma. If not for that, we will not be different from any other species who have the focus to find food and grow up, reproduce, bring up the small ones, and continue to find food on daily basis. And at some point, uh, they also have the fighting among themselves. They also have close association among themselves. So those qualities are there depending on the type of the animal, and at the end, the death of the physical body. So, as human beings, we may not be different from the animals if we do not understand this Dhamma. So called advanced mind and advanced thinking pattern helps us to understand this Dhamma. In that way, we are actually very fortunate. On the other hand, the misconceptions or the drushtis, wrong concepts or the misconceptions or drushtis are rampant in our mind. Because of the drushtis, the wrong conceptions, misconceptions, we find it difficult sometimes to grasp this true Dhamma teaching also. That is why a 7-year-old child, Lord Buddha's time even, there was a 7-year-old child who understood this Dhamma and reached the first step, which is called the Sotapanna state, in which actually they understand that world is not true. World is something created. So that understanding can be given even to a 7-year-old child because the drushtis or the misconceptions are less. The data that they have received are less compared to the adults. We have all kinds of concepts about the heaven, hell, and being born again, and good karmas, bad karmas, and so many. We have been listening to so many Dhamma sermons from different speakers, and all of them are actually loaded uh, as perceptions. So thereafter, sometimes getting rid of those is not easy. So because of that, even Lord Buddha said that he gave the very first lesson to his son in his lay life, the little Rahula Thero, novice monk. He said, "Look, Rahula, look at this water pool. You can see your face on that." So the little monk agreed, "Yes, I can see my face. Is it true?" "No, it is not true. It is just a shadow." So Lord Buddha said that the whole world is also created in the same way. It's not true. So that was a very simple but powerful message that Lord Buddha gave this 7-year-old little monk. And not only that, there are several other Buddhist histories about several other children who reached the Soan status without any difficulty. So for you and me, sometimes we tend to have all kinds of arguments. How can that be? This is not what I heard earlier. Can this happen? How do you say that I am not here? How can you say that this is not mine? This is not myself. So those are the kinds of the disagreements or arguments that we tend to have when we hear this Dhamma for the first time. Actually, Lord Buddha explained these things in great detail in most of the important sutras. Majjhi Sutra, Mahanidana Sutra, those are some of the very important and essential sutras that Lord Buddha has preached. Unfortunately, those sutras are not actually given the necessary importance and the prominence. Instead, some simpler sutras are being repeated and preached in many of the sermons that we hear, which is not actually enough. So, going back to this self-feeling, as I said, this is a part of the current that is there. So it's a current. The self-feeling is something that is felt. It's not a thought. You can't think and say that self is there. It's a feel, isn't it? But on top of that, the thoughts are formed. Yes, this is my way of doing it. I don't like the other things. I don't like other people doing it that way. And these things belong to me. So those are all thoughts. But underneath is that self feeling. When you are standing, you feel that the feet are pressed to the ground, isn't it? And do you feel only that? No. You feel that you are standing, isn't it? But what you get is some form of vibration to your feet, some form of body sense function. So it is just a feel of pressing to a hard surface. But automatically, what is the thought which is coming up? I'm standing here. So the shape, as I mentioned earlier, the tree, you can't recognize it as a shape now. You recognize straight away the final product, which is a tree. And not only that, the tree is real. Yes, tree is existing there. That is automatically what is coming, isn't it? And whenever there is something really existing there, I am seeing it. That is how you feel. So, this is the deepest point that you have to understand. How do you get this feel? And as I mentioned earlier, it is a current. It's something powerful current which gives rise to this feeling of self. So, where did this current come from? You have to find out the root. This is what is explained as by Lord Buddha was Yoniso Manasikara. Yoniso means the root. Manasikara means you focus to the root and find out how it was created. So you have to go deep down. How did thought was formed? And thought was formed, as I said earlier, with a collective function of the five senses. And what are the five senses? The eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. And basically, 8 types of feels can be created by those 5. The eye is the shape, and the sound by the ears, taste by the tongue, and the smell by the nose, and the skin has the ability to create or experience 4 types of senses. That is a temperature and hard or soft feeling, that is a solidity, liquid or moist type of feeling, that is the liquidity, and the nature of the air, airiness. So in Pali it is Patavi means solidity, Apo means the liquidity, Tejo means the temperature, Vayu means the nature of the air. So altogether, there are 8 types of experiences that can be perceived by the human being. These will change actually depending on the species. Now we know the small insects like uh, cockroaches have some sensors which grasp or which is sensitive to the vibrations. So when there is a small vibration in the air around, the cockroach will run away. So it's like that. Uh, Depending on the sensor function, things are created in different ways. So these functions, the 5 sensor functions, uh, will start automatically combining together to form the thought, which is the 6th type of sensor. And that happens after a particular age of the child. The smallest baby did not have the thoughts. That is why we tell that the babies are very innocent, isn't it? Even if you are trying to do some harm to the baby will smile at you because what the baby is experiencing is only a shape, and uh, the, the babies do not have what is called a strange anxiety. Whoever is picking up the baby and whoever is helping with the feed, uh, the baby will have a smile and will show a gesture of affection. So that is why babies do not have any anger or happiness, uh, sadness. Those thoughts are not there. But if they experience something uncomfortable to that sensor, of course the baby will cry. If there is if there is any wet nappy, it's a discomfort to the skin sensor, so the baby will cry. But baby has no thoughts to say that it is my wee which has got me wet, and why can't somebody come and quickly change me? Those thoughts are not there. But because of the discomfort to the skin, the baby will indicate sadness by crying. And when the baby feels some discomfort in the stomach, uh, that means uh, the burning type of sensor, then again the baby will cry. But he has no thoughts, he has no idea that this is what is called hunger, and I should be fed by mom quickly. My meal time has passed now. So those thoughts are not there. Because of that discomfort, the baby will cry. So the like that, if there is any cold weather, again the baby will experience something uh, uncomfortable. He has no idea that this is the winter time and I haven't been covered properly. The heating is not on in the room, or the windows have been opened. Why do they do like that? Now, these are the streams of thoughts that you and me will have, but the baby has some discomfort to the skin sensor, and that will be indicated or expressed by crying. So the thoughts start forming after a particular age, and the combination of these uh, sensor functions is no one's job. No one is doing it. It's just a system function. It is called in Pali paticca. Sampaticca or paticca both means that combining together, merging together. So the paticca samuppada or the dependent origination is the sequence of the thought formation. So thought formation means the combination of these senses together. So the combination of the senses, as I said, no one is responsible. It's a natural law. It's called chitta niyamaya. Chitta means the thoughts or the mind. Niyame means law. So that is one of the natural laws that Lord Buddha explained. So as a result of the Chitta Niyamaya, these thoughts will come, uh, the sensor functions will combine together to form the thoughts. Now we were talking about that power which is there in the thought. Now we have to dig deep and find out where did this power come. Now we know that thought has a power, and the thoughts are formed by combining the sensor functions. So there should be some power in these sensor functions, isn't it? Yes. So the hearing, seeing, feeling taste, feeling smell, and feeling the skin sensation all are due to the fast vibrations. So this fast word fast, I want to reiterate and give the adequate weight on that, because that is the reason to create something. If not for that speed, there won't be a light, there won't be a sound, there will not be an experience of smell, taste, or the skin senses. So always it is a creation due to the speed. So what is this vibration? Vibration in very simple ways, if I say it is a wave, up and down wave. If you write it on a piece of paper, you will write it as a up and down line, not a straight line, but there is always up, and then a similar down will be there from the neutral line. So wherever there are waves, there is a fine current formed. This is actually physics, this is science. So wherever there is a wave, there is some form of power created. So we talk about the light waves, we talk about the sound waves. So those we know, we talk about the heat waves. So those we know that there is some form of current there. Similar thing is happening in the five senses. Now talk about the radio waves. Now those are some different types of waves that we talk about. The radio sound is coming up due to some waves. The television is functioning because there are some waves there also. So all these waves, they have two ends, two opposite ends. That means there is a power generated when the two opposite ends are there. Lord Buddha in one of the sutras said that if there are two opposite ends, always there is a power there. Wherever there is a power, there are two opposite ends. So that is explained in Majjhima Sutra. Very clearly, Lord Buddha said that wherever there is a power, there are two opposite ends. So that is what the scientists have found out now, to say that uh, these are all waves, and the waves have two opposite ends, and then there is a power created all the time. So, if it is the waves or the vibrations, the vibration and the wave both give the same meaning. So, if it is the waves and the vibrations that are occurring uh, in all five sensor levels, definitely some form of current should have been created there. And on top of that, if it is happening very speedily, then obviously the current which is generated should be more, isn't it? So when the light is there, or the shape, uh, the when the light is created, or when the sound is created, or when the taste is felt, when the smell is felt, when the skin sensations are felt, those things the system tend to experience as if it is real, isn't it? Now, the baby whose thoughts are not formed, because we cannot have that experience now because we are getting the final product, which is a thought. So we can't dissect and find out This thought has the light, this thought has the sound, this thought has the smell. You can't dissect and find out. Beautiful metaphor given by Lord Buddha was that uh, when you make ghee from milk, you can't find milk in that ghee. But definitely the milk is the cause and the effect is the ghee. But the ghee cannot be reversed to milk. So the effect cannot be reversed to the cause. And you can't find the cause in the effect. But definitely cause is the reason for the effect, but in the effect you can't find the cause. And also the effect is different from the cause. So that also Lord Buddha has clearly mentioned. So when ghee is prepared, you can't find milk in the ghee, and you can't reverse the ghee into the milk either. And ghee is definitely different from the milk. So like that, uh, you can see that uh, the effects, the cause and the effect phenomenon is coming to play wherever it is. So now we know that the cause is the vibration and the effect is the light. So because of the fast happening of the vibrations, something that is named as light is created. So the little baby, even if the baby has no idea uh, about the uh, the shape, what it is, the baby can see a light or shape. We can use either word. So baby also will see the shape of the tree, but the name of the tree is not coming. Baby is experiencing that there is a light or there is a shape. So in other words, in a subtle way, baby feels that there is something there, and the self perception is here on this side. So that is again because of that current which is there in the shape. Similarly, sound. Baby will hear a sound, and baby feels that there is something there. A sound is there, and baby is unable to say what that sound is. But the feel that gives to indicate that there is a light or there is a shape or there is a taste, there is a smell. So those again, because of that current at that level. So the current is there right from the beginning. It becomes stronger and stronger. So when it comes to the level of you and me, we feel that the tree is really there. The calling of the magpie is really there. Now, when the light and the sound and the other five senses, if it is relevant, if the senses combine together to form the thoughts, the current is more stronger. So for you and me now, there is a really existing tree there. So that current is the one which is felt as existing or real. And you like to have that tree, or you have a uh, fine sort of wantedness to maintain that tree, isn't it? That is yourself. So when it comes to the self-perception level, the current is strongest. So when you have this current in a strongest manner, you tend to feel that I am alive and I am experiencing these things. So that is where the trouble is. Everything happens around you. Everything happens because there's a self here. Actually, is there a self here? No. There's no real self, but that current is the one which is interpreted as self. So, uh, then recently, in some of our noble friend R.N. Mahansi's discussions, he was asking repeatedly, what is this self? Can you say that this body is the self? So some people said yes, actually, because that is one of the misconceptions or the wrong thoughts that we had from the childhood, because we were given the perception, or even given the data showing this body as yourself. So whatever the body parts you can see, and the picture that you have seen uh, in the mirror is represented by myself. So that was a major misconception that you had. If somebody asks, where are you? You will point out to yourself, your body, and say that this is me. Yes, so that was the concept that occurred from the childhood, because we very well know small children have no idea about this body being myself. You can go back to your childhood, or maybe you might remember about the incidents of your younger siblings, your children, or uh, grandchildren. They are a bit confused sometimes. Where is baby? So, oh, baby, whatever the name you can use, they're confused. They look around. Where is it? Where is he or she? Then the elders will point out to your body and say, this is baby so and so. Now the sensor functions combine together. There's a picture to the eye and there's a sound. Now this is myself. So that is how this concept of myself came up, isn't it? So can you see that it is again the sensor functions, combination of the sensors uh, gives rise to the thought called myself. This body is myself. And Lord Buddha has explained so many types of meditations in during that time. He has sort of mentally wanted to dissect different parts of the body and see who is which part is yourself. He'll break up the body into four categories. The Patavi means a solid type of parts. Apo means a liquid type of parts. Tejo means the temperatures in the body. And Vayo means the parts of the air. So when you break up to those, Lord Buddha asked, is any of these, can any of these be named as myself? So when you break up, actually, you can't say that this is myself. So then R.N. Mahanse used to ask, is your mind yourself then? Again, you have to think about it. Some people will say, yes, mind is myself. So if the mind is myself, you should have 100% control over that, isn't it? Mind is not something single. Mind is not something a solid rock-like thing, hard thing. Mind is a flow of thoughts. So we know how the thoughts are formed. Thoughts are formed with the combination then and there of the five senses. So thoughts are not something which is permanent, instantly formed and it's gone. And the next fraction of second, another thought is formed. Now, when you talk about the thought called water bottle, the thought called water bottle is a collection of thoughts, not just one thought. Even if you talk as like this, saying that the thought of water bottle, that itself has millions and millions of thoughts collectively. And that is with the eye and the ear vibrations occurring at a speed of maybe 1 in 100,000 of a second, that fast, and collection of such thoughts are labeled as a thought about the water bottle. So mind means it's something like that, a flow of thoughts, and you can't see a gap between the thoughts. Actually, it's a non-stop, continuous, fast flow of thoughts. So if the thought is myself, as I said, it has a changing pattern, so fast changing. Then can you say that the thought is myself? Thought means you should be able to control the way you want, isn't it? If the mind or the thoughts are myself, should be able to control the way that that you wanted, or you should be able to stop all the unhappy thoughts and get only the happy thoughts, and you should be able to uh, keep the happy thoughts forever and permanently stop the thoughts that are uh, unpleasant. And if you are doing any meditation, you should be able to concentrate only on one particular stimulus. So taking those examples, these are all given by our noble friend Aryan Mahansi. Actually, it makes it easier to understand that the thoughts are not myself either. Then where is this thought? Where is this myself? So you have to exclude one by one, but you clearly feel that when you are experiencing a stimulus, that self feeling is there. I am seeing this. I can hear that sound. I feel it on the skin and I get that smell. So in all those instances, wherever the stimulus is experienced, the self feeling is there. So the self feeling is that current which I explained earlier. That current is less at the level of seeing and hearing and feeling the taste, feeling the smell, and feeling the skin sensations. At that level, it's lower current. That is what is experienced by the baby. But for me and now, for me, you and me, now the thoughts are formed. That means a combination of several sources of current together to form a stronger current, and that is a thought. So the bushes that I can see is a thought to me. Table I can see is a thought to me. The cloth rack I can see is a thought to me. So they are all thoughts. So now, as I said, we cannot dissect and find out what are the raw materials of this thought. We straight away get the full product. So the thought has a much stronger current. And when the same same thought is coming up again and again over the years and years and years, it becomes really stronger further. In other words, the perception of existence or the itta sanyava is a result of repeated perceptions. That means the current is stronger by that time, and the current is even stronger because when you feel that it is real, the self is also there. So the self existence is the final thing. And in other words, the existing towel rack means you are there. Existing bush, plant bush means you are there. Existing table means you are there. So that is the final product. So with each and every stimulus, when you feel that the stimulus is real, always that current is the one which plays the role and then gives the feel that aliveness, alive. So what when there is an alive or existing person, as I said, the things wanted by the persons, things that not wanted or want to be distanced from, uh, the things liked or disliked, uh, all kinds of stories are coming up around that feeling of being alive, perception of self. So those are different words that I use to explain, but that current is the one that you have to understand. That current is the one that you have to recognize. You should be able to understand. In other words, the system should be sensitive enough to understand this current. So, uh, in other words, uh, this is the basis of Dhamma. This is what you have to understand uh, by what is meant by the self perception. So the three levels explained is a self view, that means a gross level where you strongly have the thought that I am living and the world is real. So that is a self view. And the when you understand that it is just simply a thought, the self view is the one which breaks up at the beginning. That is what is happening uh, at the level of the child, 7-year-old child, when he realizes that these are uh, all creations of the mind, then he loses that self-view aspect. That is a level that is explained as Sotapanna state. And beyond that, still with each and every stimulus, the person tend to experience that self is there. So whatever is seen, whatever is heard, whatever is experienced, the self perception is there always. So that is the next level. And further, when you realize that they are also just due to the fast vibration of that sensor function, you go to the very deepest level where the self vibration, or in other words, just that feeling of existence is there, not specific to any stimulus, but underneath that, the deepest level is that just feel that self is there. Uh, so I think these are mostly theory side, I would say. Uh, but what should we do? What can you do to get out of this mess? Firstly, I have to say that a small baby who do not have the thoughts still have that uh, raw material which is needed to form the defilements, and that actually comes from the level of the zygote. So therefore, one of the questions that some of our Dhamma friends asked were that if they do not have thoughts, they do not have defilements, then if the baby dies at a small age, maybe a few months, won't they be going to the nirvana, or won't they be realizing the nirvana? No, it is not, unfortunately, because the raw material for the defilements or the current is there even from the zygote level onwards. That is what has been telepathized to the zygote. So the current is not something that you can put off simply because the physical body comes to an end. And uh, there's no escape even at that small baby's age. So what happens is that the small baby still has some form of current left, and because of that current, even if the baby dies at that age, that current will telepathize to a suitable zygote at some stage. Uh, uh, that is the truth, actually. So we know this current is not something that you can just switch off instantly. It is something that you have to understand with the deepest understanding. Only the current will gradually come to an end. It's like that you stop fueling the car, but from whatever the available uh, fuel, the vehicle will move forward, and then when it uh, has no more fuel left, it will come to an end. So it's something like that. That is one of the metaphors given by our Aran Hansi. So what should we do? What can we do? There's, as I said, there's no way of instantly switching off this current. There's no way of uh, instantly stopping this process. What you have to do is you have to understand how it is happening. This process that I explained is uh, the basic lesson or the basic knowledge that you have to get. So these facts actually which I explained, an ordinary person would not have been able to uh, identify. It's actually with the super wisdom of the great Buddha, the super wisdom of the Lord Buddha, these things came into light. And then it's being explained in a clear and simple versions by our Aran Mahansi. So we are very fortunate to hear it because it's easy to grasp in the way that he's explaining. And also we know that these sermons were done in Pali language. So uh, simply it's not easy to uh, understand these things also unless it is explained by somebody who is thorough in the Pali language. And also in these sutras, Lord Buddha has used certain very unique ways of explaining these things. Sometimes one single word has so many explanations. So it is the person who is translating or person who is preaching, the person's understanding really matters there. So what have to be done is that understand how it happens. Now, the first major misconception is that myself means this body and myself means this mind or the thoughts. So those two misconceptions should be removed straightforward, straight away. And then we have to understand the fact that it is simply the current that is felt as the myself. So that current is created as a result of the five sensor functions, and it is created as a result of the fast speed. If not for the speed, there will not be any creations. And if there are no creations, there won't be any thoughts. If there are no thoughts, then there is no self perception. So that becomes, everything becomes zero then. So because we feel that self is there, it is due to the real looking thought. The real looking thought is due to the real looking five sensor functions, and that real looking comes due to the speedy occurrence. And this whole thing is a part of the speedy process. Whole thing is a part of the natural process. No controller, no person who is conducting this. Then if there is no person, this myself is completely, you can understand that myself is a very real, fake conception, an illusion. So many words you can use, but you know that understanding that this is simply a creation is the most important thing here. And when you understand that, now take some simple examples like you get angry for something, or you get sad for something, you feel sad, or you feel very happy. We will take those three situations. What you feel is something, a power or a current, you can say. If it is a sad thing or something angry, you will feel as if it is, there's a burn, isn't it? Some uncomfortable, some heavy burn like thing. On the other hand, if you had a overjoyed situation, extreme happiness, that also creates a heaviness or a current. But you don't label it as something uncomfortable. You think that it is very comfortable. But remember, whether it is happiness or the overwhelming happiness, joy, anger, frustration, uh, sadness, all kinds of things. I'm talking about the gross level. These are felt as heaviness, isn't it? They are definitely uncomfortable. That is because they have a higher current. When the current is higher, when the power is higher, that field also is heavier. And that current is sometimes strong enough for you to talk some words, or sometimes have some physical activity. Sometimes you might even push or pull a person, or you might hug and kiss a person, or you might even move away, you will run away. So any kind of physical activity can occur as a result of the current of that thought. Or maybe you might even shout, or you might even happily call somebody, come near me, come and talk to me. Or you might say, go away, I don't want to see you. So those are the words that, again, due to the current of that thought. Or it might just settle as a thought within you, burning you, isn't it? So that burn is the one which you have to recognize. That is the current, but you give a different name depending on the situation. And the whatever the name you are giving, it's a common source, common raw material. That is yourself. Recognize yourself in that. That burning sensation that heavy feeling is yourself. Also, you can give another name, defilements. You can say raga, dvesha, moha. Those are the three main types of defilements that we are explaining. Raga means the craving, dvesha means the aversion, or moha means simply that you feel that it is real, it is existing, but you do not have a particular anger or craving to that, but you have that uh, existing feeling. So those are defilements. We clearly know that with R.N. Mahasi, our Noble Friend's explanations, so many words, Lord Buddha has used so many words to explain those things, but basically means same thing. So it may be a form of you can say defilements, you can say the current, you can say it is a power, you can say it is a heavy thought, you can say it is myself or the self perception. So these all are used to indicate that self. So now you know, you have some idea about this self. So this self current is fluctuating. Now, in some situations, you really feel that you are burning in that it's so heavy. Sometimes it's not so heavy. So right at the beginning, start identifying this heavy level. And our enhancer sometimes uses some modern words to say that it's 33,000 watt electricity current, like something like that. That is because our high tension wire lines in Sri Lanka carries 33,000 watts. So that is why he's using that term. So you can apply it to whatever your setup. So the high current levels, high current or the high level, gross level of myself is something that you can understand easily. And when you understand, when you feel that, when you are sensitive to those things, it becomes, you can feel that the current which was burning becomes less and less. When you focus, when you start identifying that it is a current which occurred within the system itself, definitely you can feel that the intensity of the current is going down. And that is how you start actually. Now, for example, if there was an incident which came up, you may not be able to sometimes identify then and there. But even after a while, after maybe few minutes or few hours, if the system is capable of recognizing that something went wrong, something happened, what happened here, that's also great. That's good for a beginner. You start recognizing such situations and then see what happened. What are the sensors functioning? So it may have been an incident where some argument. So find out what happened. I mean, never, don't bother about not being able to identify or not being able to control it at that time, because that is a part of the system. If it was yourself, you should be able to instantly stop it, isn't it? There's no point of regretting to say that, oh, I could not stop it, I could not control it. Definitely, if yourself was the responsible figure for that, you should have been able to stop it. But if because it's not so, there's no controller, there's no person who can do anything about it. So uh, see actually the situation, seeing the situation even after a little while is great. So you can see that if it was an argument, it's mainly the eye and the ear which were functioning, isn't it? The eye is unable to screen and take the pictures that are pleasant, and ear is unable to screen and take the sounds which are pleasant. So because of that, whether the pleasantness or unpleasantness is immaterial, whatever the sound, if it is compatible with the eardrum, you say that I heard the sound. Whatever the shape or the light, whether it was pleasant or not, the if the vibrations were compatible with the eye vibration, then you say that I saw it. And the seeing and hearing combine together to form the thought. He's shouting or she's shouting is the mind sensor product. And with the mind sensor function, what happens? With the mind sensor functions, the thought is formed, and uh, thought means it is the ultimate product. Please excuse me for a minute. Yes, sorry about the interruption. Uh, so now, uh, if if it was the argument, as I mentioned, uh, the thought is the argument, isn't it? So how did you get that thought in your mind instantly? If your eye or the ear did not know what it is, uh, and the collective thought gave the instant impression or the instant idea that this is a scolding by so and so or an argument by so and so. How did that occur? And we have been talking about this point repeatedly, and it is the synchronization of the uh, another thought, isn't it? The argument or the scolding is something that perceived earlier. The same types of sensors have combined, and the thought has formed at some point, and that thought is the one which is telepathized here. We know that the little baby had no idea about the scolding or the argument. If somebody argues or scolds in front of the baby's face, baby might even smile because he might think that somebody is trying to communicate with me, but he has no idea what it is. Baby will give a full smile to a person even arguing or shouting. Of course, if it was some uncomfortable type of sound to his ears, he might cry, but not certainly knowing that it is a scolding or a shouting. So, what happens here is a thought which is reproduced from the past data, isn't it? So, when the relevant causes meet together, the result or the effect occurs. So the cause and effect comes here again. When the causes are the sound and the light, the effect is the thought, and the effect is telepathized due to another cause from the past. A past thought is telepathized here as the effect. And what happens as a result of this thought? Now, the labeling of the argument or the scolding occurs. And what happens here? What are the other additional thoughts which comes instantly? Sadness, anger, disappointment, all irritation, whatever the names you are giving, that burning feeling that occurs in the mind is associating that with that thought, isn't it? So one thought is followed by a string of thoughts thereafter. All kinds of perceptions in the past are reproduced. She's like this always, or he's like this always, and he or she argued with me earlier also like this. And I am not, I am very nice to he or she always, till I am getting this uh, uh, bad response from them. So those are all thoughts which are coming up as a result of that initial thought. But can you recognize a time interval with those? No, it's so fast. It's so fast. So you can't actually identify the time gap. And if there was a self in that separately, who is experiencing that, you should be able to stop that burning part, isn't it? You should be able to stop from the thought level and then not get that burning type feeling. But there's no separate myself. That that burning feeling that you labeled as sadness, anger, disappointment, irritation, all kinds of words, that is yourself. And that is the defilement. So you can apply this mechanism to different situations. That is all you can actually do. You apply this to different situations and find out what were the sensors which were functioning. How did it happen? How did this system feel that burning sensation? Now, when you realize one thing, that it is because of the fast speed, you can't imagine the speed of it happening, isn't it? The moment that the sound and the picture occurred instantly, that sad, angry, all kinds of burning things are instantly right at the doorstep. So there's no time gap. There's such a speedy occurrence there. And what happens is that burning feeling that is experienced is myself. Now you are recognizing what is myself. So that process, has anybody done it? No. It is a part of the system, isn't it? So when you recognize that it is simply a part of the system, there's no way that you can change. Only way is to identify, this is myself. This is the snake who is opening up the hood. This is the snake raising its head. The snake has been sleeping all this time, and the moment that the sensors started functioning, the fire comes up, or the snake awakes, and snake is huffing and puffing now. So this process is not something that is done by somebody. It is something that happens automatically, and that fire is a part and parcel of that system itself. So the creation of myself is no one's job, isn't it? The creation of myself is part of the system. So if the creation of the myself is part of the system, what can you do about it? You can't do anything. But only thing is that you recognize how it happens. When you recognize the mechanism of it, sometimes it might make you even laugh. I was thinking that myself was separate, and myself, I felt sad, or I was feeling upset. I was feeling uh, uh, unhappy, or whatever it is. But you know that I label, the I tag has to be completely removed, because there is no separate self who is experiencing these things. So this is what happens in everyday life with every stimulus. With every stimulus, in different levels, the self feel is coming up. Sometimes it is felt as very strong manner, sometimes in a very mild manner. So whatever the level, if you feel something is really existing, that is yourself. So what happens in when you understand these Dhamma facts? What happens? That burning, that discomfort that you experience is the one which is going to disappear. As long as your five senses are functioning, you can't change the pattern of thoughts. You still experience the pattern of thoughts. But how do you differentiate? You will experience the things as you used to experience anyway. So it will continue until the physical body is existing, because you can't stop the five senses functioning as long as the blood supply is there, as long as the oxygen supply is there to the organs, the five organs, the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin will function. And when they are in the functioning level, the vibrations do occur. Vibrations do occur means the mechanisms of seeing, hearing, tasting, smell, tasting, tasting tasting and feeling the smell and feeling the skin sensations will continue to occur. And if those are functioning, if those senses are functioning, definitely the thoughts are going to be formed. So where's the breaking point? When you realize that this combination to form the thoughts is a part of the system, that feel that these thoughts are real is the one which is going to be separated out. In other words, the itta sanyaya, so the perception of existence is the one which is going to be separated out. And if there is no perception of perception of existence, there is no perception of self either. So that is the key point where the dissecting of this chain occurs. Even though I mention it as a chain, it's happening instantly. It's happening in each and every stimulus then and there. So what happens here is that finally the itta sanya, or the self uh, or the perception of existence, and along with that the perception of self, are the ones which will be disconnected or will be deleted.
So even the arhants will get the thoughts. Even Lord Buddha will get the thoughts. Without the thoughts, actually, you cannot live a life. Uh, you have to think and do certain things. You have to identify the thoughts. Now we know that the thoughts uh, that might be that we hear in the Buddha history, Buddhist history. Even Lord Buddha thought at one stage want to go to the nearby monastery and visit one of the monks who were there called Anuruddha. So he had the thought that must go there and visit uh, Buddothpado. So there are thoughts, and in some points it said that must visit the city of Kimbulwat, which is his birth city, and uh, do some Dhamma preachings to the relatives. So they are all thoughts, but very beautifully, Lord Buddha knows that they are thoughts, they are formed with the combination or the merging of the five sense functions. So that is very clear, as you and me know that the reflection in the mirror is it's a creation. We know it, but like Aran Mahansa very often says that you will not break the mirror into pieces and throw it away. You will still make use of it. You will still make use of the mirror and uh, take whatever the needs from the mirror. But you know that it has only a reflection. There's no true person on in the mirror. So it's something like that. What Lord Buddha said was that when you understand the world, when you understand that these are all creations, you can still live in this world knowing that it is not something true. Not when you realize that it is not something true, all the defilements, all the attachments, or the cravings, or the aversions that are coming up, that are lined up behind that true thought, is not coming up anymore. It's like enjoying a scenery or enjoying a picture without feeling that it is not real. But these, the ways that I explain, may not give a good insight to a person, but uh, these are some of the very simple ways I can explain. Actually, these things are uh, very beautifully mentioned in Aran preachings. So, depending on the person's, the preacher's ability or the inner transformation, the outcome will vary, and how well the message is conveyed to the other person greatly varies, or 100% depends on the person who is doing the sermons in a transformation. But we are trying to give an outline of the things that we have learned from these Dhamma discussions. So, as I said, identifying the self is the most important thing. And we had this misconception that self is either the body or the self is either the mind. Now it's very clearly clear that it's not the mind or the body. So the self means that feel that is experienced by the system, and that we uh, call in different terms. We label it as a current or a power, different ways we try to explain. So, identifying that current is basically the most important thing. And as I said, the gross level is identifiable, but later on, the smaller versions of that smaller currents also becomes very clear. That is what we call the uh, being aware to the moment, uh, awareness, uh, being more and more watchful about this current. And who is being much watchful is another question. Is there a self? Now we were talking all this time that there's no self who is in this system, but being aware to the system or being aware to this current means it is a wisdom which is blooming. It is a wisdom which is capable of identifying uh, this ability to be aware. So can recognize the wisdom or the jnana is capable, more and more capable of identifying the different levels of uh, current or the myself. So more you understand, the current becomes weaker and weaker. So that is the only path actually here. More you understand the current, more you are capable of identifying it, you will feel that even if the same stimulus is occurring, the current which is created within you is less. Now, the same example that I mentioned, uh, an argument by a person, sometimes the same thing might be happening again and again. And then the system will feel that the current which was created earlier is much more, and then now surprisingly the current is becoming less stronger. So this is what you have to understand actually. uh, More current means stronger myself, less current means stronger less stronger or the weak myself. This actually greatly varies at the beginning. For some stimuli, you will have a very strong current. That means a strong myself is there. And for certain stimuli, the current will be less and it will be uh, less uh, uh, less yourself. So, depending on the type of the current, you can judge and see how strong the self view was there or the self perception was there. And lots of mothers who are talking in the Zoom discussion say that they do not feel it that strong nowadays, and they feel that for the gross things they do not feel angry. But the same situation is there. If it is something happening at home on regular basis, it's not something that is uh, uh, happening in the same way now. The stimulus is happening, the drama is going on, but the current which was created is less and less. So the burning that is experienced with the same stimulus is becoming less and less. So you have actually got onto the correct direction of the Dhamma pathway. So when you are in the correct pathway, no one can actually stop. Lord Buddha said that when a tree is bent down to the river, one day the tree will fall into the river itself and then go along the river water. So, like that, with this initial understanding, where you very clearly understand that there is no real world here, they are all creations of the five senses. When you understand this fact, you know that you are in the correct path. So, correct path means no one can stop you. And rest of the understanding will occur gradually. That is uh, explained as Krutya Jnana. So whatever the incidents which are happening, they will happen. You tend to feel that the current which was created is less now. You might feel some sort of happiness also about that. That is again a different version of myself. I feel happy because I don't get angry as I used to be. That is how you will explain it, isn't it? I feel happy because I'm not attached to my grandchildren as I used to be. So now a different phase of myself has come up. Myself, or a self perception, who is who is having a better understanding of the Dhamma, and myself who has a uh, uh, better experience or feeling that lightness, no cravings, no aversions, or less of them, and I feel happy because I am improving. I'm advancing in the Dhamma path. So remember, this is another phase of the self. Wherever you are trying to stop, wherever you are trying to enjoy yourself, thinking that, oh, I have reached a particular milestone, that means you are closing the gate in front of you. You are closing the gate of your path by yourself. So these things actually, it's very important to discuss in the discussions, because very often, and this happens in different religions also, they think that they have reached a particular milestone and that is the end of it. Actually, these small things but very important roadblocks has to be identified, particularly if you are feeling very much satisfied, or you feel that you are happy about your advancement. Please talk to one of the discussion sessions. If you are English speaking, you can discuss between 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. Or if you can talk Sinhalese, you can always join the discussion time at 7 p.m. Sri Lankan time, or maybe 5 a.m. Sri Lankan time. In both instances, you can explain your experiences, because most of the time our noble friend Aryan Hasi will be joining those. Otherwise, there are other Dhamma friends who are directing or coordinating these Dhamma discussions, so you can even raise your questions at that time. Because after turning to this correct pathway, and if you still be misled by the behavior of this mind sensor, it is something that a big waste, I would say, a big wastage. So always try not to be satisfied with what you have experienced. If you feel happy or if you feel satisfied with something, uh, always uh, that is yourself. Because the self becomes finer and finer. The self becomes more and more uh, subtle, very difficult to understand. So the final thing is actually in the Arahant's mind, what is experienced is the state called sukha. Actually, sukha is not happiness. There's no proper word to explain the sukha in English, of course. We tried very many words. It's a kind of a very much relaxed feeling where there's no self who is relaxing. That is the way I can go closest actually. It's not a happiness. if a system feels happy about the whatever the level of the Dhamma achievements, that is definitely self is there. What I am trying to explain is that the formless level also should be deleted. Formless also should be, level also should be gone completely. So formless means arupa. So arupa also should be gone at the end. That is a level which is explained as the Arhan's mind, where there's no self who is being satisfied. There's no self who is feeling happy uh, about uh, what was achieved. And there's no self who is feeling relaxed either. So that relaxed feeling is just without an owner. And that is always underlying, it's flowing as a bottom layer. Because the sensor functions are there, as a result of the mind sensor, sometimes the happiness, sadness, sometimes the anger also can come up. But they do not last very long because there is no uh, ground, strong foundation for that. Just a superficial thing, just at the level of the senses. The happiness, sadness, or sometimes the anger can occur, but within a short period, it's gone. And you do not have that burning feeling which is there underneath. Something like now a teacher will be angry if the students do not behave well. The parents will be angry and even think of punishing if a child is doing really nasty things. So, in those two situations, it is partly to get the child to the correct path. There's no deep seated burning with those sensor functions. Similarly, you might meet your children or a close friend after a long time. You will feel happy, yes, but without that burning type of happiness underneath. There's no craving in that situation. And you have this uh, closely watched, or the happiness which is not going to last for a long time. But of course, you can react in the same way. You can react with all kinds of smiles, hugging and kissing and telling some, talking few words and providing whatever they need, whatever they like. All things can happen, but there's no burning. Even if the child, the or the friend whom you met after a long time doesn't respond very positively to what you are doing, still you will not feel anything bad about it. But you will be doing whatever the duties that should come up from your side. But it's something that is that has to be understood. So they are all mind sensor functions. The mind sensor functions which have not become a thing, which have not become a, a real thought, or which have not been given a value. Those are the different ways that I can explain. So, all types of mind sensor functions can be described in this way. They are very superficial and they do not last very long, and definitely there is no burning sensation underneath. So, that is how I can explain. දෙයක් නොවන සතුට, දෙයක් නොවන දුක, දෙයක් නොවන තරහ, all kinds of things. දෙයක් නොවන means it has not become a thing. There's no value, no real feeling. Mm. But the happiness, sadness, those things can occur as a result of the mind sensor function. Even if there is a change in that, there's no concern about it. Whether it is occurring in the way that the system wants or not is immaterial. And there are many stories that are explained in Aranhase's explanations about the happiness which didn't become a thing, the sadness which didn't become a thing, and the anger which didn't become a thing. So you can apply to different situations in your setup and see how you felt about it. Definitely, if it happens without any burning underneath, that is what we are trying to explain. So now we have some idea about the self, and we are capable of identifying how this self is recognized. And more you recognize is the only method. More you recognize means how it is formed. So the method or the system function is something that we have to understand. And more you understand, and more you up, more even the lighter ones, the slight ones, if they are understood, you are becoming better and better. But on the other hand, see whether you feel happy about it. And as I mentioned, it is another mask of the self. The self is hiding in every nook and corner. So the skill should come up to recognize where the self is hiding. And more you identify, you know that what the trick of the magic, what the trick of the magic is. And when you recognize the magic more and more, you tend to uh, get less and less excited. But still, you can watch the magic show, but you exactly know that how it is being done. So this is the beauty of this Dhamma. This is not relevant to any particular religion or any particular country or race. Uh, and you do not need a great knowledge in Pali either, because it is explained in these languages now. So uh, see whether this is something different to what you have been listening all this time. If it is so, try to find more about this Buddothpado sermons. Try to find more facts from these preachings, and join the discussions whenever it is possible, so that you can clarify whatever the doubts you had. So I will conclude the session from now on. I greatly respect and I worship Triple J first of all, and then I worship Anuhase, our noble friend, for all the guidance that he's giving all the time. And may our friends who are listening be blessed by Triple Gem, and also may our friends, Dhamma friends who are helping with the technology, be blessed by Triple Gem. Teruma Saranai.
We've been discussing the book Volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And today we are starting with a new discussion titled Morning Zoom Discussion on Saturday, September 9th, 2023. Participant, during these days you explain to the world what the notion of individual self is about, the view of existence, and the concept of or feeling that the self exists, the me sense. In other words, it's all about the sensual objects and the world that they create. Salayatana loko loko. The mind gets the outside objects due to the above stated views. Accordingly, continuously, the notion of the individual self exists in everything. Kindly explain to me whether I'm correctly observing the Dhamma. You also advise us in great detail how to live and how to do daily chores without the notion of a self. At least for 2 hours, if someone can be vigilant and mindful in the practice, you say that fruitful results can be achieved. So this participant is inquiring about the notion of self, this notion of the individual self, the view of existence, the feeling of me, the feeling that I exist, which is ever present until the moment we found this Dhamma, which had been ever present until the moment we found this Dhamma, and um, how to continue with the daily chores without the notion of this self, the self-perception. Aran Mahanse, truly magnificent. However, in your explanation, there's something that should be adjusted. Now, we're going to talk about the state of infants. Defilements cannot be planted in an infant's mind. Greed, aversion, or jealousy or delusion do not exist in that mind. Buddhist doctrine is so pure. Do not have any doubt. You will attain Nibbana. We do not have to be affected by the various views society holds. Absorb the Dhamma presented by Buddothpado without preconceived notions, concepts, or observe the Dhamma with a free mind. When you feel that you are reaching Nibbana, you get a blissful experience. This experience is unique. I'm going back to the topic related to the infant. We stated that vibrations and movements are connected with the six senses. We also stated that according to the speed of the vibrations and energy movements, various sounds, colors, shapes, hot and cold sensations, etc. occur. The appearance of a thought is instant. The dominant factor out of the five senses and the related situation come forward. It can be either sound, colors, taste, or any one of the sensual sensations. The dominant feature is the object or arammani at the moment. For example, when sound is dominant, it is called the sabdarammani. When smell is dominant, it is called Gandharammane, etc. When a thought appears, it is also an object or arammana. At this point, the subjective feeling, Atmiya Bhavaya, comes forward when seeming objects related to arammana exist. The idea of living without the self is very powerful. It's not about denying the self, but realizing that this sense of me is an illusion created by the mind. True mindfulness and vigilance in practice can lead to the dissolution of the illusion, dissolution of the perception of self, allowing for the experience of Nibbana. As Dhamma is internalized, the blissful experience arises. The concept of vibrations and movements being connected to the senses shows us how the mind works. Thoughts, sounds, colors, smells, tastes, everything we experience is tied to vibration. They are manifestations of vibrations. And out of all that, the dominant sense or objects or stimuli that arises define the nature of the experience in the present moment. For an example, when sound dominates, we call it Saddharammani, and when smell dominates, it's Gandharammani. This shows how everything we perceive is dependent on external and internal sensory experiences, which are momentary. Even though we call them external and internal at this stage, for the communication purposes, eventually what you realize is that there's no external, no internal as well. So when objects such as sounds and colors are taught to a small child, he also receives the notion of existing materials or the existence of a sensual world. This situation and this notion are also a vibration. For an example, when the child is taught colors, the color red, for an example, becomes powerful in the mind consciousness or vijnana as a thought. Now he feels everything from outside and inside is available to him or her. These feelings are entangled with the notion of the individual self or the existence of a self or me. This is Atmiya Bhavya, self-perception. If things exist, me also exists concurrently. So here we see how a child's mind begins to form the concept of self. When a child is taught to recognize colors like the color becomes powerful in their mind consciousness. As they experience the world, they start to feel that everything from the outside and the inside is available to them. This is where the illusion of self begins. The child's growing awareness of the world around them becomes intertwined with the sense of me. This is Atmiya Bhava, the formation of the self-identity through sensory perception. As soon as the child recognizes things in the world, they automatically link these things to the notion of their own existence. If things exist, the sense of me exists alongside them. So, meaning, if we kind of try to recap all our sense perceptions, the 5 sense perceptions. So the I, when we say I, it's our entire visual field. It's the faculty of the eye. So it's just the experience of the manifestation of the vibration. And when it comes to the ear, it's our auditory field, the manifestation of the vibration, or the detection of the audible range. So and similarly, the smell. We are not referring to the physical nose. We are just talking about the experience of the smell, the taste, the touch. If we are just referring to these senses only, or rather sensors, SENSORS, what is being sensed through these sensors, it's just that we cannot, in a very minimal sense, if we use those words to talk about this and we do not use any more words, what is referred to right now is just the experience. And it even takes away the self angle. So if you can touch your own right leg with your right hand right now, what's felt right now? Forget about the hand now. Forget about the leg now. Forget about yourself. Forget about everything else that's happening. Just focus on the experience of this feeling, this knowing, this sensing. That's all there is. Eventually, when you realize this Dhamma, what you recognize is it's just an entanglement of these knowings with more labels added to create pictures, things, the self-observing. So this is the illusion. Any label we are using, it's created in the mind. Somebody taught that label to us when we were kids, when we were growing up. Even starting from the age we barely begin to utter some word, may it be the mother, may it be some color, box, doll, whatever it is, until the moment we die, we learn some label. Like, during school, we learn about capitalism or democracy or whatever it is. All these are labels. When you were born on your birthday, you didn't know how to talk. Someone may argue. Of course, because my speech wasn't developed true enough. When the speech was developed, all these labels, including your own name, was given to you. If your parents, after naming you, decided to change your name, you will be something else. People change their names throughout their lives due to various reasons. Let's say there was somebody called Paul was born. Later he turned into a criminal, and with the intention of fleeing the country, he changed his name to David. Now, which one is which one? Is he, Paul or David? So it's whatever the label that's given, and that can be changed anytime. So if we take off the label, what's left is that person only. Similarly, if we call a chair in Sinhala putuwa, in English chair, a Chinese person may call it something else. So because humans have similar senses that detect similar ranges, people living in close communities are able to communicate through the exchange of words. It's like a currency. It's like you're using rupees or dollars to exchange something. So, and when I think about the chair, I have a different kind of a chair in my mind, like a brown color chair, rattan kind of a chair. You might have an armchair or a recliner or a couch in your mind. So we are using the word chair to exchange seemingly close ideas, but they're not the same idea. Your chair is different to mine, your mother, your trees, your mango tree is different to my mango tree, your house is different to my house, not the physical house. When I say the house, when I tell the word house, the house, whatever the mental image that is generated, we call it a spark, because when I say the word the house, your mental image carries bunch of colors that was taken in through the faculty of the eye. You have an idea as to how solid it is. In that same image that carries the information that is taken through the skin, the body consciousness. If it's a new house, maybe you have an idea as to how it would smell when it was when it was right after it was built. If you're a kid, you may have licked the house and you would know. Even so, we have an idea as to if we lick it, what kind of a taste it would have, or whether it would have a taste or not. So all that mind spark carries all the information from all five senses, and it gets updated every time. Like, the house you saw as a kid may be a doll house. As you grow old, it got updated. Ideas about houses, how beautiful houses you see on the side of the road. Every time these perceptions are updated. So, when you were introduced to the mother, father, so this is a system in which how thoughts are created by the senses, by the five senses. When they get together, they're all manifestations of vibrations. We know when two different kinds of waves get together, they create a different kind of a third kind of a wave. Similarly, now we are having five different kinds of vibrations waves. It gives rise to a different sixth kind of a vibration, which carries information about all the other senses. And when the child is introduced to the mother, father, this system, even though we call this child a child, it's a system of creating thoughts. The system, if you can revisit your own earliest memories, just do a little contemplation, you will see that this system took on a thought. The mother would say, "Baby, who is your mother?" And the baby would point at the mother. "Who is your father? Show me your father." And the baby would point at the father. "Show me your bag," and the baby would point at the bag. And the system that's coupled with the observing would create a thought that says, "Oh, if that is my mother, if that is my father, if that is my bag, there has to be a me to whom all this belongs to. Oh, that me is the one who can see when I turn my head around. Oh, that me is the one who can feel, who can touch, who can taste, who can smell." Oh, they keep asking this me to repeat the name. "Oh, this me, my name is Harshi." And, go check yourself in the mirror, do some weird movements in the mirror in some astonishment to see the mirror does the same thing. Like these are the things that kids do. So that image, the reflection of the so-called self, is also attached to this, the idea, this self-identifying view. I am Harshi, that reflection is me, and I am seeing the world. So every time this so-called self sees something, hears, experiences something. This mind-made self is updated by another thought. I see this, I see that, I experience that, I like this, I don't like this. Now it's from that moment that thought is taken on, this system explores. What is this self? What is this Harshi? What does she like to eat? What does she like to do? Who does she like? Who doesn't she like? So the whole exploration of me, my mind made me, due to not knowing the truth, due to not knowing that identification by a thought of a self was based on an illusion, non-existent world that seemingly comes into existence moment by moment due to these vibrations. So that is and on top of that, we can't even say on top of that, there's always this feeling also, like when the child is born, I mean, when he was or she was 1.5, 2 years old, even though the labels are not there, there's a sense of, oh, there's something out there. It feels like they exist, this three-dimensional nature to it. This is because these vibrations, due to these vibrations, when you see or hear, when there's a sound, it feels like that sound exists. When there's a taste, it feels like that, whatever you ate exists, that taste exists. All this due to the speed of vibrations, and that speed creates this plump, three-dimensional, existent feel. And that existent feel is the one that is put to words through this kind of self-identifying view. So now we know all this, how the mind is created. Now this is kind of the basis of understanding the mind, and then kind of stripping the mind off of its constituents. So what happens is, now we go through life not knowing any of that, and we at some point in time, we face many challenges in life. We begin to question things, the universe, the world. What is this world? Where do we come from? Where are we going after death? Or why am I suffering? What is this suffering? So here we are as an effort to kind of get answers to these questions. And it's when we know these answers, we begin to notice our thoughts. And if you have a husband or a wife, you will see that there are clashes of ideas. We're not necessarily with bad people or whatever it is, but your partner wouldn't like something you said, or the way you do things, or maybe you're working at an organization, there are clashes. Your colleagues may not approve of your ideas, maybe you're not able to meet a deadline, whatever the situation may be. Or maybe your child passed away at a young age, one of your partner passed away. Many things can happen in life. So we have felt at some point in our lives this burning, seemingly coming from the area where the heart is. We haven't necessarily kind of paid attention to that, because during that time when we are suffering, we just pay attention to the suffering because for us, it's a self, before knowing the truth, it's a self who's suffering. And if you really pay attention to that, that's a vibration. That is the self sense perception, um, self vibration. And this one is the one which is slowly diminishing. And that can only be done by understanding how this mind is created. And then, so if then in the moment, being vigilant and being mindful, moment to moment, to strip off these thoughts that assume there's an existing self. And say somebody, one of your colleagues said something, it hurt, there's like a burning inside, this self vibration. And you see the truth. He or she said some words. Words are sounds. Sounds are manifestations of vibrations. And even if those particular words were heard by some other person who doesn't speak the same language, there won't be any self vibration in that person. I'm having this self vibration because I have the currency to deal with. These labels, perceptions have been given to me before. Now, when that word is heard, whatever the perceptions that are attached to that is telepathized here. Meaning, if it's, let's say, that person called you some bad word, let's say, I don't know, whatever the bad word, some word. If when you were young, it's been given to you as an insult, let's say by some bullies or whoever, the visual images of the bullies, or let's say they call this, somebody called you a loser. Now, whatever the inputs from the five senses that are attached to that vibration that came into existence through the inputs of the five senses as the sixth vibration. Now this word loser is heard. That vibration has happened, taken place, or come into existence before. This vibration becomes that vibration. There's no, we cannot talk about a space, time, irrespective of all that. This is how this whole system works. It's a telepathizing system, or it's the principle of resonance. We cannot allocate a timeline or a space. All that is attached to the word loser comes here, and they are not necessarily, that has a negative feeling associated with it, and it comes into existence, and in that thought that got telepathized, that meaning, everything that is underlying, that also has the underlying power of the vibration, that sense perception. Now after listening to the word loser, you got the whole idea of the word loser. It made you upset. If there's a loser, there's a self who's experiencing this. Like I said before, every time a new label is created, it's always attached to the self identifying view, because the self is experiencing this. So this is and we fail to see, because of this entangling with the self, with every thought that assumes the existence of a so-called world and the self, it feels like there's a continuous self suffering, and the underlying activity of the system is kind of overlooked or we don't see it for the system. It is, we just see it as, I am doing this, I am doing that, this person said this, I got upset, I um, I wanted some time off, so I went to the bathroom, I isolated myself, it took me a time for a while to recover, and then I came back to the office, da 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 da, some story, mind made story. And if you pay attention to the system, what's happening is somebody says some words, the system uh, gets upset, goes to the bathroom, comes back. Everything that's happening, the physical activity, seemingly physical activity, is just walking, getting upset, all that. Inside, this whole story, the mind made story. I did this, this happened, that happened, I got upset. The whole life is this. It is, just imagine this. We talk about the Big Bang, the universe is created, the Milky Way, whatever is created, stars, planets, the earth is created. Then the trees, the oceans, the trees, the bacteria, the single cellular, multicellular organisms, evolved animals, primates, chimpanzees, we evolved from them, humans, flowers, activity of the lions, activities of the deers, activities of all the animals, dolphins. How are we any different to them? We are part of the nature. Why a lion would eat a deer? It's just how the system works. That's why when we create artificial ecosystems, we try to keep that balance in that system. Similarly, the humans are not any different, and their activities, um, being that, evolving from Stone Age to the whole evolution to inventing fire, the wheel, that's all part of the whole system. We are not any different. The thought processes, everything is part of that whole system. Because of this self-identifying view, the ego, we misjudge and we think we are doing that. We are labeling us as the doers of this whole thing, which is anyways a natural system that is happening without the unnecessary claiming of ownership. If you can see this within your day to day, there's a thought in the morning, there's a thought that comes, I need to go to work, and the body is activated, the eyes, ears, the whole five senses are activated, the body walks towards the bathroom. We don't even count how many steps I have to go to the bathroom. We don't, there's no intervention of a self when brushing the teeth. Like nobody brushes teeth thinking, I am brushing the teeth. It just happens. There's a system according to which the whole world operates. Even though we think we are advanced, technologically advanced, all this is still part of a system. And we fail to see that because of the ignorance. There's an ego that claims ownership to everything that's happening. The more we understand this, based on how deep we are in our understanding of the material world, how much of sophisticated thinking we have to understand this Dhamma in a very sophisticated nature, deeper nature. Even though it's not necessarily deep, to realize this illusion. Whereas for a person who has a very simple mind, not that many thoughts, not that much of an analytical mind, like Sunita Sopaka, who the children at the age of 7 became stream enterers by realizing the mind. So I think, thank you very much. That's it for the first portion of the discussion. We have a lot of people joined today. Thank you everyone for joining. Randima, we can start the discussion. Teruvan Sarnai.
Teruvan Saranai Harshi. I think if somebody has questions, you can ask. You are free to ask questions.
Teruvan Saranai Randima, Teruvan Saranai Nasa,
Teruvan
Teruvan
Saranai
Saranai Harshi, everyone. Randima, I think that now Harshi told Sunita Sopaka realizes Dhamma very soon, because I think their intentions are very low and the aspirations not like other people, and the knowledge they have also very low. That's why they could understand it easily, isn't it? What do you think, Vandima?
I'm not clear, Lalana. What's the question? Yeah.
You can't hear me?
No, I couldn't get the message properly.
Uh, now Harshi said Sunita Sopaka easily understood this to the Manohar Randima. So I think their aspirations, I don't know whether I'm correct, their aspirations not like other people. Their life pattern is very simple, and the knowledge also they have very low. That is why at once they are Lord Buddha said this Dhamma, they could understand easily.
Yeah, Lalana. Actually, yeah, we find that kind of very, scenarios like Kisa Gautami scenario, Patachara scenario, and also this Sariyut Mugalan Thero scenario. So, all of them, if we analyze, we can understand their life experience, and the life background is quite helping them for this realization very fast, because in a way like this internal qualification, like it's like it's almost ready. I mean, its vibration level is like almost ready for the absorption, like because various these life incidents have, as actually we can discuss, all of us can discuss, providing your views to this. I think this is very interesting. So I think it's very difficult, no, to someone like Sunita, you see scavenger carrying waste basket and no dignity. So their thought patterns, if we take like the thought patterns are severely, you see, painful, and that is coming to some unbearable level. So, if we take a normal person, you see, that person may be entertaining, and it has no major pains and so on. And even though these thoughts has suffering, these thoughts has some stress, like it will not feel. It will not feel, and its thoughts get very cloudy. The prideness is also at a very high level, and you see that level of power and the inside suitability also somewhat remote, like for the Dhamma. But these scenarios, if we take like, especially if we take Patachara example, Patachara, you see, lost everything. We can understand Patachara is a somewhat feel-oriented person, because that's why she left her royal life, and she married to some village guy, some poor guy. And after she went to the forest with the new husband, you see she faced lot of problems in her life, and she lost her husband, she lost her child, parents, and all these incidents, even though we feel like it is a soul, and these incidents are quite you see like soulistic perspective, actually all this helps in a way for Patachara for her deep realization, because now her condition, her thought really became unbearable level, because that is the nature of the thought, this mind power. Once this mind power, now this mind power, I feel like it is constantly running in a particular bandwidth, like, but when the mind power is go beyond a particular bandwidth, it almost become unbearable, and so either you will get insane, or you get severe depression, coma, or I mean, sometimes you can suicide yourself. So these things can happen. Or sometimes, if you get Dhamma, like sometimes that will be a point, but we can't say. You see that in 100%, but that is a point where the mind, you see, one cannot hold into the mind anymore, like, because it lives in the thoughts, and the thought itself become very much painful to the person, and it want itself to relieve from the thoughts, like, so that's why if there is a gadget or something, you see, to put out this mind sensor out, anybody will go to that kind of a doctor. But unfortunately, Patachara, even though people say she's insane, like, I feel that is not the insanity. Actually, that is this mind power which has gone beyond that bandwidth level. Like, so then even the physical body can't bear it, because physical body also, this everything is balanced in some vibration form. So once that power is, you see, going some extra, then even the physical body can't hold it. That's why people, you see, get suicide also. So I know I can provide another example, like it's a person, you see, that person drank some poison to end his life. So this person said he wants to die, and when this poison passes through his, you see, the throat, he got the desire back again to hold into the life. So anyway, after that he survived. People secured his life. But then he said, once this poison passes, you see, through his throat, he went to a deep realization that what he said was, even though I thought it is the end, I realized that it will never end in that form. So it is not the end, like, so the continuity is there, like, so it's very hard, you see, how really people getting to this realization, these life experiences also matters, like, then quickly, because now for a Patachara, like, she's almost want to you see, get out of this mind situation. And when someone says, like, look, this mind is not real, and then that transformation is possible, like, so even I think this Sariyut Thero and even Mugalang Thero also, we know they are very rich. They are from very rich family backgrounds. So I feel like even nowadays we can find there are some rich sons. Uh, you see, when they do not have things to do anymore, like, because this mind wants some targets, actually it is target oriented, and when it has some plans only, it can, you see, continue like, otherwise another form of a insanity come like. So we can see some sons of very rich families go to forest, go to this meditation side, and they want to hide really from this all these things. So even this Sariyut Mugalan Thero also, I feel like they are very rich, and we knew that they were trying to go to various to see some dramas and so on, but they couldn't satisfy themselves, like, so they were looking for something else. So likewise, as long as someone try to hold into the mind, it is the normal thing. Like normally, what the other people do, you are also doing. You are also having occupation, and smoothly it is running, and one will not really feel the burden of the thought. But these situations are really different, because either it is a greater fear, like Sopaka, so helpless situations, and even like Kisagutami, the deep, a mother, weeping mother, with a dead child in her hand and expecting the child to recover. So all these situations that shows the real life struggle. So real the thought, actually Kisa Gotami was really carrying her soul burden. So there is nothing more anywhere, because these things means the other side is the soul power. So these things, I think, in a way, like very different scenarios, but I think each and everything. That's why like for this Nibbana thing, these discussions, we various people's life experiences and its own kind of experiences matters, like, so so that then what happens, the inside suitability comes, inside suitability. So that's a, because this vibration also, I feel like it is the mind power. So that equal level of mind power is not the thing here. It is there shall be some, you see, that has to come. So that inside suitability has to come, in the sense all support from all the external vibrations also has to happen. Like actually it is a vibration system that is going to reach non-vibration. So even though we try to analyze the whole Patachara scenarios in a holistic perspective, but those are different vibrations, you see, that help Patachara for to have the non-vibration. So this is very, in a way, Lalana, I feel like this vibration is the nature. So this our body, the our whatever, I mean, everything is really balanced in some speed, some vibration, no? So I mean, if this vibration change, I mean, that Aryan Mahansa give very nice examples. I mean, how this Nagasaki, that bomb thing, so the nuclear bomb, like, so it was the speed. So if we take the this Russia and Iran war, who won the actually who was in the winning side? That was the people with missile power with a greater speed than the Iron Dome. So that was proven, right? So as long as the speed matters, like that, even in the technological war, like it is the speed. So here also, like if there is a imbalance, for example, if you go and if yourself is putting the space, all your blood will come out, will start to come out from entire body, because this composition of the body will not balance in the space. It is balance here. So your existence also really a product of a balance of some kind of a vibration phenomena. So other than the vibration, there is nothing here. Everything is forming, everything is creating, and mind is a different kind of a vibration. So that vibration is the one which is going to be non-vibration, is a very unique thing. I think that's why that inside suitability, or this vibrational attack has to, we may have the experience background, and that cause them for, it is not the wisdom, like, I mean, it's not the knowledge, or it's not kind of it doesn't matter whether it is a doctor or an engineer, like, but this is, you see, very different, very different, and somebody will get through the vibration cycle. So basically it will not be there, because this vibration itself is the soul. Yeah,
Thank
Lavana.
you, Randima. Yes, I also have an experience, Randima, during my 20 years experience in this Dhamma path. I also had a big trouble. My health condition is very poor, even though when I was very little even. So when I was in 20s, I had a bad incident. I met with an accident, and 2 years I couldn't walk even. I had to give up my job even. I just laid on the bed and I couldn't do anything. Everything has done by my parents. They helped me a lot, and my neighbors and my sisters. And that day, I realized this body has a huge pain, and I cannot control my body pain. Even though I took medicine, there was no control over that matter. So I thought, why I am suffering? I got this kind of pain. Couldn't I walk? Why couldn't I stand even? So I thought, somehow I want to end this suffering. So that incident made me a big change during my lifetime. Even now, even I'm not well, but I'm not discouraging for that, because somehow I wanted to end this suffering. That's why I started practice meditation even. So from that even I got some kind of relief. But when we think of the body, we have no control over that matter. Body is natural functioning, is a natural phenomena. So we can take some medicine, but to a certain level, it works out sometimes. Even now I'm taking medicine, so there is no fully control over that matter. I can't stand sometimes. So I can't speak sometimes, but I'm not discouraging for that, because I know the system is like that. So I have to accept the reality. So this is the major incident during my lifetime to go on this path, Rantima.
Yeah, we understand, Lalana. Yeah, so these life experiences really helpful, and that has unexplainable help for these paths. So that's why I think you are also coming to search this Dhamma, and you yourself start to feel the change. Yeah, that's true.
So now I think that the sickness came to me as a good example to understand this reality, and it's a great blessing for me to understand and go on this correct path, Randima.
Yeah. So actually, in a way, like everyone is very fortunate to get this Dhamma, because in this Dhamma also the change is happening. Some vibrational changes are happening. That's why we tell sometimes our mothers, you see, don't you see, don't take that also as a thing, because you let the transformation to happen, like, because at some point that inside suitability will rise, and the necessary transformation will happen. So in a way, like, this is actually this soul is not true. So this powerful soul is the one which is get attacked. So most of the time, with the life experiences, people like dead. You see, within them that thought is dead. Like, so that's why this deep realization comes very fast. Like, because all what is happening here is the soul is the one which is getting attacked through the Dhamma. So in a way, like, someone is very fortunate, even though the life experiences are very pity, still that will enable to get out from the soul, because the powerful soul is the one attacked, and it is half dead, it is dead almost, and when it gets the Dhamma, it deads immediately. So that is very nice, isn't it, Harshi?
Yeah, Randima, I think you brought the discussion to a very important point here. We talk about all this, but how, how the mind is created and all that, but how do we get to the point that where the suffering will be slowly diminished? And when we talk about that, what better person to talk about that other than Dr. Sakuntala? Dr. Sakuntala Theruvan Saran, I would really appreciate if you can explain us the importance of the practical approach and the 4 unique meditation instructions that's been used. Theruvan Saran.
Okay, Sarvasana, you mean how you can apply the knowledge to the 4
Yes.
steps, is it?
Yeah. How would you
Okay,
practice that?
okay. Actually, now we know that it has been given as a sample. R.N. Masi has given these 4 steps as a kind of a little protocol for us to practice, taking one event, one action that you are doing in day-to-day life. So it may be the walking or some other simple task that you are doing, to take it in the proper way of 4 steps. That means the first, to see that it's all a creation of your mind. Simply saying that you turn the camera towards you. Every information that you receive through the senses, uh, or the sensor function, how it is interpreted by the mind using the data which already has been uh, received. Uh, so this is, I think, is a difficult part, because always we had the habit of uh, projecting everything to the outside world. We look at the world expecting not to have sorrow and to have happiness. We used to project everything. Because of this, I am sad, or I have sorrow. Because of him or her, I'm feeling sad. And if I can achieve this, I can be happy. So that is how we projected everything to the world, and we expected all these things in return from the world to keep us happy and sad, and not to be sad. So this is actually a big breakthrough, because from the impression that you expect everything from the world, you turn the camera towards you and try to realize that this is all a creation of your mind. So once this is done, sometimes this step itself may take a fairly long time to get convinced. So, but R.N. Mahase has given us the sample practice.
So it's just one day according to that uh, practice thing, but actually you have to individually, depending on how you feel convinced, you might have to practice it for a long time. Naren Vase has already told that Unhase had to practice it for years, I think, the first step. And then you get the feeling that is there something called mind which is responsible for all this? Now then you that is what's described as the second step. So is there a mind? Is there a permanently lasting mind which was there in the past, which is there now, and which is going to present in the future? You get the feeling that there is something called a solid block of iron, that you have something called mind. Now, when you sort of try to analyze this point, then you realize that mind is something that instantly made then and there with the help of it's kind of merging of the sensor information, means the information that is vibrated in the eye, ear, nose, tongue, the skin. So then when you do the second step, you look at the each and every mind that is formed instantly. And then you realize that it is non-permanent, instantly formed illusion or a creation. And sometimes some of the information, some of the things that you receive as a sensor information, sometimes you give a value to that. And that is where you feel some heaviness in your thoughts. Now, this is if you apply this to the practical side. Now, many thoughts that we go through during the daytime are not given a value. It's just a thought. I mean, the simple things like brushing your teeth, maybe having a cup of tea, walking from one room to the other. So all these are results of a mind picture, which is set, and then the senses will take over one from the other, and the action takes place. So they are not given a value actually. But in between, you might feel that some of the senses, like sensor information, like something like being scolded by somebody, or somebody is very lovingly give you a comment, and you feel elated. So those instances, those thoughts actually are considered as heavy thoughts, or you really feel it and you give a value, you tend to feel a kind of current or a fire within you. Then you have to analyze and see how it happened. Whether it's a happy thought, extremely happy thought, or an extremely sad thought, or extremely angry thought, whatever it is, it actually creates a current within you. And that current is the one which you feel as a heavy one. You feel some heaviness. But the base is the same. But you give various names. You interpret it as a happiness, or interpret Dr. Sakuntala, we cannot hear you.
I think Harshi, you can continue. Her mic is mute, I think.
Dr. Sakuntala, are you
Sorry,
there?
there was
Yeah.
a technical problem. Could you?
Okay. Thank you.
You couldn't
Navneet.
hear me for some time.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I think last
Okay,
couple
I
of
don't know up
sentences
to
or few
what point
sentences.
you could hear me.
Let's say last last minute or so.
Okay, I think it seems to be recurring again. Maybe I'll cut short what I'm saying. So that is briefly the second. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So that is the second step that is described. So to understand what the mind is and then to realize that it is not something persisting. And also if you have thoughts which you feel as heavy ones, just try to analyze and see what it is. And then the next third and fourth steps actually kind of can see together just to realize that this is only a function of sensors and then there is no person doing it. And sensors means your eye is seeing the things, but it's not me who is seeing. So like that. So I'll cut short because I think I have a signal problem, some technical problem. So finally, I think this you practice it as something. I mean, you can present it and practice it, but then why later on you realize that these things automatically get applied to every little thing that you are doing in day-to-day life, and then you realize that there is no value or the weight that you have been giving to these activities as you are doing or you are hearing, you are seeing things. It becomes an automatic function and you become a non-existing sort of state. Uh, I think I don't know whether you could hear me the last bit. Uh,
Yeah,
Anyway,
we
I think
could.
that briefly ends up what I have to say. Therwan Saranai, Aran Hansen.
Everyone Sanai, Dr. Sakuntala. Um, yeah, so she brought out an important point, the value that's been attributed by the system um, towards things. For an example, now when we talk about how the mind is created as inputs coming from the five senses, we know every thought is created from the visual, the auditory, smell, taste, touch, and the smell, taste, touch. So every thought is made up of the same material basically. But the way the value has been attributed by the system is different. For an example, when I say mother, the mother has the utmost value, or the husband, or my daughter, my son. Out of the scale, they have the utmost value that's been attributed by the system. When we say a gardener or or cleaner or whoever, that thought, even though they're made up of the same material in terms of as far as the thoughts are considered, they're not given that much of value, or the teacup, or the trash can. So every label, every perception, every sound has different kinds of values that's been attributed by the system. So this is what and so if something happens to your mother, the suffering is more. If something happens to your trash can, it doesn't matter that much. So how much this illusion has become real, how real is it how real does it feel to you? This is kind of a spectrum. The mother or the husband or whatever, that has become more real. These labels have become more real, very vivid. Therefore, we have more feelings, more vivid feelings, more ideas, more plans, more burning. If something happens to them, if they tell us something, or complain or whatever. So that means the self perception is more with regard to your husband, your kids, your mother, father, whatever in your life, it may be different, but it's unique to your own situation. The world that is created within your system is unique to you. If there are 7-8 billion people living in this world, 8 billion words. So now when I say these words, whatever you understand from this, whatever the person A understands from this is different to whatever the person B understands from this. Or there are many aspects in which we can point out this factor, that how is it that your world is different to my world. So when we see, if the building blocks of thoughts are this, the visual, auditory, smell, taste, touch, that. So when we see how the mind is created, this value that's been attributed is slowly dissolving. So the mother is real to you. This is a kind of a unique way in which we talk about this aspect about Dhamma. We say the mother has become real to you. We say when when you look around you, let's say your computer catches your eye. That is the stimuli or the focus object, or the object that you're focusing on right now, and that is your world. Even though there's many items in your room or whatever, what you're focusing right now is on the computer. So your world consists of the computer and the self that is seeing the computer. Let's say somebody calls you and tells you your mother is sick, just come to the hospital right away. Now it's the mother and the self to whom the mother belongs to. That is the world right now. So it moves from one stimuli to another throughout the day. And so the value that's been attributed to these stimuli by the system. Stimuli means is the same thing that matures into a thought. That is the same thing that becomes real to you. That's the same thing towards which you have attachment, clinging, aversion, delusion, all that. So if the attachment is more, the perception of self is more. You feel like you're living. There's more pain. There's more happiness compared to somebody who doesn't matter much in your life. Your neighbor or next door neighbor or trash can. So this is like varying, oscillating between pain and pleasure throughout the day, the way in which the world is created. And as we begin to see these truths in its place, in the moment, for what they are, any thought is not more valuable than another thought, because they are made up of the same materials. For an example, if you have a cement factory or concrete factory, that too, for which we input cement, small rocks, water, sand, the output is animals made up of concrete, ducts made up of concrete, posts made up of concrete, toys made up of concrete, whatever. And these things have names. How can one be more valuable than the other when everything is made up of the same stuff, same raw materials? Yet we have different names. We one output from this factory could be an elephant made up of concrete, a horse made up of concrete, a duct that you use in whatever pits or toilets or whatever, the sewage lines or whatever it is. They're made up of the same material, but we have a story about them. Therefore, the value that's been attributed is different. Same goes with the thoughts. So it's a creation that is made up of manifestations of vibration. Even though there are different kinds of manifestations of vibrations, essentially they're made up of vibrations. And how can we say this is more valuable or the other? And when you say vibration, it comes into existence in this moment. There's no prior existing world. In this moment, when you open your eyes, the room is here, the computer is here. When you close your eyes, it's no more. And when you open it back again, the computer is here. But there's a memory. We don't even call it a memory, it's again telepathizing the same thing. Another thought is added to the same perception, updating the information about that perception or the label, saying that when I before I closed my eyes, it was there. Now when I open my eyes again, it is there. Therefore, it is continually existing. So this kind of everything is thought. So the idea of a continuity is an input that's been given by another thought. So is the space. Therefore, we have this continuous world. So that is the bit I wanted to add. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask.
Teruvan Saranai to all of you. I pay my worship at Ramya Mahanse's feet, Harshi and all of you. It's such a profound discussion. So you covered a wide range of aspects, how the mind is created, and actually the conversation between Ramdima and Lalana, that near-death experience or some traumatic situation in our life may be the turning point, and then Dr. Sakuntala's explanation of these 4 points of contemplation, and Harshi, your explanation on this self existence field from the very beginning. Actually, that's the biggest, if we call it as a barrier, using a word, it's the biggest barrier that one has, because it's the toughest part that we have to tackle in our journey towards this realization. And my question is, now, as we know, these sensory faculties bring different inputs or depictions are there. So we know the mechanism that vibrations of similar frequencies with opposite charge, say, this spark can, the depiction happens. So there some power is also generated. But if we do not, so as you rightly explained, we get the feeling that something is there, something exists out there. And but if that inner current which occurs at the zygote and it which gets triggers with that power which is generated through the sparks or the depictions of sensory organs, it does not matter to the person. It still is just something natural that happens without the we should not be shaken with that the mechanism or the functions of the 6 sensory organs. So, now when you say that, okay, we attribute more value to certain objects, certain entities in the world, like mother, so that also happens due to this recurrence or recurrence of that particular perception, and how much it has triggered the inner current, which we call, how do we call it, some that comes from birth to birth. I don't know when I put it like this, whether you can get the message clearly. Do you get what I am trying to say, Harshi?
Yeah, that's sasava nature, or the inclination
Yeah.
towards defilements, or self-vibration,
Yeah.
we can call it.
Yes, that's right.
So the question is,
is it because of this inner vibration that we get caught and we get upset in certain situations, we feel sad when otherwise if this is at zero level? And the other question is, Harshi, with the realizations that happens through listening and practicing this practical path, does this inner power gets diminished? And when somebody experiences non vibrations, does this inner current become zero?
So when um,
Yeah,
yeah,
Sudharma, now,
Yes.
shall I, Harshi? Yeah, I think Harshi and myself can collectively give answer. So this inner current is this as Harshi mentioned. So that is this um, itta sanya, or this you see the soul power. So that is nothing else. That is this everything is real. So there is a one underlying vibration that everything is real. The world is real, the soul is real. So there is a you see strong perception here. So it is not about whether it is a mother or a father, or you see not about the things, but when the things become real, this liveliness, or this if the world is real, so things real, so that's a different form of a actually it is the vibration itself. So that is the formless world otherwise. So this one, so as you said, so this is what is getting telepathized to this zygote. So this is the power. Actually, this one is the one which is getting attacked, you see, with the Dhamma. So because when this power is there, it has all the time capability of forming the next level of power in the system. So this is the sole burden otherwise. So this everything real. So this has to bring down, or this has to break down with the Dhamma. So that's why Dhamma is the one, when you listen Dhamma, so this ignorance of that world is real and the soul is real and the soul is a drushti and this world is a drushti. Every worldly thing is a misconception and there's nothing real here. When that comes, you see, the turnaround is what? That itta sanya, or this existent perception, or this whatever, this word, you can use any word, but that once brings down, that once break, and then the system is really in another program. Because all the time, this system was running with that itta sanya, that is everything is real. So the world is real, the soul real. You see that existence perception. But now your system with the transition of this Dhamma, it will naturally transfer to anitya sanya, in the sense impermanency, nothingness. So nothingness is really not a nothingness is not a thinking. Nothingness is the new program which is running, which starts to run inside you. So nothingness in the sense, don't take it in a in another word like, but naturally one in the Dhamma path will experience it has a less entertainment now in the system, less attachment in the system, and we can now understand various people have various you see experience in the path. So, but anyway, have to be very careful, because Aryan Mahansa pointed out about this Potila Thero and the Kemaka Thero. So these two scenarios are two different bhikkhus who were in two level really here, because this nothingness, the nothingness even can come, you see, maybe the value when you hear the Dhamma, that um, this itta sanya, or this misconception of this liveliness of the things will not drop. Actually, there is no transformation into the impermanency, the nothingness, but the value set diminish maybe with the mind and so on, and then it also carry a feel of nothingness. So it is not the one here. The real one is with the strongly that purification from the ignorance needs to occur, and soul not carry any meaning here. Basically, all the drushtis or all the misconceptions get clear, crystally clear out from the system, and the natural transformation into the nothingness. And after that, it's a new program like running with the Dhamma, it's a transformation. And then it is the vibration. You see, the vibration drops here. So this with the transformation means what? The vibration level drops. In the sense, now in this system, less vibration anyway, because less entertainment, less need, less attachment like. So these are the indications of the vibration effect. And you see, naturally, the system sort of neutralize in the sense it reaching zero power, because power is the one which really felt, um, and why this power is so strong, why everything is feel real, it is because of this itta sanya, or it's because of this underlying use of this is just a one vibration here. So that one underlying vibration is that this existent field. So this perception carry a strong burden. This one is the one which is getting attacked. So I think then after that system will be very neutralized and reaching. So that's why Kemaka Bhikkhu, that is also experiencing nothingness, but that is in the path. So these two scenarios were taken to explain, to identify, and to have their own rafter as to the real transition has to happen through the Dhamma. So with the Dhamma, that breakthrough and that transformation into the nothingness program will happen. So after that, it's automatically liberated. Why? Because after that, it is the new program of nothingness is the one really running, and it is automatically kind of liberated. Yeah, Harshi also can add to that. Terawan Saranai.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි රන්දිමා. So, Dharma, so even though we say internal current, something that we need to see in the angle kind of it's shown is that there's a, for the time being, let's say that there's a vibration that's maturing into a visual, into something that's existing, and the label is automatically appearing in our awareness or the mind, and that's the same thing that's felt like I am seeing this. It's the same maturing kind of process, but by mind the duality is attributed. So the internal current, it's the same internal current that's sort of kind of evolving, extending to kind of feel like it's felt by me, but it's the same thing. This is something that should be seen and felt within you, that this is a self-evident thing. And as you listen to this Dhamma and slowly see the Dhamma in the same angle and the same perspective in which it's shown, you can see it for yourself. It becomes self-evident to you. That's why this is a self-evident Dhamma. Buddha said, come and see for yourself. Ehipassiko. And the system vibration slowly diminishing. It's the same thing to say that the defilements are slowly diminishing. And in one of those points, you have enough insights and the system is relaxed. It will go to, this current will go to zero. That means you will get this non-self experience for yourself, which will give you the assurance, or it will be self-evident to you that there never was a self, there never will be a self, because there never is a self. It's all the works of the system. So it doesn't necessarily mean you become arahant. It's just a momentary realization. Momentarily the vibration goes to zero, because it's like a snapshot of what it is, what the whole thing is, what it means to not have a self. So that is why the practice is for, it's slowly taking you to a lower vibrational state, which slowly in the process gives you insights that are required to get this full understanding momentarily, I think. Yeah. And
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
තෙරුවන්
Yes, Harshi, තෙරුවන් සරණයි Randima. You did a very convincing explanation. I got it clarified. තෙරුවන් සරණයි to both of you and all of you. So,
තෙරුවන් සරණයි, Sudharma. Dr. Ravi, if you have an explanation, today we have some time. If everybody is okay, if you have any questions, yeah, please feel free.
At the moment, I don't have a question. Yes, as I don't know whether Sudharma got the answer for her absolute question. What I think is Sudharma knows these things very well. But I as far as I know, he has been hearing this Dhamma for such a long period. She knows everything, but I think the question would be someone different that Sudharma had. I don't know why. I don't know. I don't know. She knew these things, but
Dr. Ravi,
yeah,
තෙරුවන්
yeah.
සරණයි. Dr. Ravi, in the morning also I asked such a question because I am discussing Dhamma with my sons and they are posing all sorts of questions. So I
Right,
have
right.
to clarify them,
Get the things
Doctor.
clarified.
තෙරුවන්
Yeah,
සරණයි.
yeah.
Yes.
Anyway,
තෙරුවන්
that's good. That's good. Okay.
තෙරුවන්
No,
සරණයි.
Harshi. Yes, I don't have any kind of explanation to give. Yeah. Just carry on. Tirvan Saranai.
Therwan Sanai, Dr. Ravi. I think if there aren't any more questions, we can wrap up. Randima, do you have any comments or anything before we
No,
wrap up?
Harshi. Yeah, we will wrap up. Yeah. Teruvan Saranai, Harshi. Teruvan Saranai,
Therwan
Dr. Ravi, and
Sanai.
Tirvan
everyone.
Saranai, Harshi. Thank you very
Therwan
much.
Sanai, everyone. Thank you for joining. Let's meet again tomorrow and let's pay homage to our enhance at our feet. Therwan Sanai.
Tirvan Saranai and Mans.
Everyone, Saranai. Everyone.
Or Good morning, my dear Dhamma friends. With the deepest reverence, I humbly worship our noble friend Buddothpado and Vansi. And I'd like to extend my uh, sincere mm, blessings to all who are gathered here. Thiruvan Saranai to all of you. As, as, uh, as a practice, we gather here every morning at 7:45 a.m. at Sri Lankan time to discuss openly about the profound teachings of Lord Buddha, which has been preached about 2,500 years back. So why we are discussing? For the sake of understanding the truth. So we knew from our childhood that Lord Buddha had preached the absolute truth, but we didn't know, unfortunately. What we hear as what we heard since our childhood uh, mm, led us to some kind of a question. What was that question? Am I hearing the true Dhamma? Is it the true Dhamma that has been preached by the Lord Buddha? So in certain places we had certain questions, but there were no one to ask. When compared with the other religions, the Buddhism what we heard is more or less equal. Some people were saying that all religions are same. At a glance, we also thought the same. To shape a person, to shape up the person, in order to shape up the person as a good person, all religions, that was the idea that we had in our mind. So whole purpose of the religion is to shaping up the person as a good person into and introduce him or her into this society as a good person. So we thought that is the ultimate intention of every religion. But as Buddhists, we had some kind of a query always in our mind, hidden behind. Is that the only thing that Lord Buddha has preached? Ultimately, after listening to these Buddothpado sermons only, we got to know that the Buddhism is not another kind of religion. It is some kind of a philosophy. It is some kind of a theory which will help us to understand the absolute truth in this world. Not confined only to this world, into the entire universe. So I believe that we are the luckiest people in this world who could hear that truth. This truth has been hidden for 2500 years. Now it has been revealed through these Buddothpado sermons. So that convinces us, that sermons convince us that what Lord Buddha said was not a religion. It is all about the absolute truth. So what is the truth? In a nutshell, what is the truth? And what does that really say? It talks about the self. It talks about you. It talks about me. It talks about the self. In other religions, basically, what I got to know from our childhood, what they say is do good things, stay away from doing bad things. That doing good things will build up your merits. Doing bad things will collect sins for you. So the things that you are doing at this present life will give some kind of a feedback, whether if you have done good things in your life, in this life, so you will gain good outcomes, good feedback in your next life. So likewise, there are certain misbeliefs. So all the religions have been built on some kind of a belief. It's very hard to find a scientific theory behind each religion, what we practice nowadays, but most of the people practice nowadays. That's why in the people who are in the Western countries, who tend to think broadly, going away from those religions, so they become non-religious state. So they don't believe in those religions. But that is good in another way, rather than believing unproven myths. But what they have missed is this absolute truth. So from these kind of discussions, from these kind of forums, what we try to announce this world is just forget everything and come here and have a look. Whether the things what we are discussing in these forums are really convincing for you, you can take it up. Otherwise, just give up. So what we are discussing is not another philosophy or not another belief or not another misconception. Everybody who has an inquisitive mind, so they can understand what we are telling. But the message that that R.N. Maharshi wants to convey to the entire world is this: who you are, what is the purpose of being here, and that would be the ultimate truth to be understood. So irrespective of the religion that you believe, just set aside for a moment and come and have a look, come and listen what we are telling. Whether it's really logical, then you can do your own you can start doing your own investigation on that. Otherwise, if you don't feel like this is true, just do whatever you do. Just stay as you used to live your life. Lead your life. Anyway, yes. So other than these kind of discussions, in our main website, there are plenty of texts available to download in PDF format. So there are, the main website is www.buddothpado-dhamma.com website. So if you go to visit that website, there are books available. So they are free to be downloaded, and please have a look. Please read them attentively. If you do have any questions, you may bring up here and we can openly discuss them. So it will help for all of us to get the things clarified. Well, so other than that, we have another website that is www.wisdomofAsia.com. Wisdom of Asia, you have to type as a one single word, then www.wisdomofasia. So those who are very much interested in the modern day findings, so how these modern day knowledge tallies with the ancient wisdom, so that will explain how it bridges the gap. So I encourage you to visit that website as well. So after that, you can join these kind of discussions so we can talk. So most of the time, our noble friend Buddothpado is joining in this forum, so we can ask him directly whether if we have any doubts on that. So before going into today's discussion, I thought of reminding some important points that we have talked in early sessions as well. So the the path, the way that we usually live in this world is known as, can be named, it is known as Anusota. Anusotagami, that is the Pali word. So we are drifting with the current of ignorance. So as a person who is coming from ordinary world or the mundane world, so we don't know the truth. So for such kind of a person, we can call him uh, uh, a person who has the ignorance. He doesn't know the absolute truth. So such kind of a person is drifting with the current of ignorance. So treating the world as inherently real. So as the person is having the ignorance, as he doesn't know the real truth, because he doesn't know the real truth, he thinks the world is real. The the place where he live in, he believes it's real. So at the same time, he thinks that he is also real. He is really existing. So that is again because he doesn't know the truth here. So the path of awakening is totally different from that. That is the Patisota, swimming against the usual current, seeing what appears as real is not real. And what we call the self is merely an illusion. That is the way of moving against the current. So for that we call Patisoti. So if you are in the ignorance, you are drifting with the current. So that is the Anisotagami person. And once you start to seeing the real truth, then you turn your journey from 180 degrees and moving backwards, eradicating your ignorance. And that is the way that is the Patisotagami way of moving backwards. Actually, it is not a backward direction, but with the ignorance we moved along with the current. But we have to move against the current. So with the wiping off our level of ignorance. So what Lord Buddha actually said, he declared, Vinaya loke avijja domanasanang kaye kayanupassi viharati. Lord Buddha announced the world is, as it truly is, not a fixed, enduring reality, but as impermanent and free of self thing. That is the ultimate truth here. So it's very difficult to understand as we say it as such directly. if you are new to this forum. But the understanding happens in a certain way. It will take certain time period for you to understand what does that really mean. First, you have to listen what Lord Buddha really said as the truth. Then you have to incorporate these understanding or these lessons into your day-to-day life. Then you tend to feel that the world is not real. So even how much you know about this Buddhism or this true truth, it doesn't help, because if you don't feel it, the truth, feel the truth. If you don't feel the truth, it is worthless of understanding this truth. So you have to feel it. The world is not real. The self is not real. The concept I took as real, the concept of me, or concept of I, uh, took it as real, is not true. So that is the understanding that we have to gain up, by participating in these kind of discussions. So after listening to the true Dhamma, then Lord Buddha has announced a clear path to practice. So yesterday also we talked about these things. So how the people who have some kind of understanding do practice this truth in their day-to-day life. So yesterday we talked and we saw how they practice it. There is way. So Buddhism is very clear. First, you have to have the clear understanding. Then you have to practice uh, this apply this understanding to your day-to-day life. So what would be the outcome? Then Satyajnana, Krutajnana, then the Krutajnana. So Lord Buddha clearly explained those three things will happen to you. What is the ultimate goal? Is the stillness, is the complete realization. That is not the enlightenment, as Hindus say. In the enlightenment, there would be self at the end point, who feels everything. But in what Buddha said is not the enlightenment. It is a state where you have a great or true tranquility or true stillness without a self. So that's why this Dhamma is all about an unsolved Dhamma. That's why it is known as an unsolved Dhamma. So after realization, there won't be any self or any living being who perceive that feeling. That is the Krutajnana. So even though we discuss these things openly here, if you don't practice, you won't be able to feel that absolute feeling. get that absolute feeling. So it has to be done by you. There would be no kind of a guarantee that can be given from the Lord Buddha even. If you don't practice and if you don't incorporate that knowledge into your day-to-day life, there is no guarantee of getting the true liberation. So there were certain instances in the past, in Buddha era also, there were certain people who have great knowledge about this truth, but unfortunately they didn't practice it. They didn't incorporate that knowledge into a day-to-day life. So because of that reason, they were failed to pick up the ultimate fruit. It's not a low-hanging fruit actually. You have to put some effort. So how does this effort come? It also has to come from you. So after listening this Dhamma, there are certain the 4 things gets built up within you. What are those 4 things? Chanda. Chanda means first thing that you get some kind of a curiosity to listen this Dhamma. Oh, there's a strange kind of discussion is going on. So I should have a look. There should be some kind of a what do you call this urge that comes within you from within, yeah, to see, to have a look, to get the proper understanding. There should be some kind of a certain interest towards this to listen this Dhamma. That is the Chanda. Then you have to analyze how this concept works. So you have to contemplate at the initial stages, and you have to find out whether these things are correct without any doubt. So that is the second stage, second thing that you have to have. Then you have to have some kind of a courage. So it comes automatically when you listen this Dhamma, when it becomes evident for you. So a courage will come automatically from you to see this Dhamma in analytical lens. So Chandachit Virya, that is the courage you get, and along with that you get some kind of a inquisitive mind. Then you will be able to figure it out, this Dhamma, very clearly. So yes, absolutely, there is no self here. Theoretically, you get to know that there is no self here. So you become very confident on this Dhamma. So then, if anyone comes and tell, no, the way that you are thinking is not correct. So you can argue with him, but it is not arguable Dhamma. it is some Dhamma that should be understood with the, so it depends on the capacity of your, as that this Dhamma is for the intellectuals. So who can argue, who can contemplate, who can have adequate courage. So this Dhamma is for them. So, yes. So I think a lot of friends joined by now. So we can start discussing these things. So Servan Saranai, all of you. Yes, we can start the discussion now. So yes, yesterday we discussed about the practical aspect, how these people practice this Dhamma. So it was great. It was a great discussion. So I think we can start discussing it in this Dhamma in very practical aspect. In a way, yeah. So I invite Randima. So shall we discuss about the practical aspect? So the application of this Dhamma into day-to-day life, how we should start with, how we should begin with. So Lord Buddha has showed us a clear way. So through the Satara Satipatthana. So so how we can apply this knowledge, as we have been listening for this Dhamma for more than two years by now. But if we fail to apply into the day-to-day life, so that will hinder definitely, it will obstruct the progress of our experience. So how do you apply this knowledge into our day-to-day life? So Tervan Saranai.
Yeah. Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi. Thank you so much for your very valuable and interesting explanation. And also, I think Theruvan Saranai Aryan Sir, Theruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends who have gathered here. Yeah. So, as you very correctly pointed out, the most important thing is catching this practical path. So we are doing our homeworks in various ways, depend on the person's nature, depends on his life experience. You see, the way a particular person reach the realization would be different. But one thing we understand, that is this whole process of finding the truth within, that is this RA investigation or this noble message, to what extent that the truth start to reveal within has to happen. So the time factor, actually, I mean, it depends. But when you start to listen Dhamma, and when you start to experience it in your day-to-day life, you become Dhamma-like. So that's a natural transformation. So this natural transformation is the one which is happening. I think everyone is in some form in a natural transformation, in the sense they start to feel some reality of this truth, and they start to feel some less attachment within them. So these things really you see start to evident within themselves. But the problem is, you see, this mind, if he talks about the mind, this mind is the power. The thought means the power. So the thickness of the thought, because this thought is, you see, it was gradually building in up, and this thought is very thick. So sometimes the mind power level in the system would be very high. So then sometimes what will happen, even though the field of the transformation is occurring, this guy might still, you see, try to live in the thoughts. So there is a possibility of happening that, because you see, this mind power is not attacked. That's why the breakthrough of that mind, because that has to happen through the Dhamma itself, because mind power is still strong. Because when the mind power is still strong, you see, even in the Dhamma path, it's a natural thing. Mind power starts to stem. So why this? Then it is the interesting question. Why this mind power? So we understand, as you said, it is not a true. It's a real mirage. It's a real illusion, but start to feel like alive. So then why still, I mean, even why still, if somebody knows this, why still this mind power is very strong, and why still thoughts comes, I mean, thoughts anyway come, but the powerfully it is still in the thoughts. So maybe in the Nibbana path also, like that feel, you see, the feel will not become paramount, and the thoughts will become paramount still. So why it is happening so is a very interesting thing. The thing is, why this huge, you see, thought burden, or this thickness of the thought, or the thickness of the mind power, that is due to this itta sanya. This itta sanya is the heavy part. I think if you have listened to yesterday's Andolanatmaka Deshana, this came out. Actually, Aryan Mahas is telling all this, but understanding this also, sometimes we might not understand it at the beginning, but later on, these things you see start to feel. But see, this itta sanya, so this is the heaviest part, in the sense, this is the burden. This is the strong, you see, every mind
Everyone,
experience.
right? Everyone, yeah.
Sir.
We want to explain, Radhima, this Dhamma, others,
Yeah,
Western audience.
yeah,
So you are explaining, can't understand Western audience
yeah,
because these words, Itta Sanya, you are talking about this English is okay. So who know this Dhamma is okay. But how understanding others?
yeah,
Very difficult now. Very difficult. You are discussing with Dr. Ravi or here someone, it's okay. They can understand. But others, how is understanding? How they understand? You see,
yeah, yeah. So
it's
yeah,
difficult. It's
yeah,
difficult because we won't do this simply. Otherwise, we won't do this. This English. We won't we won't explain others. No. So I tried this Thailand. They can't understand like this.
yes, RM.
Yes, can't understand. They want simply words. So otherwise, they can't understand Sinhala words and the Pali words, especially. They don't know that one. So we won't realize this. What do you think about Doctor? What do you think about Harshi and the Kavindya and Dr. Kokila? Are you there? What do you think about? So are you try this? Are you try this Dhamma explain others, Western guys, you can experience it. It not it can't do this. It can't do like this. It not happening. It not happening because they can't understand these words. So perception is okay. That's existence existence perception is okay. I always try to tell in these English words simply because I have a huge vocabulary. I have little vocabulary, but I won't explain this others because Sinhalese and this our guys know this. They have a problem, but problem is so we won't explain this other audience. So Western audience especially. So this word is very important. That's why Ita Sanya is very worth this word, but it's not. This word is not. This Pali or Sinhala is not. It can't understand. How understand this Pali and Sinhala? They can't understand. Especially, I won't tell this. Are you here, Doctor? Are you here, Harshi? Today? Are you not here?
No, Arana, sir.
Yes. Sometimes Kavind also not here because it's okay. Yeah, but it's very important.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll explain simply.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Thank you,
Continue. Continue. It's okay.
Yeah, so we understand the whole problem here is it is not about any perceptions. You understand perceptions are these trees, suns, moons, father, mother, so whole worldly things. Actually, the problems is not in any of these perceptions. But where the problem? Problem is every moment there is a sense of mind power. You see, there is a sense of attachment. There is a sense of becoming. This becoming is the issue. Why? Then we try to understand why this becoming. Becoming in the sense why all the time the things start to feel as real. Why it is start to feel as real? Because if it is not felt, then there is no problem. So we understand this mind is not true. But the problem is, you see, the mind power starts to feel real now. That is the problem. So then, therefore, that's why even in Dhamma path, you see, we understand this mind is this sight, sound, touch, taste, and you see all the five senses coming together, and it gives some existent feel. So this existent feel is a perception, you see, but that carry a weight. That carry a weight. So there is a strong programming running within somebody. You see, what's that program? Everything is real. The world is real, and also the so-called person is real. So this is the perception. This is this existent feel perception. So this is very important. But you understand this perception not arise at once also. How this perception got stronger is the one you study when you start to analyze the mind formation. So you go to that kindergarten child. So that kindergarten level child, you see, it didn't have world perceptions like that. But slowly, these worldly perceptions were programmed. So for example, red color. So it is sight to the eye sensor level, and also a sound to the ear sensor level. So this is how it was programmed, and it was programmed in a way like it is that outside is the one you are experiencing. That's how it was programmed. So the outside is real, and so-called the inside person who is experienced that is real. So everything was programmed in a such a way. So what happens finally? There were things got accumulated as perceptions, and the perceptions got real in the system naturally. When these perceptions gets real, finally what is the final product? So there is a one vibration here, one ultimate spark here. What is that spark? That is this everything is real, this existent field. Now it is not about the mother or the father or the sun or the moon, but now there is a one underlying, you see, strong, heavy perception, that is this everything is real. Now let's assume for a moment, now you are a elderly person. So now for you guys, what happened? Then and there, the senses will spark, and some perception give rise in your system. That can be the mother perception, or that can be the father's perception. So then what happens? This system doesn't matter whether it is the mother or the father or somebody, as long as some perception there, means now whole world start to become real in the system. So this is the existent perception. This is the existent perception. So if I elaborate this part, you see, in terms of very short kind of relationship form. So what is the reason? Cause. Cause is the speed. And what is the effect? Effect is the vibration. You see, vibration in the eye, vibration in the ear. And then what is the cause? Cause is that vibration in the ear or the you see eye, and these vibrations you see start to, this is happening again and again and again, cause to have some existent feel, alive feel of something, alive feel of the light. So that's a completely different perception. That's why we try to experience. So all the time, this vibration, they are occurring in the present moment, but that is transformed and start to feel, you see, as a completely natural, completely different vibration. So now it is a complete different vibration, that the light is real in the system, sound is real in the system, and see, when that light perception and the sound perception, these sensations also coming together give rise to a completely different vibration. That is, now there is a chair. Chair is a completely different perception. And that process also you see coming again and again, because this process is ongoing. So therefore, due to that speed of the process, speed of the contact process, you see what happens, the chair become real. So that's a completely, now it is not the chair, now it is the everything real, the alive feel, the existent field. So this is the critical, very important factor we try to draw. So now this vibration is a completely different vibration if you go to compare to the original. So, and when the things you see become real, naturally the other side, it is the soul become real. So it is the same thing. So this existent field or the alive field is, if we do not understand, actually not understand is also not suitable, as Aryan has explained, but this truth has to feel and you see that breakthrough has to occur. Like that is this underlying system transformation has to occur. So when that transformation occur, you see now it is different, because all the time everything became real was the previous scenario. But with the Dhamma, what will happen? What is the transformation? In that system, this vibration or this existent field or the so-called alive field become unrealistic. We become not meaningful. So hereafter that, so it is just a system running. It is not that soul perspective that everything is a soul will not occur, because now it is crystal clearly felt that it is not the mind, it is not the body. So there is no body here. So that is that, you see, that shall not end up with the knowledge. So this, you have to become reality in the sense there is no you after that. So this you means what? The I means what? I is another thinking. It is another misconception. So every worldly phenomena is a misconception, and this misconception is the one which is mask the whole process, because at each and every moment you see some process is happening. Some process is happening, but due to this process, a power comes. But why this power is huge, start to become very huge in the system? That is because of that misconception of the existent field, because it is the misconception so-called self is real and the world is real. But with the Dhamma, one understand it. This is the experience. A very not this experience is not meaningful either, and this is not anything related to outside or inside, but this is a moment experience which is not true. So this moment untruth is felt. So after that felt, that system liberate. System liberate in the sense system doesn't carry the so-called the soul burden anymore. So that's why after that naturally, then and there system you see occurrence, the system experience, because the thought naturally comes, but that thought will not carry that soul burden. So that's the peace, that is the inside tranquility. So that is the otherwise samadhi. So whatever the word you can use, but it is a natural liberation. It is not a thinking. But as Dr. Ravi asked, what happens is when someone start to listen to this Dhamma, slowly this you see the transformation start to happen. But if someone's mind power is very high, means thickness of the thought is very high, means what? Still that power level is still high. So due to that, you see, it's a kind of a deviation between the feel and the mind power. Feel and the mind power, like a feel is not winning like in the system. So feel is not consistent in the system. But if you, so you must be clever enough to catch within you or to experience the path also, because there is no point of you see living in the mind. But surely a person can't do, I mean by thinking also you can't do it, but naturally the thought needs to become irrelevant in the system. I think that will happen definitely. Yeah, Dr. Ravi, I think you can add. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Randima. Yes, the person who hear this Dhamma for the first time, or in the second time, he or she might think so we are telling always there is no doer here, but he or she feels that he's there. So he doesn't or she doesn't know the thing, the way of she thinks represents the self. So the what we have to understand is people tend to believe. So from our childhood, we believed the person who is thinking right now is me. So in other words, we believed the mind is me. It belongs to me. The, so does this, so what we have to understand is, does this mind really represent me? No. So what we have to figure it out, mind does not represent the self. Actually, what is happening, so 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 if we say so, but somebody who is new to this forum, he might think, no, this is not like that. I'm the one who thinking, I'm the one who is listening, I'm the one who is dealing with the early perception, and so many thoughts would be there. But he or she doesn't know that thought are separate things, that we can't say that thoughts represent the self. So, but 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 he will say, but I feel that I am thinking. So now we have to explain, how does this happen? So we say the mind is not you, but he still say, no, I feel like I am thinking. I feel like I'm alive. So then we have to explain him or her how this alive feeling comes with that thought. So what we have to understand is the thought. So thought is the building block of your mind. Another word, for the mind, another word is the thought. So how this thought get created? So to understand what the thought is, we have to understand where the thought gets created, from where the thoughts get created. So our five senses are responsible for creating these thoughts. So that's why Lord Buddha said, mind is the world, because the perceptions we create in our own faculties or five senses combine each other, makes forms a contribute to forming a thought. That thought represents your mind. So that thought, as you clearly said, has some kind of a power in it. That power makes you to feel that you are alive. That is the alive feel. The thought is there. In each and every thought, there is some kind of a power, because we know how the thoughts get created due to the vibration, telepathizations, and resonance. So that is the work of, that is the way how your faculties or your senses work, resonance and telepathization. So each vibration has, as you said, some kind of energy within it. So that energy collectively come into one single thought. So it has a certain kind of energy. So that energy can give rise to some kind of a feeling, that feeling is the existent feeling. So everything happens with that feeling of the existence. That feeling is the troublemaker. That feeling is responsible for everything, even for the suffering, even for the happiness, even for the continuation of the samsaric journey. That that feeling of the existence is the cause. So what what Lord Buddha revealed into this world is understanding how these feeling become a real thing for you, how this thought becomes a real thing for you, how your mind becomes a real thing for you. That is very well explained by the Paticcasamuppada Dhamma or the cause and effect Dhamma. So, as Nandima clearly explained, so if the magic is not that one. Magic is when you start understanding how this alive feel gets created, then that is sufficient for you to get away from that alive feeling. That means that helps to dissolve that alive feeling at the same time. So understanding will lead you to get away from or uh, slip away from your this alive feeling. So that will that in the sense what has happened here. So you are liberating from that mind power. So that means you will be able to escape from the mind. So at that point you will feel the mind is something else. I am is the not the response. I am the not, I'm not the one who is responsible for the mind. So mind behaves as a different entity. But we know with the Paticcasamuppada, the mind gets created then and there due to the interplay of these five senses, five faculties. So what we have to understand is the behavior of the functionality of the faculties. So that understanding of the mechanism, the process or the system, how these faculties behave is sufficient for you to liberate from your mind. That in the sense you will feel that your liberation, you will feel your liberation for sure. That means you are getting away from that alive feel, that feeling of that you are existing gradually. It will happen gradually with the understanding. So I think that is the thing that you want to highlight in your explanation. Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, Dr. Ravi, I think yeah, that's a very valid explanation. So we have to understand like this mind power, you see, so there is no place for the mind. So
Exactly.
this is a very unrealistic, you see, things start to feel as alive. So only thing is this power, it is not created by anybody. So this is a process. So even though we discuss about this cause and effect, you see some few minutes before in a series, like we have to understand the whole process occur and ends in the present moment itself. So there is no several vibration also, even though we explain like that, so it is finally a one vibration. So everything is a illusion. Only thing is there is a feel, the feel of real, like a one shot there is a spark happening here. But
Yeah.
all this power carry why this power felt very strong, it is because of the ignorance. So that's the thing. Ignorance is this misconception. Misconception in the sense it is through the entire samsara, and also in the present life programming, there is a strong rooted belief that the so-called soul is real and the world is real. So this externality and the internality and the material concept is strongly rooted. So this ignorance is the one is masking the whole thing. So that's why there is no chance of power reduction in the system, because because if there is no power, in the sense if this is just like a stick and the entire sense system is just like a stick, and so there is no pain, no suffering here, there is no problem. But the problem is this unrealistic mind, you see, that mind power start to feel, and that is the suffering. So if there is nothing is if everything is not real, why it is feel as real? So the reason is due to that ignorance, because that ignorance is powerfully making everything cloudy. Therefore, person is blind by this cloudiness and not seeing the truth, and the system is not transformed. So the system is still in that ignorance. So this Dhamma really helps to unmask these misconceptions. So these drushtis, these misconceptions. So when the misconceptions become irrelevant, when this ignorance is cleared, crystal cleared in the system, then that system now running in a new program line. It was not the original program. So now it is a different program. So that's why whenever any of the different experiences come, now the inside program running is different. So this is what needs to have happened. So system liberate from the system itself. So I think, yeah, Dr. Ravi.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So if you want to start this investigation, so from where you can start this investigation? To start, yes, it's absolutely, you can start with investigating your own senses. So there are principally there are 5 senses. So you can start analyzing how the vision takes place. So am I really seeing the real world? So there is a kind of so-called vision actually. So what you call by vision? So is the light or is the object that you are seeing? So how this vision takes place within your eye faculty, then you can apply that to other faculties as well. So starting point that is a good point to start. So then when you start understanding one by one, then you will understand the thought.
Yeah, Dr. Ravi, that's very correct, because one has to start by investigating one sense at a time. Because
Exactly.
now all these senses collectively come and form the illusion. But when you start to study one sense at a time, you realize, my goodness, now I am walking, but my feet doesn't know whether it is sand or something else like so. That when you take one sense at a time, you understand the world created in the sensor itself in the present moment, and that is nothing to do with the outside, and that sensor experience is just a spark, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. Yes, so I can see Miss Lalana is also with us. She must have a lot of experience, and she must have conducted this experience for a long time. I think she knows more than us. So can you explain a little bit further?
තෙරුවන්
There was
සරණයි ඩොක්ටර්. තෙරුවන් සරණයි රන්වහන්ස. තෙරුවන් සරණයි රන්දිමේ all the Dhamma friends, doctor. It's a very interesting discussion. I'm listening now. Doctor, that means the itta sanya means, doctor, existing field. So existing field, the reason why it is still with us, because we don't know the exact truth of the cause and effect Dhamma. That is the reason why still we are having the existing field, doctor. So once we understand little by little the cause and effect Dhamma, in English 5 aggregates, skandha vigraha, that means make us a thought or aramuna. So that is the summary of this Dhamma. The cause and effect, we haven't heard it before, doctor. That is why still we have the illusion the world is with us. The existing field also with us. Whatever happens, doctor, still we couldn't get rid of the existing field. Why? We haven't realized the wisdom has not polished yet, doctor, because of the cause and effect Dhamma. But doctor, when we listening this Dhamma over and over again in different angle, doctor, our existing field also try to existing field also diminishing. Why? To a certain level, doctor, when you are not attached to this world, that means loka sanya, right, doctor? Loka sanya, when you are away from this
Worldly perceptions.
Hello, can you hear me, doctor? Hello, can you hear me, doctor?
Yeah, we can
yes,
hear you,
we can hear.
Lalana.
We can hear.
So,
Yes.
doctor, so that means we, to a certain kind of liberation, once you experience, but no one is experiencing, doctor. Once you realize it and once you feel it, one day you can see your existing field is also diminishing little by little. But it not happens very fast. According to your wisdom that appears to you, the wisdom level increase day by day. The existing field also diminishing, doctor. So it may takes time because your understanding level is differ with other one. We should not compare with others. She's having this kind of knowledge. No, we don't need to get according to your understanding the existing field, the pattern of the existing field, why it is still with us. Why? Because of the actually it's totally depends on the cause and effect Dhamma. So earlier we thought the cause and effect Dhamma in different stages, but Aranvas is clearly explained it's in one thought. It's in one thought. So once you understand this to a certain level, doctor, the existing field also diminishing day by day. That's what I want to highlight, doctor. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Thiruvan Saranai, Mrs. Lalana. Yeah, thank you very much for that great explanation. So, you highlighted the point where the wisdom comes into become prominent. So, the wisdom is kind of a feel that you will experience the non-soul. So it comes gradually, but once you start seeing the truth, that means that how much you get to know that you are living in such an illusionary world, the attachment that had been there to that illusionary world gets diminished little by little. So that means the craving that you had earlier towards that worldly perceptions become reduced. So that in turn, that feeling will keep you away from the cravenness or the entertaining. So that will lead to diminish your defilements. At the same time, what will happen? Your wisdom, the feeling of non-self, will gradually start become prominent. So that is self-evident. That can be clearly felt because you know how much a craving you had earlier. But now for the world perceptions, you don't get that kind of a craving or the clinging. So that's why this Dhamma is self-evident. So you know that the attachments you had previously, now they are very low. For that we call diminishment of defilements. At the same time, as Lalana said, what will happen? The wisdom comes. The feeling of non-existence become prominent. So that is self. That gives another signal that your alive field is dissolving. So what would be the ultimate result? You deal with the world as usual, but you don't feel like you are living. Now you can live.
I think Dr. Ravi is something.
Mhm.
Is somebody is hearing this Dhamma discourses that you try to explain. I think it's misunderstanding coming because you are okay. You try to explain, but hearing this Dhamma, the truth hearing. So Mr. No, non-soul is okay, but I think it's something. I won't pay. So entertain is not here, but entertain is here. So this, what I say, entertain is gone. It's okay. Little bit is afraid, is a discipline.
Yeah.
But entertain is here. Another one is a non-existent. Non-existent exists will feel also entertained. If nobody is here, it's okay. But feel is tranquility.
Mm-hmm.
The meaning is you are in very calm and cool. Yes. Nobody is here, it's okay. System is working, is okay. System is automatically happening. System is working. So normally you can see, normally you can hear, normally everything is happening. But no any suffering or any sadness. Because it's your mind is given this sadness and suffering, you're thinking. But this thought, the normally Mandarin guys, the thoughts have value. But value is gone, thought is normally is here. The meaning is not inside pain. No. No, not inside pain or not inside,
Yeah.
not anything happen. It's okay. Normally, everything is happening. But you're inside not any, any problem because no problem here. Because everything is thoughts. Thought is not real. So, but normally everything is happening. Thoughts also here. But no value. Because this not a real world. It's simulation world. It's like a program. It's sound and film together coming. That thoughts are like that. Sound is not real. Otherwise, what you looking is what you see is not real. It's your eye creation and your ear creation. Not anything, not real. So, but the system is working. No,
Yes.
everything is normally happening, but no any problem anywhere. So someone is it's okay, no problem. Like this, no? But I want to say, entertain is disappearing because your sensor. Normally, your senses are working. Your tongue is, it's taste. It's okay. Your tongue is taste is signal is coming. It's okay. No problem for that. So what you are seeing is very beautiful. Yeah, Buddha also told this. Yeah, it's very beautiful. Yeah, this forest is very, very beautiful, but not entertaining. But it's beautiful. What is the meaning? It's entertaining. Is doing somebody, but nobody is here. It's internal transformation is very important. It's happening little bit. So that's I think is ego is disappearing, same thing. So defilements also disappearing, it's the same thing. Well, I feel otherwise. It's fading. So same, these are soul and defilements and this ego, everything is same. So words are different, but it's an experience only one. No, there's a what's the final is tranquility. No, tranquility is the final effort. It's cool mind, calm and cool, because it's like a nature. Tree also, you also same. Only the nature part. No one here, nobody here, no being, no living being, nothing existing. Misato Nijiyo Sunyo is the universe. No being, no living being, nothing existing. Everything is in nature. So our physical body wants power. This sense of creating, the senses creating, the power is limited. So we want to understand this. This is only the nature. Yes. There's a power is the ego otherwise. But you are thinking it's a thinking power. Thinking power is you don't know what happened here. You are thinking everything. Power is generating. But you understood this. But how is power is coming? Existence field is given you. How is existence field is coming? This sense of creation given you to existence field. But your existence, you understood this Dharma. You know, nothing here, anything here permanent. Everything is constructing this sense of creations. It's not real. It's a mirage. That is a perception is mirage. That's our consciousness is consciousness word is we are using is existence, but its perception is coming the consciousness. Perception no power, but consciousness is same perception, right? Like power is coming again and again happening. This is speed. Spark, rapid speed. Is your eye creation. What is eye consciousness? Light existence. Sound existence is ear consciousness. Smell consciousness and the taste consciousness and then your skin, body consciousness. And these five consciousness together kind of. That's the mind consciousness. That's chair, table, mother, father, everything is a word. It's your mind. It's thought, thinking power. If someone understood this Dharma is no light, no sound or anything, it's vibrations. So waves is systematically happening in this sense of consciousness. No problem anymore. So what you talking about, words have the power. Otherwise your action also nobody's doing. System is working. So mind sense also, thoughts also coming, thinking is all, everything is system working. You are not doing it. You only the thought. I, me, mine is a thought. A death or birth or everything thoughts. So these thoughts are not real. So it's everything. So that's the final. You are not here anywhere. So only the power is. So you understand this. So no problem anywhere. What do you think about that, right?
Yes, Aranvasa. That is very true. So only thing, Aranvasa, so we are finding difficulties in practicing these things. So how do you incorporating that understanding to our day-to-day world is the challenging part, I think, Aranvasa. So yeah, we know the faculties are the main culprit. We know that, but but for the knowledge we know there is no doer here. That is true, but in day-to-day life,
Yeah. It's okay because practice, experience very important. Yeah, it's not a believing in terms of class. It's not a knowledge. You can experience. No, first you will know is first it's a knowledge is coming, but it's not believing. It's not trust. So, but you can experience. So it's very important. Yeah, it's correct. Yeah, doctor. Experience is very important. Yeah. Because it's a self. Your side is a self identify. No, it's no everybody's there. Yeah, it's okay. It's nice. Yeah, it's okay. That's a pratipada. No, we are talking about. Buddha's word is it's very important. Yeah, that's it's not a pray. It's not a belief. It's not trust. It's a pratipada. It's an experience. Kind of, no? You are not believing. You know finally. No, it's an experience. That's all.
Yeah.
Certain. Yeah. It's correct. Yeah. Doctor, today I think his time is gone. What do you think about others? What do you think about others? Yeah, Doctor, you continue. It's okay. My side is mute. It's okay, Doctor. Everybody
Yes, Dr. Sakuntala, do you have anything to add? Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, I think you all have discussed all the deeper facts. I just wanted to add something that now a person who is newly joining this discussion, so newly listening, might sort of hear these difficult things. I mean, difficult, completely different from what they have been listening in the traditional Dhamma Deshana. So they might think, what is this, all vibrations and sensor functions, there is no real world. So they might get a bit anxious and wondering. But I think simply what we have to say is that there is no way, there is no change in the way that you are interacting with the world, and there is no change at all with what you are seeing, hearing, and feeling.
Yeah.
You are the same normal person who is living in the same environment, the family setup, and you will be working in the normal way. Only thing is that that story about the magician, I think because a person who knows the tactics of this magician can still sit in front and then enjoy the magic, whereas a
Yeah.
person who doesn't have any idea about the magic, or a child, will be completely taken away by the performances that is done by the magician. So that is the only difference. So just I wanted to say is that not to worry about these complicated explanations, because you need to know the alphabet to be fluent in a language. So that is what you all have been doing all this time, because you are trying to teach a new language by teaching the alphabet. But once you become fluent in the language, you don't need to sort of go and dig and find out what letter is this and how is it pronounced and all.
Yeah.
Just I wanted to add that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Teruvan Saranai to all Dhamma friends. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Wahanse Pada Namaskara Veva.
Thiruvan Saranai. Yes, as you said, actually we are using the same language to explain a different thing. Uh, uh, it's not merely a different thing actually. The way you have seen the world has to be has to change for a little. So there should be another angle. There is, so what we are showing is we are trying to show you another angle of seeing the world. So that were from that if you look from that angle only, you will be able to realize what actually what Buddha said. So that will lead you to achieve some kind of an understanding from a different perspective. So that perspective, that understanding will lead you to liberate from these early perceptions. That means, as you clearly said, Dr. Sakuntala, so we are watching the same, the display, the same magic. Yeah, so we are watching the same magic. So we are enjoying it. Yes, actually we can enjoy as a similar person next to you, same person as the person next to you who is coming from the mundane world. But the impact that will give will be different. So the actual feeling, what you perceive by watching this magic will be different. So that is the only change that will happen with the understanding. So I think there are a lot of other friends here also. So
Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, the great sage of our time. May Aryan Wahanse live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of the planet Earth to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. I am presenting now the true Buddhist philosophy Lord Buddha revealed 2600 years ago and again fully awakened by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, showing a clear and steady path to overcome the sansaric journey created in the human mind and to feel the super awakening to the moment. This is the continuation of self-translated Darshana Samapatya, True Buddhist Philosophy, 11th sermon, preached by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse 5 years ago. Teruvan Saranai. For so many months, a long period of time, I am explaining this True Buddhist philosophy, which Aryan Vahanse is open to the world, revealed to the world based on Lord Buddha's true teachings. So now we are reaching the final part of it. So now I am continuing the 11th sermon of True Buddhist philosophy, which is fully explaining the human mind, how the human mind is creating, and about the perceptions, about the names and forms, about the thoughts, and how the thoughts are creating, and the world created inside the human mind. Also, they are showing there is no body living in this human body. The me, my mind is just a thought. Everything is happening due to vibrations in this cosmos. This cosmos is a full, that means energy, full of energy vibrations in this cosmos, and we are also a kind of a energy, speck of energy. So accordingly, now I am continuing. Whatever we talk, there is a redeeming from thoughts. Actually, if we want to redeem from the sansaric journey, that means a suffering or wheel of suffering, we have to redeem from thoughts. Whatever we talk that is not useful, the only thing is to redeem from the thoughts, because this sansaric journey, the cycle of rebirth and death is occurring in the mind due to the thoughts. Therefore, we will have to redeem from the thoughts. This is something like you are going against you in the practical path. Yes. Now you thought, up to now, you may have thought that this mind is me. No, it's not so. After listening to this Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse's True Buddhist philosophy, then you may understand, you may know by now that there is no me, my mind, there is no soul in this body. Therefore, now we are trying to go against ourselves in this practical path. If you see this through you, you may feel it. Try and see. Now you know the truth. You are no more willing to be deceived, to get fooled, or to be misled, or to be tricked by the mind, because your sansaric journey is creating due to the mind is fooling you. You are deceived by the mind. So now you are not now you are no more willing to get fooled by the mind or get tricked by the mind. Now you can understand the thoughts created in the mind are not in outside. Yes, now we know all the thoughts are creating inside our mind. Therefore, to go out and thinking that the outside things are true is not correct. Your wisdom will not like it anymore. Now you have the wisdom of truth arisen due to listening of this true Buddhist philosophy. Then your wisdom will not like to go out and thinking the things are true. By showing the truth to the mind and make mind live in this moment without jumping out of this moment. If you are aware of your mind, you know all the time this uh, all of your thoughts. That means your mind is jumping here and there. While you are thinking about a cat, it has gone to a tiger without your knowing, like that. All the time, the mind is running around. So you must show the truth to the mind and make the mind to live in this moment without jumping out of this moment. Though we say the mind to live in this moment with the silence, living in this moment means you have to live with the silence. This at this moment there is nothing, just silence is there. So at once your mind will not like it. Though we say the mind live in the though we say the mind to live in this moment with the silence, mind will not agreeable to it. Mind is not accustomed to do it. Yes, mind is not accustomed to be in this moment. That is why it's running here and there, thinking about the past thing. Most of the time, the mind is in the past. Therefore, we have to practice our mind. When we show the truth to the mind, and when the mind sees the truth, then only the mind is redeeming from that. Yes. If you go to analyze, examine, break down the jumping thoughts, that means you should not analyze the jumping thoughts. You should not examine or you should not break down the analyze the jumping thoughts. If you do so, you are making chains of thoughts, flows of thoughts, a stream of thoughts. If so, you are crawling and creeping into those thoughts. So you don't need to run around with the jumping thoughts. That you have to remember. If you go to crawl into thoughts, how can you redeem from them? Yes, there is no way if you are going to crawl into them. You can't redeem from those thoughts. You will have to see mindfully at the mind. Observe with awareness. See clearly with mindfulness to perceive consciously. Like you are looking from outside, observe the mind, right? Like an eagle in the sky and looking at observing the earth. Like that you will have to observe the mind from outside. You should do the observation only, monitoring only, examining only. Looking about good and bad, right and wrong. not crawling into the thoughts. You should see the truth. Then only you can redeem from this illusion. You should see and understand each and every thoughts are illusions. According to your nature, slowly, slowly, your mind will be silent. You will feel that your mind is becoming silent. When you are showing the truth to the mind, your mind will slowly, slowly become silent. When your mind is awakening, it will be silent. Keep your attention, awareness, focus, mindfulness into it. Convince your mind into it. Gain agreement of the mind into it. Then you will understand your mind is willing to stay in the moment, in this moment, slowly. That silent stillness, quiet calmness, silent tranquility, peaceful stillness is the present moment. Without any concept or idea or notions, without mental formations, direct the mind, focus the mind, pay attention, concentrate the mind to the sound you hear. Get used to see things without concept, without prior views. Practice. Become accustomed to train yourself to see things without ideas and without mental formations. It will be wonderful that seeing is only a seeing. Then what will happen? Then your seeing is only a seeing. In that seeing, there are no concepts, ideas or thoughts. You will meet a seeing without thoughts. You are just looked at it only. There is nothing in it. You are silent and still, quiet and calm. You will feel an emptiness in each and everything. When you are looking in this way, you can feel an emptiness in each and everything. Pay attention, focus to that space. In each and every loud noise, uproar, glamour, you will feel that emptiness. In each good or bad smell and each and every feel, you will feel that emptiness. Though everything is there, but you will feel the emptiness. Where that feel is not feeling. That means bad smell will not be a bad smell for you. Good smell will not be a good smell for you. Touch will not be a touch. There will be no value for whatever you feel. Looking at each and every form or shape with the blank seeing in each and every touch, it is there. The blank seeing, the blank feeling is there. But it cannot be explained. There are no words to explain it. Cannot understand to say that also. What is this blank seeing? Bad smell is not a bad smell. Good smell is not a good smell. Touch is not a touch. No value is given by the mind to whatever you feel. See the point of mind redeeming from the mind. Yes, this is the point that mind is redeeming from the mind. In this, you are awakening to the moment. The seeker, the person who has awakened to the mind, will feel or touch the Nibbana. Each and every touch, he will see the truth. When you are awakening to the moment, you will feel something, some different experience at the beginning that cannot do by thinking, like the feel of salt, taste of salt. How can you say so if you are not tasted salt? How can you feel about it? This is also like that. This is also like that. In the silence, without concepts, nature of emptiness, there is a radiant light, radiant mind. Beyond the thoughts, recognize the radiant mind at this point. Awaken to the mind means awakening to the radiant mind. When this radiant mind is occurred, you have only this moment. You don't have past or future. Thoughts may come, but you have only the present, this moment. Person who is awakened to the moment, everything for him is present moment only. There is no time in it. Time is only a illusion of the mind. Only a thought. Past and future are only thoughts. Past, future, present, and birth are only thoughts. The dreams of circle of rebirth and death is only a thought. Awaken to the moment, redeem from thought. Yes, you have to awaken to the moment from redeeming from thoughts. You will meet the Buddha nature there. You will meet the radiant mind here. To see the Buddha nature, you will have to redeem from the mind. If you are in the thoughts, you cannot see the truth. To see the true nature of the mind, you must redeem from the thoughts. Yes. Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse is very clearly explaining how, how, how a person should redeem from his mind. First of all, you will have to listen to this true Buddhist philosophy of Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, or else read a book written about this true Buddhist philosophy. Then you are having the knowledge of what is happening inside you and outside you. Then only you are understanding there is no you also in this body, because this human body is a six sense system and it belongs to the nature, mother nature, and this is like a machine. And in this human machine, from the early childhood, a little baby, when he came to this world, people around him, parents and teachers and everybody, feeding him with different kinds of ideas. That means different kinds of names and forms. So slowly, slowly, when this boy is big boy or a girl, the baby is growing, the boy is slowly understanding everything according to the five sensor system. The things coming through the five sensor system. So he will first recognize his mother, right? He first recognize his mother, the smell of the mother, the taste of the milk coming through mother. Then he realizes the form of the mother and the sound of the mother. All these are vibrations. So when the baby is born into this world, he has only a radiant mind, but there is a sticking nature there. So because of that sticking nature, the baby is catching things through his six senses. So through his five senses. Then slowly, slowly his sixth sensor is becoming, that means creating. A mind is creating inside the baby because he is getting things, getting ideas and facts. So names and forms are given to the baby by the parents. So all the perceptions in this world, slowly, slowly, the babies knowing these perceptions as names and forms. So mother and father first showing names and forms, tastes and everything. So when the baby is going into the preschool teacher is showing forms and giving names. So names and forms are together creating thoughts inside the baby. So the small children are given a database from the beginning. A database is growing in the human being from the early childhood. So according to that data system, database, they are looking at the world. They are understanding the world, but with thousands of wrong views, because the people around the baby even don't know how this mind is creating and how the world is creating inside the mind. They do not know about it because nobody is telling the baby the truth, because they are also not knowing the truth. So after 1,000 odd years, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our era, our time, is showing the true nature of the creation of thoughts and minds, and the creation of world is happening inside the mind. So each and every human being in this planet should listen to this wonderful true Dhamma, wonderful truth about the humanity, which is now explaining in English and Tamil languages. In English language, it is given through Buddothpado PeoTV Zoom and YouTube channel, through YouTube channel, about this true Buddhist philosophy and the correct way to go beyond the sansaric journey and redeeming from the suffering, wheel of suffering. And through this www.wisdomofasia, also a English website, people who can read and listen and understand what is the true nature of humanity. And also in Tamil language, there is Buddothpado Tamil YouTube channel, Facebook channel, and uh, Zoom discussions also going on. So everybody living in this planet Earth can listen to them. In Sinhala language, there are so many, more than 12,000 sermons, and in the YouTube channel. So first of all, you should listen to the true Buddhist philosophy, because that is the foundation of the true teachings of Lord Buddha, revealed by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse after a very long time. Without this true Buddhist philosophy, nobody in this world can redeeming from this suffering of birth, suffering of living, suffering of diseases, suffering of illnesses, the suffering of uh, sad. That means so many depressions, anxiety, so many things have. Nowadays, people have so many mental illnesses as well as bodily illnesses. So, without listening to this true Buddhist philosophy, nobody will be able to overcome this. So now we are clearly know, because of Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, now we are clearly know that this our world is creating inside our mind. Though there are 800 billion people living on this earth, each and every human being has a separate world created inside them, inside their mind. So nobody knows, nobody knew up to now, up to Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse's great revelation. Nobody knows how this sansaric journey is creating. Even the Buddhist uh, clergy, even the Buddhist uh, educated Buddhist uh, people in this on this earth, they do not know, because it was covered. The true Buddhist philosophy was covered, and without finding out the true Buddha message, they are now doing this yoga meditations. So yoga meditations, or Veda meditations, or any other kind of meditations, one-pointed meditations, will not give them the redeeming from the sansaric journey. So we have to first understand at the point, which point is this sansaric journey is becoming, creating. So in this body is just a six sense system. According to Lord Buddha has shown us dividing this body into 32 parts. So in any of that part, there is no me, my mind, and there is no mind is also not there. So I am not the body, and I am not the mind also, because thoughts are flowing like Niagara Falls. Nobody is able to stop the thoughts because of the power of the thoughts, because of the speed of the thoughts. Some people are unable to sleep. They are having anxiety, depression, because the heaviness of the thoughts, because thoughts are made out of aggregates. All are, these thoughts are having power, some kind of power, like electric power. There are some kind of power in them. Perceptions have power, names and forms have power, then the thoughts are having power, and the consciousness is having more power. That power is pressing this human body and mind. So all the time depressed, stressed with this lifestyles. Each and everybody is running around with so many fantastic, electrical gadgets, but those gadgets they can't give you the calmness of your mind. The lightness of the mind is went away, gone away. Because of that, all the time, human mind is heavy with heaps of thoughts, and due to that, most of the human beings from the childhood, small children are also having so many thoughts. So they are very much tired. The bodies are tired and becoming ill. Most of them are mentally ill. Most of them are bodily ill. We can see the people running around from the morning to night on the main roads, who are, most of them are running in a rat race, and most of them are mentally ill. They do not know the actual nature of the human beings, and always there is a big race, not only race, competition, competing over others. So that will also give them a very bad situation, very bad mind situation. So though they are running around to places and worship and pray, what is the use? There's nobody there. Whatever way they pray, there is no relieving. Only a little moment until they pray. There will be a small relief. After that, again it's like that. So the mind, one-pointed meditation is also like that, because it is also a kind of addiction. They are in the pose, meditation pose, and just closing the eyes and just wondering if they are able to get the samadhi. That means they are pressing one thought and they are trying to feel the non-thought space, but that is not easy, and there is no such thing they can achieve. When they are uh, when they are stopping that one-pointed meditation, and when they get up, that everything has gone, and again they are in the suffering, the fire of thoughts, the suffering of thoughts. Thoughts are burning. They are always burning with the thoughts and the competition, because they are running around the illusion. The world is creating inside them, and they put them into the outside, and then they are trying to control the outside. How can they do so? Then they are getting depressed. Very sad to say, nowadays young people are also very much depressed. Don't know why, because so many people are addicted to drugs and different kinds of alcohol. to overcome their mind's depression, but it is not giving them help. It is not giving them any kind of help. That will give them a more kind of suffering. If the people are using drugs, that means the end of them. That means they are going direct to the death before the death coming to them. So illnesses creating in the body and the mind, depression, anxiety, suppressed with thoughts. What is the end? This is the only way. This is the only way we are showing, according to Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse's true Buddhist philosophy and all his teachings, to go out of this ring of rebirth and death. The only way is, the only spiritual master in this world now is Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, having a knowledge, having a wisdom far beyond everybody in this human world. I can directly say that there is nobody in this world is having a equal wisdom according to Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. So at this moment, each and every human being in this world must bow down to Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, because Aryan Wahanse is showing the only way to go out from this dangerous sansaric journey. So that means after going through this true Buddhist philosophy, a seeker or a person who is becoming a point that he can look around everything without seeing the good or bad in it, or right or wrong in it. And thoughts may appear and disappear, but not going to grab into those thoughts. So after listening to this true Buddhist philosophy, each and every human being will be able to overcome their burning of mind for a certain level. If they want to go beyond, then they will have to practice the second part of this true Dhamma. Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse's path to Nibbana, that is practical experience. Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse is telling each and every human being to first listen to this true Buddhist philosophy and then come to the second practical side, that is Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse is showing us four contemplations to understand the rest of the path. That means first contemplation is while doing the walking meditation. First contemplation is remembering about there is nothing outside. Everything is creating inside the mind, because this human body there are 6 sensor systems. Through these 5 senses and the 6 sensor, mind sensor, thoughts are appearing according to the sounds here, hearing sounds and seeing forms and the feeling sensations. So first contemplation, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse is showing us to remember there is nothing outside. Everything what we see, everything what we hear, and everything what we feel is a projection of our mind. So remembering that and doing the walking meditation to a certain time period. Then the second contemplation, that is remembering that there is nothing inside the mind also, because every objective thought occurring at this moment is appearing and disappearing. What we hear is also hearing and vanishing. What we see also seeing and vanishing. So what we feel also like that, appearing and disappearing. So therefore there is nothing inside the mind also. That is the second contemplation. Remembering that the seeker is, you can do the walking meditation. When you are doing the first contemplation, that is, there's nothing outside. When you understand there's nothing outside, that means you are redeeming from the form, shape. When you are understanding there's nothing inside the mind also, because you can just think and understand that all the thoughts are coming and letting, that means coming and going, appearing and disappearing. That means there is nothing in the mind. There, at that point, when you understand that, you are redeeming from the mind as well. In the third contemplation, in that contemplation, while doing the walking meditation, you will have to remind yourself that this body is only a six sense system. This body is only a six sense system. Then remembering that you are walking. All these six sense systems are working according to the action mind, not thinking and doing. This six sense system, this body is working, activating according to the action mind. Remembering that, the third contemplation, and everybody can do the walking meditation for a certain time period. After that, the final contemplation, right? That is while you are doing the walking meditation, you are remembering that at the beginning, you are remembering that no body is in this body, no body, no soul, no body, no me, no my mind is attached to this body. So remembering that you are walking, you are doing the walking meditation, then you will slowly came to know this body is walking, but nobody is there. That means you are completely went beyond the self. That is the ultimate bliss of Nibbana. So see how wonderful Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is. Aryan Vahanse is showing a very short but very practical path, and a very simple path to, very simple Dhamma and practical path to overcome this sansaric journey. Then while after practicing this for a certain time period and listening to this true Buddhist philosophy, then your wisdom of truth will appear, and also you will redeem from your mind completely, and you will redeem from your body and mind both. Then you are the nature. You will become the nature. There is no separation. You means everybody. So you can feel others very well. You will be able to give the loving kindness to others very much. So there's no me to satisfy. Then you are always thinking about others and helping them to overcome their suffering of mind. This mind is not an easy thing. There's no such thing as mind, but the vibrations are appearing and disappearing. Therefore, what is happening at the deathbed? Also, there is a vibration happening according to your thinking patterns. So, if there is no Dhamma, your thinking patterns will synchronize to somewhere in the lower realms. That is the most dangerous things happening. So, therefore, we as human beings try to understand this true Buddhist philosophy and to practice these four great contemplations given by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, the great sage of our time from Sri Lanka, and to understand the way of going out of this samsaric journey. Also, you can apply for meditations to Buddothpado Meditation Center through the internet, through the web, and you can apply and come to a certain period of time, and you can spend in the meditation center and learn more about this from Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, and you will be able to live a fantastic life with your day-to-day life without any kind of suffering. You can lead a good life. You will be able to work heavily but without depression. You will be able to live with your family in a without any kind of arguments. You will be always nice to others, and there won't be any kind of trouble to you because you are now free from your suffering mind. Therefore, as human beings, this is the greatest help we can give to the mankind to overcome the suffering. Therefore, we have to bow down to our Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, our great teacher, for showing us this path to overcome the samsaric journey and to tell others to overcome this samsaric journey. For the moment, I am going to conclude this session. And also, I have concluded the True Buddhist Philosophy 11 sermons done by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. Teruvan Saranai, I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, the greatest ever spiritual master in our time. May Aryan Wahanse live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of this planet Earth to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado, Ariani, Buddothpado, Ariani. Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dhamma's flame, the guiding light. You reawaken Buddha's way, the sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado, Ariani, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step, you lead us on until the night, the fear is gone. Buddothpado, Ariani, Buddothpado, Ariani. Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Ariani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpado, Ariani, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpado, Ariani, Buddothpado, Ariani, Buddothpado, Ariani, Buddothpado, Ariani. spring of love, radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of Asia, shining glow, Buddothpado.
Liberation from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath,
Wisdom of Asia, ever glow, Buddothpado. Dispelling darkness, breaking night,
dispelling ignorance with light,
dispelling suffering as we rise, compassion,
opening all eyes.
wisdom of Asia, steady flow, Buddothpado.
Truth of life and truth of mind,
Truth no time can leave behind,
truth of birth and death made clear,
the path of peace is always near, wisdom of Asia, ever we go,
I was trying to be someone who could finally feel okay. Working hard to hold it together, just to get through every day.
May Triple Gem bless you all. We'll start the Zoom discussion today. I think today also there's not much friends today, but we can continue the discussion. Theruwan Saranai, Champa.
Theruwan Saranai, Doctor. I'm also thinking there is nobody is coming. Like I don't know what to do.
Yeah, I think Suranga must be sick or something because she hasn't put a note yet. Everyone is abroad. So,
Okay, Doctor, it's okay. I am here, Doctor.
yes. Did you listen to Aranwanse's Dhamma yesterday by any chance?
No, I couldn't do anything yesterday.
Okay. What about today?
Today also, I have finished that sermon, and this translation because somebody came in the morning. Some visitors came and I couldn't do anything, doctor. Anyhow,
Yeah.
I have completed this True Buddhist philosophy thing. I have completed today.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to. There are so many, as you said, there are so many old sermons in the Buddothpado main YouTube channel also.
Yes.
So I thought of translating them. If there are problems, I can ask doctor also. No, so I will start doing those things from tomorrow. I thought.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's good. And
Doctor,
anything new?
did you listen to that sermons of Aryan Vanse?
I did.
Yes.
I can't specifically remember any specific point, but I think he's still going on around the Atma Sanya and the this fear of death. And today morning was a bit more basic again. Not much deep stuff, but it was good as well. Can't specifically remember anything.
It's the yes, that is the actually this Atma Sanya thing is the dangerous part. You know, doctor, last evening when I was doing my translation, describing the translation, again I heard that frog sound right near my window. So
yeah, okay.
At that time, I thought that because of my that fear of death, only this fear is coming now. Thinking about that when I hear that sound, frog sound, near my window, I'm sitting close to the window. That means that is giving some kind of fear. No, that fear is coming based on the fear of death. No, doctor.
No, it comes as a habit also after. I mean, this is the thing. The self-perception also comes as a habit. Even if you know that there is no self, it will still come as a habit. Once you actually, the power of mind should be zero for you to actually become the non-vibration.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the thing.
So that day Aryan Vanse told to remember that if there is a kind of a fear if comes at that moment, frankly think that I am still
Living.
fear of death. Yes, I am still having the fear of death.
Yeah.
Right? Then there is another one is also happening to me for a long time, doctor. I sleep alone. So when I sleep, I am sleeping alone in a room upstairs. Husband is in downstairs. So when I go to sleep, before the sleepiness comes to me, some kind of this floating, I don't know how
Sense of
it's
floating.
happened. Floating faces, right, are appearing. Some are beautiful, some are ugly. One face, most probably one face per day. Not every day, but it's like a happy. I don't know what it came, how it started. I don't know, but some kind of. I haven't seen those pictures. That means those people most probably.
Are you sure? They may be from childhood. I mean, I don't know whether they may be from
I
in
think,
past.
doctor, past. I think from past, not in this lifetime. Maybe
But how would you remember? Because when you are little,
can't
you
remember.
might.
But I haven't seen that kind of people in this lifetime. No.
Mm.
That is why. Sometimes with laughing ladies, sometimes with fearful men.
Mhm.
Yes. Sometimes like lower realm pictures are also coming because I did.
They are all perceptions though. Just
Yes.
understand, like
Yes.
any picture is a perception, right?
Yes. Yes.
So even for you to say lower realm, that's definitely a perception, sound and light.
Yes. That means fearful things are also coming sometimes.
Yes, but that means it's they are perceptions. Then you have to be very vigilant about Dhamma to understand that they are perceptions. That's
I
mind.
know that. Yes, I know
But the
that's
thing
mine.
is, then slowly it won't become a thing and it will come and go. Who cares? That kind of
Yes,
thing
yes,
will
I'm not
happen.
caring. Yes, I'm not caring. You know, when I was practicing that yoga, no, there are six, what do you call?
Chakras.
Six chakras are there, no? 7 chakras. So once I heard, if the throat chakra is opened, we can see some kinds of unknown pictures like that, it seems.
I
I'm
don't think
wondering
you
whether.
should pay attention to any of these anymore.
No, I'm not paying attention, but not every day. But sometimes it used that kind of things are appearing and just disappearing.
But
Sometimes
do you do any yoga now?
No. Now I am not doing any kind of yoga.
Then why does it appear when you are going to sleep?
That is the thing I can't understand, doctor.
Maybe you are going into one form of habit.
No.
Habitual
No,
thing, in the
nothing.
sense habitual some activity which brings you the perception. Now imagine if you go to if you go to a cold area, you will get the perception of things from cold areas. No?
Yes.
Similar things can happen, like synchronization can happen for anything. So in
Yes,
the frequency line, one frequency line, you can synchronize to anything.
Because doctor, in the small, that means when I was little, I am very much scared for this whole monk stories and things like that.
That's what I'm
Days,
saying. That's what I'm saying.
I
Then
was-
now I am the other way around. I have never been like scared about whole month thing. Never. Because I in my logical thing, I know that they are not there. That
Yes.
kind of thing.
Yes.
But the thing is, so that has never given me any powerful perception. But in you, because you have given some power, because I had a friend, who was talking about a yaksha, and I asked, what yaksha? And then she exactly described the yaksha we learn in childhood. You know, the yakamuna and stuff.
Yes.
When we do Torana or any Buddhist stuff or any
There
Kovil
are
stuff.
yaka faces. Oh, yes.
Yaka faces are there, no? The evil
Yes.
faces. So she's describing that. How can that be? Because that is the whole perception that she has. Now, if I'm Chinese, I will not see that.
Yes.
But I will see someone Chinese yaka.
Yes.
I'll see a Chinese yaka. So that's how it is.
Yes.
So
according to each and every culture, there are yakas, no? Yes.
Yes. So the every cultural yaka is is what we have. So in your system also, you have put several faces and label them as this is this.
No, I haven't. I have heard about these folk stories about Yakano, so many folk stories and
Yeah,
different.
that's what I'm saying. So you have put the sound wave and the light wave together now. Now you have a perception.
Yes, but I am not seeing those yakas. Some others I am seeing.
Same thing, but what I'm saying is when the synchronicity equalizes,
Yes.
you can get there. Now because we talked about this today, you might see some of that also. That's how it works.
Yes, doctor. You know,
Because you
when
may be a person who can synchronize to that kind of thing. It doesn't matter though. It's
yes,
just synchronicity.
because we were living in this hill country and there were no much of light also those days, right? So there were that means we were going through this darkness everywhere. So I was not afraid those times, but very much close to the darkness. No, when I was young, I was very much close to darkness because our areas there are no much of electricity at that time. So I don't know, because some kind of fear was there, no? When we were looking at the outside and things like that. So some kind of things happened to me. I think the fear is there, no? That is why
Yeah.
synchronizing, I think. Huh?
Yes. So the
Yes,
outside
doctor.
becoming true is a disaster. So these everything shouldn't give any value. Even real
Yes,
yaka
not
you
giving
shouldn't
any
give
value.
value. Real yakas are also there, no?
Yes.
Real yakas are actual
You know,
humans. I'm talking about actual
yes,
humans.
that is true. Yes.
So they are
Actual
the
humans
same.
are more dangerous than
No, mind
than the other.
origin. Holmana is hellicha manasa.
Manasa.
Yeah, hellicha manasa. So the whole mana. So it's the mind giving you the ghost thing.
Yes. You know, in this country, there are so many black magic things also. No?
Yeah, even them, it's actually coming out to the people that believe that.
Yes. True.
Nothing, you can't do anything to the person that who doesn't believe in that. So everything is like that.
Yes.
If you
True.
say there's a God above, you might even say the God. That's how it works.
Yes, doctor. That is true. That is also
If you say this tree has a God, sometime you keep listening to that. Suddenly, if you hear even a sound, you might say, the God spoke to me. That's how it works.
Some kind of fear was there, no, in my mind in my early childhood. So I think that is the one now appearing. Just do not want to think about that. Just don't care and wait, no.
Yes, and change the habit. So you, if you can, just say the itipiso and just change the vibration.
Yes, I'm doing it. I'm telling itipiso while sleeping. 3 times itipiso gatava and then sleeping.
Yeah, change the vibration. Not actually, Lord Buddha is going to come and help at that point. That's not the point. To change the vibration. So because you are telepathizing into one kind of mode at this moment, so just change it. But with time, when the outside is not a thing, and the mind is not a thing, this
that
whole thing
go,
will be
disappear.
Not disappear. Actually, even if it appears, you don't mind.
Take any notice. Yes.
Yeah, it will be, then it will stop appearing because it doesn't matter. I had another friend who actually believed that, I think it's a kind of a hallucination, but actually believing that someone is going to come and teleport them, her kind of thing. Like something like that. So they are hallucinations, basically.
Right. Yes.
Kind of beliefs.
Yes.
But actually feeling like it's happening. But in the other way around, there are things that can appear in the mind when the vibration is matching that vibration. So that's why I'm telling you to be careful.
Right. Synchronization is happening, no?
It's not good
Mm.
because it can happen at any time. So imagine you synchronize to some that's the problem. If you synchronize to a lower realm, it's not good.
Yes.
So you should be really in Dhamma, then it doesn't happen. Even though they appear, you can't synchronize it.
Yes. True.
Just
I was thinking
like
why these
fire
are.
and stuff.
Yes, I was thinking why I'm so much in Dhamma. Why things are still appearing like that, I thought.
No,
Because
appearing
of
is
the.
fine. It's just not synchronizing into that is the thing which is going to happen. Because it's a habit of you now.
Yes, it's a kind of a habit. Yes, doctor.
Because you are actually expecting it to happen. Kind of subconscious things these are.
Yes. These are subconscious things. Definitely.
Yeah, subconscious things. So actually speaking, this mental image of self or the self perception is also subconscious.
Yes.
That's why the fear of death is also subconscious.
Yes. There is a me, that means there is a me, soul means all subconscious. Yes.
Yeah, then on top, you are not thinking, I'm scared. No, you're not even thinking like that. But inside, still it's there.
Yes.
It's
So many
very interesting, when we were children, the things that happen to us can also happen. Even if we have something before that also, it can happen. It can keep happening. If you give value to that, it can keep happening.
Yes.
I have had people who come with, in childhood, if they have been kind of punished a lot, they have found that psychologically they can be harming the
others.
So these are like things that are like imprinted.
Yes.
So this imprint, like the self-perception, same thing. Everything is imprinted.
Yes, ill-treating people are also like that. Somebody may ill-treated them, and now they are doing the same thing like that. No, that's a habit.
Yes, even the sakaya, what is called, even the suspicion. Suspicion also the same thing. If suspicion doesn't come, some people are actually very
suspicious.
Suspicious. Some
All
people
the
are
time.
very friendly. They don't know even to how to suspect.
Yes.
Some people are friendly. Some people are not friendly. Some people are extroverts. Some people are introverts. If these things have very like a history, when you go back to the childhood, you can find out why they become introverts. Some even as a child, maybe it is the same. Whether it may be coming as a trait from previous births also.
Yes.
Sometimes some children will attract trouble. Some children will not attract trouble, like all the time.
Calm and quiet.
Appreciated, yeah, calm and quiet. But some children will be really naughty.
Yes.
But we can't really say why that is, right?
Yes.
We can't. But with time, they might change according to the pattern of the environment, pattern of the family, pattern of the understanding, pattern of the school. They might change. Other way around, that very calm child might change according to the environment as well.
Yes, doctor. I have seen
they
that.
may become reckless as well.
Yes.
So there are environmental factors. There are genetic factors. There are lot of things as well as a self habits, gati purudu.
Yes.
So the
Most of
gati
them.
purudu is very tricky.
Yes, that is what very tricky and very hidden, no? Hidden inside.
Hidden. Because as a child, you can be very extrovert, but then with troubles, you can become an introvert because being extrovert, you may find it is
Difficult.
helpful. Yeah.
Yes.
So you might actually go into a snail kind of thing, just trying to be safe.
Yes, because doctor, when we are openly laughing with us, if others are just laughing and inside they are doing some other things, we used to come to that
Yeah.
lifestyle. Yes.
Yeah. So as a child, you might be very like okay, open and talking openly and all that, but then with the environmental
Yes.
side
Aspects.
effects, you
Yes.
might actually shut up kind of thing and then become a really introvert child.
Yes, yes. Actually, it has happened. When I was big only, I again changed my nature into the outward.
Yes. The thing is, none of these things are mine. That is the main problem that we have.
That none of these things are?
Not self.
Yes, yes, yes.
So that
Yes.
to come to that, I mean, none of the, it's very difficult, this attribution to self, even the way
Yes.
you turn your head, the way you smile, the way you talk, the way you
Walk.
shout, or way you react to things. There is no self, but we always have that one, we have the attitude or self view.
Yes.
That's a terrible one. But we also have a self perception. We feel like we.
Yes, yes. We feel like we are here.
That's the
When the
self
frog
perception.
when the frog's shouting at once, the that means the feel of fear before the
Did it
fear.
actually happen today? I mean, I thought it will
Yes.
subside. So
Yesterday afternoon, not in the night.
yeah,
When
but
I was
did it actually startle you like previously, or was it?
no, not much, not much. I thought if it comes inside, it'll jump upon me. That is the thing.
Yeah,
That is the thing.
even that, who cares about dog jumping? Actually speaking, dog can't even kill you, no?
Can't kill, yes. But doctor, I'm scared to cockroaches even from my childhood. Now it's not much. That kind of thing is there.
Yeah, I can even catch cockroaches.
Really?
Yeah.
But
But
are
I
there
had the
cockroaches?
fear of, as a child, even as a little bit adult time, I had the fear of leeches. That's the thing.
Leeches. Leeches also some kind of, we don't like them. Looking at them is when that some
That is
kind of
fun.
irritation.
I don't shout when they are just walking around me, but because I think as a child I got scared because one day it didn't fall. So I tried. I was shouting. I tried to get it out.
Yes.
It never came out. So I had to do like run to the parents and ask them to take it out and all that. So I think
Right.
I got scared that day.
Yes.
So, but the thing is, these little things teach you that how these perceptions come. It's not a self.
Mm. Doctor, another thing I had in my childhood, when I go in this very fast running vehicles, some kind of fear is coming. Fear of death, that is. Now sometimes it's appearing, but not all the time. But it's now less. That is also I had in the childhood. I had
How
that.
fast can you call a vehicle? How fast?
I
110?
can't.
Yes, more than 100, 150, 200, like that. People are flying, no?
Who
Then
is going 150? You can't.
we had a friend. So he asked us to come with their family. We used to go when my son is here in the small, when he was small, going trips. Then our friend is flying like nothing. With the other way is giving some kind of tarangaya competition to the other vehicles and flying like nothing. So the scary feeling is coming.
Yeah. I mean that is the thing. So the reflexly also you get that. But definitely self is there. I mean,
that is self vibration, no, doctor?
Self perception.
Self perception first appearing, then vibration.
No. Vibration is there. That's why self perception appears.
Right. Because of fear is, I was a fearing child. That is feared for everything.
That's a tricky area now. This fear may be from any point. We don't know whether it is even this one or before that. This fearfulness.
Yes, I had it. Yes.
That can be a thing that we can we may have to actually deal with it and see, because we can try and understand what the fear is. Fear is a perception which can appear with any synchronization to that kind of vibration. So if it is, just imagine everything is pitch black.
Yes.
And you hear the frog sound.
Yes.
So you can't see whether the frog is actually coming your way.
Yes.
You know frog can't kill you, but there is a fear.
Yes.
So it's not even fear of death. It's just fear.
No, just fear.
So that
Phobia,
is a trait
no,
that phobia, but that's a trait that you might have to actually desensitize, kind of thing, and understand what happens.
Yes. Only a sound. Yes.
Yeah, and also, what's the big deal when they land on your arm? Just see, it's only coldness, no?
No, doctor, they are very irritating, no? That is why.
And the irritation is in the mind again.
Yes.
Actual touch, there is no irritation. Now, I have to say this. There are 5 sensory organs. They don't know anything.
No, they don't know.
So it's only the mind interpretation says that it's irritating.
Yes.
So it is not irritating to me.
Yes.
The cockroach is not irritating to me, but the leech is. That's all in the mind.
Yes.
Ice cream is good for someone and not good for someone. That smelly fruit. I can't remember now what's the name.
This durian.
Yeah, durian. Some can't. I mean, especially me. I couldn't even breathe when durian is there.
I am also like
heavy,
that.
strong thing. No?
Yes, can't bear it up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it is normal, but the thing is, that's how it is.
Yes.
You can't just. But the actual durian is in the mind.
Yes.
There are different aspects to this. Now, just imagine there's a takarama or a metal, and you put so much stuff on that. There's a big sound.
Yes.
And the eardrum actually may not be able to handle it.
Yes.
And that's normal. That's actually a ear problem.
Yes.
But the mental irritation is different.
Yes.
So the actual touch of the gemba is not the big problem.
Yes.
Actual touch of a frog is not the big problem. The main big problem is actually the mind.
Yes, that is what I'm telling you, doctor.
You see an accident, very bad accident, you just imagine.
Yes.
the eyes actually take a photo.
You,
No,
doctor?
no, eyes in the sense the vision is a photo only.
Vision. Yes, yes. Vision is taking a photo, no? Yes.
Yeah, but how about your feeling, how you feel about it is completely different. It's the mind.
Yes, yes. Very true.
So even someone bullying you, the same thing. What
Yes.
happens is actually something, these five sensory organs and the mind. The
Yes.
mind sensor is the actual culprit of everything.
Yes, doctor. Yes.
Five
Consciousness.
sensory organs actually don't have any problem.
Yes, consciousness is giving the trouble. Yes.
Not even consciousness, mind consciousness is the
Yes, yes.
actual.
Mind consciousness. Yes, mind consciousness is giving the full trouble. Yes. Make up stories and
Yeah,
saying
but
this.
what happens to an arahant is mind consciousness is there,
Yes.
but it's not a thing because of them.
Yes. Non-manifesting consciousness is, they have that, no? Non-manifesting consciousness. So they
Yes.
don't feel those things. So I'm telling you, doctor,
It's just
it's
a happy feeling.
yes, this fear is, doctor, it's a, that
I
means
think you need to contemplate on that.
on this fear, no, doctor?
Yeah, you should contemplate a bit and get rid of that, because otherwise it will be a problem.
Yes, because this is the mental impurity, no?
Of
Defilement.
course, it's like
Defilement, yes.
ill
It's a
will. No?
defilement of fear.
Mm-mm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And because whether we like it or not,
Yes.
this self-perception manifests in different ways. Once it can be craving, once it can be the other way around, aversion. So craving, aversion, and delusion.
Yes, when the craving is less, some other things are appearing, I think now. I can see that. Craving is less now. Therefore, the other things are coming out.
Yes. Actually, that's interesting.
Tricking. This mind is tricking this way and that way and trying whether what can the
What to
one
do
can.
for survival?
Yes.
Survival of the mind, yeah.
Yes, what survival of the mind.
Mara is trying to survive.
Yes, Mara is now giving the fearful things because craving is not much. He may know. This one's craving is not much. Then I will have to try this like that. Giving fear.
Yeah, you should actually do some contemplation, because fear is actually, there's only one thought at a time, one stimuli at a time. And there's no one here. So,
When the fear appears, I have to contemplate about it. This is only just a thought, just a perception, like that. No, doctor. This is not an actual
maybe a
thing.
little bit, yeah, in the beginning, then give it up, so then you will calm down anyway. Because and also don't just pay much attention when the synchronization happens to any of these levels.
Yes.
Because now
Yeah.
fearful things, imagine you became fearful about darkness.
Yes.
If it is synchronizing now,
Yes.
just realize it, that's all.
Yes.
This is the synchronization effect. That's how this happened.
Yes. That I have to remember. Yes.
Yeah, initially you can remember or just tell active contemplation.
Yes.
After that, maybe passive contemplation. After that, you might not worry about whatever the synchronization. You might even remember, this is the fearful status that I used to fear a lot.
Yes. Yes, doctor, because I didn't contemplate on these things because I used to contemplate other things. When the thoughts are appearing like with the power, like a living thing, then I used to contemplate, but I didn't contemplate on this fear thing. So I will have to do it now.
Yeah, just learn how the synchronization happens. So if
Yes.
there is a traumatic experience, whether this is this birth or any birth, it doesn't matter.
Yes.
So fearful things, the fear can happen with the self vibration, but
Yes.
you need to just understand that if the self vibration is also not true, who is going to be fearful here? There's no one to
Doctor.
get fearful.
Yes, doctor, self vibration is Atma Sanya. Is that
No,
so?
Atma Kampane.
Atma Kampane.
Sasava.
Right. Coming from the Sasrava thing, no?
Yeah.
That Atma Kampane. Self perception is some
Sound and
other.
light together.
Right. Self perception means sound and light.
Because
Myself.
there is now that means any of the sensory organs are involved. You can't have
Yes.
a perception without the sensory organs, no.
Yes,
But even the zygote has the also that vibration.
Yes, that vibration is now coming as self vibration.
Yes, after
Yes.
mother is formed, now just imagine if the baby first thought is the mother.
Yes.
Then the mother is there, the self is there likewise.
Yes. Then
you can't have a self without the mother. In the sense, without a stimuli, you can't have the self.
Yes.
So thought is same as the self.
Yes.
Thought, if the thought is becoming a thing, that is the self.
Yes. That
So
means
when the sasav is there, fear is there.
Yes. In the
But the
Shastra.
self-perception is the problem. No. Now you have to understand this. Little baby is not fearful, no.
No, they are not fearful.
Yeah. So they will cry when there is a pain. That's a different thing.
Yes.
But little baby doesn't know about Holman.
No.
So Holman starts from perception level. Do you get it?
Yes.
After the mother is formed, father is formed, Holman
Yes.
is also formed. They have to have a perception.
Yes.
Then only all this film comes out.
Right.
And this keep happening again and again, it becomes a drushti.
Yes. It's
That's the view. That's the view.
Yes. Right.
So the
Because-
self-vibration is there from the beginning. But
Yes.
even the baby is not fearful, so baby can die at any time. Baby doesn't know. Baby will jump to even fire. Baby doesn't know.
Yes.
But it doesn't mean baby may cry in the fire. But that doesn't mean baby is fearful of death. But there is still, even though there is no self-perception, the self-vibration is there.
Yes. From the zygote it's coming, you know.
Yeah, that vibration will definitely synchronize somewhere else.
Yes. Right.
So cycle of birth is continuing.
Yes. So
But after the mother is formed, or father, mother, so first thought, second thought, third thought, fourth thought, fifth thought, sixth thought, like that, the thoughts are formed.
Yes.
Slowly, all these perceptions are appearing. But even first one thought is enough for you to get the self-perception, because the duality starts.
Right. Me, my mind. I am here. The thought.
Yeah, mother is there. I am here.
I am here.
You have to get a perception or to get me.
Yes. when we feel about mother, that means that is the occurring of me.
Reciprocal is the vice, like the other side is me. You don't have to
Yes.
say it even.
Yes.
Duality
Yes.
is there. That is the same thing with the chair.
Yes. That is happening to the little
That
baby
is
also.
what Aranwanse says. ගින්නක් නැති වුණ ගින්නක් තියෙන තැන තමයි මම මුලින් කිව්වේ. නමුත් ගින්නක් නැති වුණත් පුටුව තියෙනවා නම් මම ඉන්නවා.
Yes, yes. That is the deeper past, deeper thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Hidden
That's the
thing.
perception level, yeah.
Yes, hidden thing. Yes. So many things are there, doctor. Now only we are. I am actually very much thankful to you. Otherwise, I can't.
That's because I think you get a chance to speak here because, but deeper ones you have to ask from Aranwanse. But you get the initial bit from here, so it is easy.
Yes, not much deeper things, doctor. This first part is correct. Then the other things will naturally come. No, the
Yeah.
basement should be cleared.
Yeah, yeah, true. So main thing is to understand how this self-vibration works, how self-perception works, how a stimuli, the mother or father or toy or ice cream, whatever the stimuli, chair, whatever the stimuli, how if it is a thing, how it gives a self-perception.
Yes.
Then you really understand thought is you.
Yes, yes.
Actual Holmana is you in the sense
Yes.
there is no self this side to get fearful. Actually, it is wrong. Completely avidya.
Wrong. Yes. There's no me here. The sound is me. The hearing sound is me.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
Because
No, actually not the sound. If it is a thing, that is me.
Yes, yes. The fear that frog become a thing, no? The
That
frog
is
become
me.
that is me.
That is only me. So who is there to become fearful then?
Yes, there is nobody, no?
That's a self-view.
Yes.
Yeah. If you really feel that there is a toad outside, that is completely depicting me.
Me.
Yeah,
The view is the wrong view we are getting, no? Looking that
yeah,
way
if you
of
actually feel that toad is outside.
wrong
Let's
view.
say son is in America, husband is downstairs, all that is actually wrong.
Yes, all are views, no?
Toad is just outside the window. I am here. Nicely saying that.
Yes, when my
If
son used to
in America, you are here.
Yes, when my son is calling, no, when we see him, at once the world become true, no. He is there, like that. That is the thing I thought of contemplating on that also.
Yeah, but the thing is, you just have to understand that the eyes are working. That's eye taking a photo. This whole thing is actually in the mind.
Yes. Yes, if we is in our home, even we are taking only a photo,
Still
no?
the same. Still the same.
Still the same. Whether he is there or here, taking only a photo and thinking he is here and I am here. All are lies and all are wrong views. Oh
Yes.
God, yes. Such a mess, no, doctor, coming out of that means we must try very hard.
Yes, even this, now when you say, now this is a very beautiful area that you are touching because you close the eyes and to sleep, right?
Sorry?
When you close the eyes to sleep.
Yes.
So that means, just imagine you see Lord Buddha's statue.
Yes.
That is also in the mind.
Yes, yes. Yes.
Even if you remember your son's face, that is also in your mind.
Yes.
So even someone's face, whoever, it doesn't matter, that is in your mind.
Mind, yes.
So who is getting scared of that? That is you.
Yes. That is where me is occurring. Yes.
Yeah, the same thing. Because otherwise, if you actually have understood that that picture is if it is a thing that is me, otherwise there is no self, then the
Yes.
fear should slowly come down.
Yes. Yes. I am seeing me. That means that float is, those are floating, doctor. Just floating, right?
Yes,
Not
floating also is a perception. Now, I have told this before. So the fan is above me is a perception.
yes.
The carpet is below me is a perception.
Perception. Yes.
Wall is behind me is a perception.
Yes.
The toad is outside the window is a perception. The
Yes.
trees are about 100 meters away is a perception.
Yes.
The someone is beside me is a perception. They are all
Yes.
perceptions.
Yes.
Floating is also a perception. How else would you know something is floating or not?
No,
It's a
just
perception.
the thoughts are appearing and disappearing like that. Is
Same
just
thing, even that. Now, when you say appearing and disappearing, that is also a perception.
yes.
That's why Aranvansi says today morning he was talking about that. Whatever we say, even Shunyatave, that becomes a perception.
Yes, yes. If we go to think about those things, become problem.
Just a perception. So floating faces, whatever is a perception.
Yes.
But actually, what I'm trying to say is you saw that. No, that's the light wave. Rupa
Yes.
Satana.
Yes, doctor.
Rupa Satana with the sound wave. So the understanding is a sound wave, right? This is a floating face. That is the sound wave. Actual Rupa Satana is this light wave.
Yes, doctor. It can actually, it's coming through the mind. Very clearly can see that. It's just appearing now.
Yeah, who
Coming.
cares?
Yes.
Because
No
you
need.
have a mind now, that's why.
Yes, that is why. Fear of past. Yes.
Yeah, and when you keep understanding this is how the self-perception comes, the value of the self-perception go down,
Will
and
go down.
actually
Yes.
fear of death should go down. That's how it works.
Yes. Everything we see, hear, or feel is, if becoming things, that means the soul is appearing through that.
Yeah, actually this Vindina or the entertainer can't be there without the mind.
Yes.
The vision, the eye function of the eye can't do anything. There's no actual entertainment there without the mind.
It's just a sensual sensor. No, it's just a sensor. No.
Just a sensor. But imagine why we like the sensor.
Yes.
Lord Buddha said, no, take them as food. So the Kabalinkahara, he said, it's all 5 sensory organs.
Yes.
6 sensory organs, you give food.
Yes.
And the Manosanchetana is the actual
Yes.
giving food so that the
Yes.
and it says it gives food to 3 types of craving. So the Manosanchetana, 3 types of craving are Kamatanha, Bhavatanha, Vibhavatanha.
Right.
So the Kamatanha means you can't like ice cream, tongue can't like the ice cream. Sorry, you can like the ice cream, tongue can't like the ice cream.
Right.
So it's actually Kama Tanha, the reason is the Manosanchetana. So the Bhava Tanha is the same thing like the self.
Yes.
Liking the self or the existence, liking existence. That's
Like to
because
maintain the self. Yes.
Maintain the self. That's because of the again this mind.
Mind.
And the third one is Vibhavtana, again having aversion to living.
Yes.
Because of problems.
That
Yes. We have to understand now.
Yes.
We say no, like, oh,
Yes.
this is a very bad life. I'm having so much hardships, no money, no nothing, no one wants me. I'm going to die. So
Yes.
kind of attitude.
Yes.
Even Nibbana, someone may search for that because of that. But we have to understand how this mind works. So mind food thought or food for thought or Manosanchetana is the mental formations. I think Manosanchetana hara, it is giving rise to 3 types of craving.
Yes.
So the existence craving for karma, that is for things, and craving for vibhavtana, craving for not existent.
Yes.
That is not the chande for nirvana. Chande for nirvana is coming from wisdom.
Yes.
Craving for non-existence is a different thing. That is like with ignorance.
Yes.
Because the life is too bad, you just want another life, kind of thing.
Just to have another body and to leave this. Yes.
Yeah, some kind of like that. So the Manosanchetana ahara gives rise to 3 types of craving. And the other way around, Passa ahara gives rise to 3 types of Vedana. That is
Sparsha, yes.
The good Vedana, what is it called? Pleasurable, non-pleasurable, and neutral.
Yes. Yes, there are 3 kinds of
Sukha
Dukkha Vedana and Adukkama Sukha Vedana.
That's right. That's right.
Yes.
So the Passa ahara or the I think that is called sensual impressions or something.
Yes, touching, no?
Yeah, you can't, not actual touching, but yeah, I don't know how to say that.
Why it is tasting foods, smelling smells, and touching body touches, no? Those
sensual impressions.
Yes.
Sensual activity. Or sensory organ activity.
Sensual pleasure.
Pleasure part is from the Manosanchetana.
Sensual.
Yeah, this is just Vedana.
Vedana, feelings, yes. Passahara, 3 types of Vedana. Yes.
3 types of Vedana.
Sukha Vedana.
Yeah.
Right.
That is the thing. And consciousness ahara is a consciousness being as a food. Lord Buddha tells an example like 300 spears in the morning, 300 spears at noon, 300 spears at night. Evening, just imagine king is giving like a punishment like that. He said, take the consciousness like that.
Yes, such a dangerous
Example. So the for the passa sensual impressions, Lord Buddha has given the example, take it like a cow without the skin.
Yes. Cow without this all
so
very
cow
much.
Without the skin, he gave the example. If you go to lie down on the earthworms can eat you. If you go
Yes.
to the water creatures will eat you. If you
Yes.
go to the sulang or if you just stand also,
Yes.
animals will eat you. So
Yes.
just take it like that for
Mm.
the Vedana, for the sensual impressions. He said to take it like that. The example
Yes.
is that
Yes. Very
cow
true.
without the skin. For the volitional, the thought, volitional thoughts or something, Mano Sanchetana, Lord Buddha advised to take it as the someone with, I think, someone with wisdom going to a country or village, and
Yes.
he see a fire, but there is no smoke. This is a beautiful area. He says there is no smoke, there is no nothing, but he knows that underneath there is embers. And he knows fire can come and he will leave.
Yes.
Just imagine that example.
Oh
Because
my God.
දුමත් නැහැ, දුමත් නැහැ, මොකද්ද ගින්දරත් නැහැ. But
අලු තියෙනවා. අලු යට ගිනි තියෙනවා.
yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. He said then wisdom person will leave that village because he knows the fire is coming.
Yes.
Just imagine.
Fire can start, yes.
That is like how this mind will act. So don't like the mind.
Yes, yes.
Basically, don't feed the mind. Basically,
Yes.
and
Feeding.
we have to actually find what is preventing us from dying. That means what is feeding the mind.
Yes.
So it is the task of everyone, like including myself, what is not letting you die.
Yes.
Not physically. I mean, people will take it wrong. I'm talking about this self-perception.
Yes. Dying should be done in the mind first.
Yeah, not in the body wise, yes.
Accepting the death should be done happen in the mind.
The mind should be liberated from the mind.
Yes. That is the death.
That actually that's not the death. We can't call it, but it's the zero power mind.
Yes.
We shouldn't call it a death because people will misunderstand.
Awaken the mind, no?
Awaken to the mind, yes.
Awaken to the mind.
Yeah, because people will misunderstand. No one likes the word even death.
Radiant mind, no?
Yeah, kind of. We can say that. No, yeah, not the baby's mind, but different.
Different, radiant mind. Yes, doctor, understanding this actually. I think these people in this spiritual paths should come and sit in front of Aryan Vansi and must talk days and days about this. They are just hidden. I don't know what this is.
There's someone who has joined. I don't know whether someone wants to talk or I'm not sure who has joined. If you have joined to talk, you can talk, unmute the phone. But no, I think it's accidental one.
No.
Even.
When?
So, yeah. We don't know because we don't know who can join in, but you are the co-host today, so you can handle it if something happens. So it's very beautiful, this so understanding how this works. So the understanding the 5 sensory organs, if you actually feel that thought is outside,
yes,
that's actually it acts as a Kabalinkara.
Yes.
Because everything is outside. No, that's like the body is also outside. It's like everything is like the gross way, normal way.
Yes, duality is there. Yes.
Duality is there, everything is there, everything is normal. So you keep feeding, you feel like, but then Lord Buddha said, take it as you are eating your own son's flesh.
Yes, yes.
He said to take it like that. Just imagine how he said that.
Yes, how dangerous actually this samsaric journey. That is what no Lord Buddha said, that kind of examples.
Yeah.
Nowadays people are thinking what they think, I don't know.
Yeah.
Even
So
the,
5 sensory organ entertainment,
yes.
he said to take it like that, as if you are eating your own son's flesh.
Oh my God, yes. Very true, doctor.
So, and he said about the Vedana, 3 types of Vedana. That's
Yes.
sensual sensation, good sensation, bad sensation, and neutral sensation. He said that is reason is the sensory impressions or
Yes.
sensory activity,
Yes.
and to take it as skinless cow.
Yes.
And that's a beautiful, beautiful way of putting that, I thought.
Yes, because it's hurting the people very much too.
Yeah, even neutral.
Yes. Even neutral, yes. People are just waiting with neutral mind also, without trying to seek in the truth.
Yes.
That is what now happening in this country. So many people are like that, no, just waiting. Just enjoying and just waiting.
Yeah,
That is
it is true.
main reason Aryan is telling the people on the earth will definitely go to the, most of them are definitely go to the lower realms. When like that Aryan is telling.
That's because this, due to the ignorance, this,
Yes.
this vibration is in the path of getting worse, in the sense heavier
Yes.
and more vibration. So
Yes.
it keeps going downwards and downwards. Yeah, that's a very logical thing to happen.
Yes.
And
Because,
randomly you can have some change, but and he said with the day that he was doing the discussion with me, he said how a dhyana can actually increase the self power a lot, because you have to concentrate on that.
yes.
He said actually self is very high in
Dhyana.
non-form dhyana.
That means, doctor, they are doing it with suppressing a thought, and how
No,
they are.
focusing on one thought and then suppressing it.
Yes, suppressing it. Then how they are feeling good with such a suppress?
Feeling good is not the thing in no. So the non-form is arupano. So if you go to asanya, it is 75 kalpas.
Floating.
Like 80 kalpas or something. Not floating. There's nothing to float. It's just not manifesting, like a long sleep.
But
sleep, are you manifesting?
No.
Same thing. You haven't understood that part if you haven't understood this.
Yes,
So nothing is floating in arupa means it is there when it is there. If it is not there, it is not there. So asanya means there is no perception. There is no perception, so there is no manifestation. So it takes 75 kalpas to manifest. That's all. It's like a long sleep.
But doctor, there is one thought still there, no? The soul, that means the
Self-perception is there, yes. But there means it is not there when it is not manifesting. So when you sleep, you can't talk about a self-perception, no?
Right, same as that. Right. Same as that. Going
But
to a
when you
deep.
are awake, it is back.
Right. Going to a deep sleep. Right.
No, don't take it as that,
Yes.
specifically that word. I'm telling a metaphor.
Like that, something like that. Yes. When there will be a vibration, then only they are coming out.
After 70, not coming out. So don't take it like that. This synchronization, you have to understand properly.
Yes. Synchronization is happening after 75 kalpas. Yes.
Yes, that's all. It's not coming out, it's just manifesting.
Yes.
Because
Everywhere.
if you think it is coming out, you seem to say that it is hiding somewhere. No. It's nothing like that.
Yes. Everywhere, everything is happening in synchronization only, no?
Yes.
Nothing other than synchronization. Everything is based on that.
Yeah, then there is no place. You can't say, put a particular place.
Yes.
Those faces also, there is no place.
No, there's no place.
No, even the same thing, self-perception also, there is no place. Even your mother, your father, your son, your husband downstairs, they are all perceptions. They don't have a place.
Yeah.
When you think about your husband only, it will just appear. That's all.
That means at that time the synchronization is happening.
Yeah. Otherwise, husband is not there. No?
Yes.
Husband appears when the synchronization happens. Otherwise, husband is not there. Who says that sun is in America? When you think about the sun only, sun appears. That means that is the only time that synchronization happens. Otherwise, you can't talk about a sun.
Yes.
Same thing with the moon. Now, just because I said the word moon, the synchronization to moon happens. Otherwise, who talks about a moon?
Yes, doctor. My God, each and every thought is a synchronization. Yes. There's nobody here.
Even if I say
no
Aryan say it is a synchronization.
Yes, then only
It's
he is
just a
appearing.
thought. It's just a thought. Actual Aryan the actual Aryan is actually if you are actually synchronizing to him, it's a non-vibration.
Yes.
So that's a different thing. But perception of Aryan is something else. That's just a mind, just a perception in the mind. And it happens only now. Just because I said it, it will happen now.
Doctor, when we sit in front of him, there are no thoughts, doctor. Thoughts are not appearing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's difficult because he is kind of a non-vibration.
Because of his non-vibration, the thoughts are not appearing. We can hear what he says, we can see him, and that's it. No other thoughts.
Yeah. That vibrational synchronization is a different thing. That's a feel.
Yes, feel. When
This
we were
mind synchronization is different. So mind synchronization is when I say now your 40 years of suffering, that is mind synchronization.
Yes.
Actually, the feel is synchronizing to the non-vibration, something like that, if you can understand.
Feel is always
different. Feel is different. Feel is completely different. But the mind, you can synchronize to the mother, you can synchronize to your father, you can synchronize to husband, you can synchronize to the son. So they are thoughts.
Thoughts. Doctor, that means all the feelings, feel is synchronizing to the non-vibration.
Non-vibration or vibration. If you are synchronizing to vibration, that is just self. If you are synchronizing to non-vibration, that's a different story. Yeah.
We don't know what is happening each time, no? We don't know.
No. If you are having the wisdom, you know.
Yeah, yes.
No one is, no, you can't say you don't know. If you don't know, that is really bad. If you are in the path and you know that you are still with the self-view, then you should actually, that's where Aranhansa is helping.
Yes, we can understand the feel, yes. The
So
burning,
everything. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
When the feeling is coming, we know.
Yeah, we know. If you are actually going outside, in the sense, if everything is real, outside is real, then definitely you know self-view is still there. Aranhansa says no, if you are jealous of someone, and it's kind of a marker, right?
Yes.
But the mind level, the perception level, also it can happen in the it can happen in the sense this self-perception can happen. So outside is not giving trouble to you, but still fear of death can be there.
Yes.
Because the self-perception is there.
Yes, always trying to protect the self, no?
Yeah. Nothing will happen to the self actually. Only this fear will go. If you know Dhamma.
That self means only a thought, no, doctor. Feeling, not that.
Yeah.
Feeling.
That's this difficult. It's difficult because of the habit.
Yes.
Because of the long-term habit of self, it's becoming difficult.
Yes, we are thinking that somebody is here, but actually, when according to Lord Buddha, when we are sharing the body into 32 parts, there is nobody in those parts, no? There's no me there, no?
Yeah, actually. Yeah, it's very interesting. This Lord Buddha's Dhamma is very comprehensive.
Yes.
He has put it in different ways. So once Aranhansa said, he didn't say Dhamma to the farmer who was trying to do the harvesting.
Yes.
Farmer did it, but Lord Buddha didn't say there is a
heavy rain
coming.
Yes.
He didn't say anything. He just let it happen, and then he came back after that and said Dhamma, and he understood Dhamma, that kind of thing.
Yes, there was a sutra, yes, I can't remember
So
that
there
name.
are so many aspects to this Dhamma, Because Patachara actually understood Dhamma because after losing everything.
Everything, yes. She had nothing, even a dress. She didn't have a dress.
Yeah. And that Angulimala understood Dhamma after killing about 1,000 people.
199, my God, yes.
And there was even, talks about the prostitutes who understood Dhamma. So this wide variety of types of people who understood Dhamma. I think these are all examples.
Yes.
Examples to show that anyone can understand Dhamma and free yourself from your own mind.
Yes.
So who cares about Todd?
The thing is, doctor, when we try
to do it, it's also a problem now. That is what no.
Yeah.
We
In the
can't
beginning,
do
it's not a
forcefully.
problem. You
Can't do
just
anything. No, yes.
you just keep understanding Dhamma, because now
Yes.
things keep clicking. Same thing. It will keep clicking like that. You keep understanding Dhamma slowly, and try and understand how this self vibration
Yes.
can manifest, and there's no place for that. That's very important. Now you think
Can't hear
yourself
you,
is
doctor.
in your
Something
body.
happened.
You can't hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Now can, doctor. Now can.
No, I think my earbuds stopped working.
Ah. Today, doctor, I had very good experiences actually.
What do you mean?
That means I came to know so many things today to clear my views and things
I
like that.
was actually going to say something. It just didn't. I just forgot it now. What were we talking just before?
Sorry.
What were we talking just before you couldn't hear me? What we were talking? What I
We were
was
just
trying to
talking,
say?
and you were trying to say about the this self thing, and those about those examples, that Govia, that farmer.
No, after that, I was trying to say something. I just forgot it in vain. But
It
anyway.
didn't come out. Yes, it didn't come out because of the some kind of problem occurred, I think.
Yeah. So I was trying to say something, but anyway, it will come. It's mainly. No, I got it. This I said about Anantara, and you kept asking.
Yes.
So Samanantara is this self vibration
Yes.
matching everywhere
Yes.
with synchronization. But Anantara it is not anywhere. That is
Yes.
very important to understand, because that's why this fear is there about the body. So now thought is jump into your body, the fear is there thinking your body is you.
Yes.
But actually this self vibration, there is no place.
Yes, it's here and there. That is called Anantara, no? Right.
Yes, so you have to understand that self vibration is not the body, not the mind.
Mind, not the body, not the mind. Yes.
Yeah. If you actually don't know that, you feel like something happening to you when the body is damaged. So you have to be very thorough with this. Because
Yes.
Visyakara Sakkaya Dittiya, Lord Buddha talks about different aspects of Sakkaya Dittiya.
Yes.
I don't know. I can't remember this. Every day I think about reading about it. I keep forgetting. But you have to understand that none of these things are self.
Yes, I have to check out over this thing, I think, over the net.
Yeah. And if you actually understand, it's really good, because otherwise what happens is we have a kind of a misunderstanding that body is me.
Yes, actually we know, no, doctor, this body is not me, mind is not me. We know very correctly knowing that, no.
That's theory, no?
Yes, theoretically knowing.
Yeah, theoretically knowing. But
yes,
that's not good enough.
Yes.
That's not good enough. That is the thing. So there is so many aspects. So you need to. That's where the finding the sasava is important.
Yes.
That is where the importance of chair.
Yes.
You have listened to this a lot of times. You know
Yes.
that the chair is me,
Yes.
not your body. So
Yes.
actually at that point, thought is the problem, not the your body or the your mind. At that particular moment, thought is the self perception.
Yes. Yes.
Because you don't know that properly, like fully, that's where the
Yes.
fear of death comes.
Right. Right. That means the self becomes the frog.
You feel the thought is someone, I'm here. Then the
Yes.
fear of death is there.
Yes. That is why the duality is happening. Yes.
Yeah, of course the fear is there, no, then.
Yes.
But the understanding, the wisdom should be
Yes.
actually understanding at least understanding this first step that outside is actually in the mind. It is
Yes.
the same thing that with this experience of that it is the chair. Finally, the chair is you, not anything else, not the
Yes.
body,
Yes.
not the mind.
No. 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 Chair is me. Chair is the self. Yes.
Yeah, if there's a power of chair, that is the you.
Yes.
Even that understanding is very important. Otherwise,
Yes.
you don't know. You keep putting
Things
everything
outside.
to
Yes.
the body and the mind.
Yes.
So finding your own sasava
Yes.
is very important in that aspect.
Yes.
That is where when the
Mm.
power of chair is not there, you are not there, is the basic truth.
Yes.
When the power of chair is not there, you are not there. That means the
That,
actual understanding that gives you that actually the body is not you, mind is not you, but this
yes.
vibration is you. Then you know that this vibration is the problem. But
Yes.
knowing that doesn't necessarily mean that the habitual self vibration is not gone yet, because the mind is still active.
Yes.
You
Yes.
know Dhamma to a level, but mind is still active. So you
Yes. Mind is active. Yes.
still
That is
feel
why
the self vibration or the self perception.
that is why the fear is coming. Yes.
Yeah, so that's the anantara is that self
Mm.
vibration, there is no place.
Yes.
That's how it is actually possible
Mm.
to synchronize to anywhere, to a dog's womb or um, bird's womb, like
Yes.
birds.
Yes. 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 Can go
Oh,
anywhere. Yes.
yeah, that's how it is happening.
Mm.
Synchronization is another thing. So
Yes.
because this doesn't have a place, it can actually
Yes.
synchronize to anything.
Yes. Yes. That is very true. Yes. That is the danger of it.
Yes, but understanding that it is not the body and not the mind is very important.
Yes.
Otherwise, you don't know how to catch your own vibration.
Yes. Yes.
That
Very.
is
Very.
why your vibration keeps changing also.
Yes.
At one time you don't feel anything, one time you feel a lot.
Yes.
So the vibration level is changing, but still the
Yes.
vibration is there.
Yes.
So the frequency changes,
Yes.
but still it is there. So 31 realms,
Yes.
frequency can be different, but vibration is there. So Lord Buddha
Yes.
is not talking about staying in the 31 realms. He is talking about actually liberating from
From
31 realms,
going out. Yes.
understanding
Going
this
out.
whole problem.
Yes. Yes.
So understanding that the chair is the only thing that is there is
Mm.
very important.
Yes.
If the chair is a thing, then you are there. If you don't have that basic knowledge,
Mm.
uh, it is difficult to actually get rid of self-view.
Yes. Yes. Very true.
Because
The
you
when
keep attributing the self to this body and the mind.
Yes.
That is Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vinyana.
Yes, in the normal life, every time the things are not becoming things, no. They are quite nanny most of the time. Sometimes, no, it's happening. That means the self view is still there.
Yeah, but if you keep listening to Dhamma, this changes.
Yes, this will change. Yes,
This will
slowly.
change now. So slowly you keep understanding. Oh my God, this is the cross sound is the. If it is a thing that is me, then
Yes,
your self view. What can the body and the mind do?
yes. That sound is me,
So
no?
the
Yes,
third sound, if it is a thing that is you,
yes.
there is no separate you in in that body or
No,
the
no,
mind.
no. Yes, then that duality will vanish. Yes.
Yeah, but
Understanding that part, duality will vanish. Yes, I can really understand now, Doctor. It's very clear to me today. Yes, that's
so
what
this
I am.
samanantara, anantara, understanding it gives you good way to understand how this self vibration keep manifesting and cycle of birth is continuing.
Yes,
Cycle of birth is continuing for nothing. No, it is continuing anyway.
yes.
And our task is not to become happy. Our task
No,
is
no,
to
no.
stop the cycle of birth. So
Yes,
then we need to know how this works.
yes, yes, yes. For that only we are listening to this Dhamma and doing this and that. Yes,
Yes.
contemplate. Mhm.
Otherwise, what's the use?
Yes, but Doctor,
So
under these deeper things, when we understand only, it's clicking very in a very deep things, deep way. It's clicking. Then only we realize that.
yes. So when you actually understand this body is not me, the mind is
Mind
not
is
me.
not me. Yes.
Even if your body is getting damaged,
Yes.
it is not a big issue to you.
Yes. Very true. Yes.
But with the self view, we suffer. It is
Yes.
my leg, my arm, and all that.
Yes.
Mind is bit difficult, but at least you have to understand first this physical aspect also,
Yes.
because otherwise, usually the body we feel like the body is ours.
Yes. Yes. We feel like that. No, that is the self perception. No?
Yeah, if someone hits us, we feel like someone hit me.
Yes.
We don't feel like there was touch perception.
Yes.
The interpretation of that touch perception is someone hit me.
Yes. Yes. At once, it's coming like that. No, the
Yeah,
mind is taking it
that's
like that.
how.
Yes.
Yeah, that's how the interpretation is of the
Yes.
mind.
Yes.
That is okay. We know that it's fine.
Yes.
How the mind is interpreting it, it's okay, but it's not
Yes.
true. It's just true for this dream.
Yes. Actually,
This
we are.
dream
Yes.
is the actual mind.
Yes. Dream is
The
the
mind
actual.
bubble is the dream bubble.
Yes. We are
Why we are
seeing.
struggling is
Yes.
this is a habit now. So this mind bubble is a habit. So we are
Yes.
struggling to exit that.
Yes. Yes. Struggling to exit that.
Exit
Yes.
that power. Actually, we
Yes.
don't exit the actual mind because
Yes.
we can think still. But with wisdom, if
Yes.
the power of the mind is zero, then
Yes.
it will be the no self feel.
No self will. Yes. Mm.
If there is self, then it's a self feel. If there
Yes.
is wisdom, then it is no self feel.
Yes. Non self will. Mm.
Anatma දැනීම.
Anatma sanyav. Yes.
සංඥාව, yeah. Non-vibration,
Non self perception. Yes.
non-self perception.
Yes.
That's how it works.
Yes, Doctor. It's wonderful, no? Doctor, it's when can't say
I don't know how to respect Aryan Vansi
Yes, 100%.
for revealing this such a magnificent thing.
Yeah, the more you understand it, more you feel it.
Yes. Oh my God.
And when you listen to old sermons, it's you can now slowly listen and see what he is saying, and it will help you a lot.
Yes, now I am going to do it from tomorrow. I am going to translate those old things. Then it will, that means it's,
You might teach me. You might teach me because they are
no,
actually, I have
no, no.
forgotten a lot of sermons.
Yes.
So you can actually recollect and tell me as well.
Yes, when while going through, I can find things, no, doctor, then I can remind you.
Yeah, and so we can actually have a discussion. So actually, we too can, if until all the people from abroad comes back to Sri Lanka, Dr. Sakuntala is going around, Sudharma is going around. I don't know
Yes.
what happened to Rangika. Must be sick or something. And yeah.
Until new people join, we can do a good discussion for the, at least for the future
Of
generations.
others.
Yes.
Yeah, benefit of others. And it will
Yes.
benefit us also because the
Yes.
non-vibration, whatever we talk about non-vibration is very fruitful.
Yes, doctor.
Because none of these things are actually matter. So entertainment of the sensory organs, Lord Buddha asks you to think like Harati Juguchati, that thing.
I can remember, but can't remember everything.
Yeah, he said to really not appreciate any of these sensory inputs. That's what he said, to think as eating the your own son's flesh. Because then to remember like that, then you will not actually entertain the sensory
You
organs.
know,
It's
doctor,
really
I must be frank to
strong.
tell you one thing. Because this sensual pleasure is not, I don't want those things. Don't know what happened to that, right? For a certain time period, about
No, but then it can go to Mano Sanchetana Ahara. That is the thing. We have to keep understanding Dhamma. So now, if the entertainment side is hidden, Mano Sanchetana Ahara becomes more powerful.
no,
Thinking becomes more powerful.
in eating also, I was thinking those days I like this and that. Now I can eat anyway. Now I can wear anything and go, right? So there's no touching things. That is over.
Yeah, yeah.
That means I don't have any kind of ideas also. Not coming any kind of ideas
Yeah, but
on
that's
that.
the thing what I'm trying to say. Then the magic karya is the mind. Then mind becomes more powerful then.
Uh-huh. That means it has happened naturally, no, doctor?
No.
Naturally.
I don't know whether you're getting my point. So, 5 sensory organs are not that entertaining. Mind is more powerful.
Maybe that maybe they are. Yes. That means this sensor system may be having that. Yes, 5
Yes,
senses.
usually 5 senses are not that great now.
Entertain.
They
No,
are
no,
not
not that.
entertaining. But
Yes.
Mano Sanchetana Ahara is there, no?
Uh-huh.
That's
Mind.
why there's 4 things are there.
But I am most of the time I am giving
It's
the
already there.
Dhamma.
Consciousness food is already there.
Yes.
Consciousness food is there. The mind, volitional mind food is getting more profound. That is the problem. A lot of the time, if you don't detect, then you think you are really good. No, because now
No.
power
I
of the
am.
mind is higher. But if you
Yes, I
tap that,
yes.
then it becomes very easy.
Yes, I know that the I don't want to sensually satisfy anything of this body. I'm very, that means not very neutralized. But the mind thing, I am not thinking that I am good. No, not
No,
in
no, not
any.
in that way. Not in that way. Feeding the mind.
Yes. Feeding, most of the time, feeding Dhamma.
Yeah,
Dhamma.
doesn't matter. But the mind is surviving.
Ah.
Mind is surviving and mind is getting entertained by something. It doesn't matter whether it's Dhamma or whether it is whatever.
Ah.
That's how it works.
Right, right, right. So the only thing that we have to do is
Identify that.
contemplation, identifying. Yes. Oh, yeah. That is that kind of thing is happening no every time. The
No,
self.
same thing as I told you. What is preventing you from dying?
Yes,
In the
yes,
sense, as Aranvansi says, what is preventing you from losing your own self, your mind? In the sense,
yes,
self vibration or self perception.
yes, yes, yes.
What is usually preventing is at the end it is the mind anyway. The mind sensor is difficult.
Yes, Aryan Hanse told me, several times, my mind is powerful like that. He told me.
Yeah, it is powerful because usually it happens even to anyone when even if the other five sensory organs are not that powerful, even this can happen to monks also. No, like when they are in dhyana, same thing. Then the self vibration is more powerful.
Yes, yes.
Because it's a different power, because still the mind power is suppressed, but still it's there.
Yes.
Even though it is looking as suppressed, self vibration is very high. The number of watts is very high.
Yes. Now I am not going to think about any of those things also, doctor, because I am always trying to neutralize my mind power. I'm concentrating only on that.
Yeah, you will get it slowly. Just it will come. Keep understanding Dhamma, that there is no one here. Body is not you. The
Yes.
mind is also not you. But there
Yes.
was a vibration which kept this thing going.
Yes.
And this vibration is only manifesting in the stimuli.
Yes. Stimuli. Yes.
Aramuna.
Aramuna. Yes. Because of the Aramuna, everything is happening. Yes.
Yeah, so the aramuna keep changing, but still self perception is the same.
Yes.
It's a table at once, it's a chair another time, it's a fan another time, and it's a sun another time. It's still there's only one thing which is not changing. That is why we feel like I was there 10 years ago, I was there 40 years ago, I was there 60 years ago, like that. That's why the story is.
Yes, yes.
Because you
Yes.
feel like a static me.
Yes. True.
One
Thank
line.
you. Yes, thank you for your effort, doctor. You are actually clearing me like nothing. I worship you, doctor. You are a real doctor. Giving medicine to me like nothing.
Yeah, it is only the beginning of this. So, yeah, you just keep understanding that it will help you.
Yes.
But when you do the translation, you will actually get this more, because you will be listening to original Aranwance's sermons. Actually happen to you, because he has said this multiple times, over and over again and over and over again. Abula gonoma tamai when we don't get it properly, but that's okay.
Yes,
So,
that's okay. Yes, doctor.
yeah.
We are very lucky, doctor. No point out telling. Yeah, very like to having him. My God.
Yeah. Don't put that much strongness into anything.
Yes, yes. We don't have to look at as a
self, no?
Yeah, because it will give you power, because I
Yes.
can feel it.
Yes, yes.
It is going to give you power. So the any time you have to feel it. This is the
Yes.
power. This is the power.
This is
This
the
is the
power.
power.
Yes, we have to understand the feel of power.
Whenever now, as soon as you started talking about Aryan Hanse, the power came back.
Yes, yes. Mm.
That's how you detect it.
Yes. Everything, we should take everything as in a very neutral way. Yes.
You can't do it. Actually,
I
you losing
can't.
you is a different thing.
Yes, but understanding the power only what we can do.
Yeah. That if you actually get rid of this self view that it is only the stimuli, actually
Yes.
it calms you down a lot and lot.
Yes, doctor. Very true.
Because if you understand that your if there's a windowsill, there is a frog, and if you one day understand, oh my god, that if that is mean there's no one else here.
Yes.
Just imagine where the actual fear can, where the fear can land. Fear will come
Yes.
as a habit, and then it
Yes.
will
Yes.
die down slowly.
Yes. Now I
Yes.
can imagine that. Now it will come. Whatever I hear or see, I know what I am seeing, that floating pictures also, that is also self,
Same
no?
thing. Same thing.
Same thing.
Yeah, it is beautiful. Actually, it's good. So you start doing the thing, and we will talk about it. It's good.
Yes, doctor. Now the time is going to
Yeah,
finish.
we can stop now. Thank you, Aryan Mahansa, for your noble guidance. We worship you every day with so
Thank you,
much
Doctor.
gratitude.
Tervan
Thank you.
Saranai, Doctor. Thank you, all the Dhamma friends. Tervan Saranai, Aryan Mahanse. Thank you.
of sacred birth, wisdom of Asia, shining glow, Buddothpado.
Liberation from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath,
Wisdom of Asia, ever aglow, Buddothpado. Dispelling darkness, breaking light,
dispelling ignorance with light,
dispelling suffering as we rise, compassion,
opening all eyes.
Therwan Saranai Dhamma friends. Let's start the talk for the next 1 hour. You're listening to the Buddothpado 24-hour English Zoom channel. And this channel is used to impart Buddothpado and Mahansava Noble Spiritual Teachers Dhamma teachings, which are the true Dhamma philosophy as unveiled by Lord Buddha more than 2,500 years ago. The key components of the Noble Spiritual Teachers' practice and teachings is the bringing to the fore the Vidarshana practice of penetrative insight, reflective thinking, which is a crucial aspect of both understanding and then realizing this Dhamma and realizing the non-vibration or finding the cessation of suffering. The part of the Vidarshana practice has been somewhat misunderstood and kind of gone under the surface because of being misinterpreted by various people, and the focus has been on concentration meditation. Majority of the teachings that you find or practices, you see that that is what it is. Even if they call something as Vidarshana, the active thinking or the penetrative insight, that is not really done in the full meaning of the term. So that is the point that amongst a whole lot of other things, of course, that the noble spiritual teacher has brought to the fore. And the Vidarshana, true Vidarshana practice is something that you can't find in the Pali scriptures. The sutras, 84,000 discourses of the Buddha, are found in the Pali scriptures, but some of it is also, there are some misinterpretations of it. But even without that, just understanding the words is not enough. Actually, one cannot elicit the true meaning of the Pali scriptures, the sutras, without putting and piecing that together with the practical side of things. The practical Vidarshana experience is crucial to actually understanding the true meaning of the Pali scriptures, the sutras. And this our spiritual teacher realized by his own examination, his own search for the truth, because he also undertook concentration meditation, not having known anything else, for about 20 odd years, and realized that that was also similar to the Buddha's experience prior to full awakening. The noble teacher himself realized that that was not getting him anywhere.
he was going into the what you call the asanya talaya, the form of almost a non-conscious, non-perception world where there were no perceptions. And that is a high, very high jhanic kind of meditation state. But despite that, he realized that at some point when the consciousness almost kind of comes back, that one was actually not achieving this nirvana. The self-perception had still not been assuaged or dissolved. So he abandoned that, just like Prince Siddhartha in his search for the truth abandoned the teachers of Alara Kalama, Uddakarama Putta, and then he also abandoned practicing various meditations with the 5 ascetics, and then went on a search of his own to find the truth. The noble teacher also did that, because whilst the Pali scriptures were there was something missing. The teachings were not actually bringing to the fore the correct, the actual truth, which is why it was getting missed. So the teacher, through his own search for the truth and realization, actually found the true meaning of what the Buddha had unveiled so many years ago. Finding how through this mind and the illusion of the mind that this whole desire, aversion, then the clinging, the raga, desa, moha as we call it, and the aversion and the delusion, how these things get formed, how an outside world has become a reality for us, how the senses create the world. All this was truly discovered in the way the Buddha actually realized it, and the transcendence of the 3 realms, as we call it, the sensual realm, the kama loka, the form realm, the rupa loka, and the formless realm, the arupa loka, as we call it. These are Sinhalese terms, and we just mentioned the English terms. All these 3 types of realms have to be transcended. So the sensual realm is the basic mundane world, the clinging to worldly pleasures, the getting deceived by the physicality of objects, the material nature of objects, and then all the clinging, the attachment comes to something that you identify with in the outside world, comes from the sensual realm. But then even if one transcends that, there is the form realm. The form realm is the perception stage, where even if there is no physical clinging to things, and keeping things close to yourself, hoarding things, collecting things, and so on, and taking whatever outside things to be true, still these things can be held in the mind. There will be an outline of it, there will be some kind of perception of it, and that perception can still be real. If the perception is still real, then there is still the self there. And so the self has to get eradicated. The self-perception, the form realm, has to also be transcended. So understanding the futility and the fact that there's no substance to that self-perception, to the perception realm, to the form realm, is also part of this examination, this practice. And then finally the formless realm. The formless realm is all about the feel. There is no material nature of it. There is no physicality of running behind objects, taking the outside world to be true. And then there is no getting caught or deceived in the form realm either. The outline or picture of an object, person, or anything like that is not going to deceive. But still there is a feeling that something is there. The feel of existence is still there. That underlying feeling is what is called the arupaya, or the formlessness. There is no picture, there is no attachment to a worldly kind of, any kind of world as such. There is no sensual realm there at all. The mind is transcended, but at a feel level, that existent feel and the sense of being alive is still there. And as long as that is there, there is still the fear of death. Because that existence, the wanting in some way or form to exist, to live, because that feel of existence is still there, that wanting, even a subtle wanting, a subtle feeling of wanting to be alive is still there. And as long as that is not assuaged, as long as that is not recognized, identified, and the practice is continued, because there in the nirvanic state there isn't anything. The nirvanic state is non-vibration. In that non-vibration state, even that cannot be there. So that too has to be assuaged, and that is done through, all this is done through the practice. But towards that end, the reflection is still required, but it becomes more subtle and subtle towards the end. So these three realms have to be transcended, and these three realms together constitute the 31 planes of existence as well. If you have had some kind of a knowledge or awareness about Buddhism, you know something called the 31 planes of existence. And these are basically the realms of hell, the lower, where the mind is really strong and the materialistic world is strong, and then all the excitation of the stimuli and the senses are strong, and the anger, delusion, clinging, all that is at a very high level of vibration. That is the lower realms, and the preta, the animal, that kind of, these are mental states. These are not actual states that are there somewhere. Now that is also the some of the teachings that you might have heard would say that these are, places where you go, where you die and go to. Then these are not, so that the Buddha, actually the teachings of the Buddha is that showed that these are all states of the mind. All these can be experienced in this one life. So the 31 realms, the even the human realm, the Deva realm, the Brahma realm, and all these other Suddhavasha kind of different realms, as the excitation, the attachment to material world, the perception, attachment to perception, all these things are transcended. One gradually moves from the strong vibrational levels of the lower realms to the human realm, and then transcends the human realm. As the perception becomes finer and finer, the self-view is broken. The 31 planes, the higher of the 31 planes are touched, are the ones that are being experienced, which is why it becomes more and more of a calm state, a tranquil state, and when the inner awakening happens, one keeps only experiencing those very refined states of calmness. And the vibration, the self-vibration becomes less and less towards the end, until the full aspect of the vibration is finally dissolved, which is the nirvanic state. The nirvanic state is not a state by itself, but it is the lack of self-vibration, the cessation of self-vibration. The self-vibration is something that due to ignorance, all living beings are subjected to. All living beings are experiencing it. And this all living beings experiencing it is also not something that is being done of anybody's volition, but is something that is actually almost like a natural occurrence. Because if we come down to how this whole thing happens, as the Buddha said, this is entirely a mind creation. There is an illusion that gets created by the natural occurrence of the sense faculties, creating perceptions which are then interpreted by the mind, consciousness, and a different story is woven. The mind consciousness weaves a story or interprets various perceptions arising from the sense faculties and creates a world which is then believed to be true. Now, the belief of a world to be true doesn't just come about either, because there is an underlying feel. The feel brings on the deception that something is there. Now, if we go back right to the beginning, when the Buddha said the senses create the world, and this illusion is a mind creation, so chittena niyati loko means that the world is a concoction, a construction of the mind. That is what chittena niyati loko means. Chittena means in the mind. And then salayatana loko means the senses. This is a sensor-driven world. The senses create a so-called impression of a world. So-called impression is quite important. And together, all this happening as a natural phenomena leads this being, all living beings, to the mistaken impression that there is life here. And that there is a self here. So the way it works is because everything is subjected to vibration, energy. I mean, we're surrounded by energy. This energy, the vibration is there everywhere. So the human body is no exception. Other living beings are no exception to it. Everything is subject to vibration. The vibration that is also occurring in the sensory organs. I mean, there is this impression that we have that, the body, the human body is separate and everything else is separate. Isn't it? We get this impression that the human body is a different entity altogether. And everything else is different. I mean, true, in this mundane world, we will say that, we breathe the air, the oxygen in the air, and so on. And then we'll say we need to take good food, healthy food, breathe fresh air, and so on, and in order to keep the body healthy. But apart from these little things here and there that we say that we are almost connected to everything, and connected to nature, you hear these things, isn't it? You hear people saying, breathing fresh air is good, you are one with nature, and all these kind of things. But deep down, we haven't really touched the actual truth. The actual truth is there is no separate entity here called a human body or a living being or anything like that. These are all just forms of vibration. And just like everything has, these are, crystallization almost of energy vibrations. And so if that is the case and everything is interconnected, then the vibration is also, you can, otherwise we talk about vibration as an abstract concept, isn't it? We put it into labs and we experiment, we watch it, we do demonstrations of various things. We do all these things thinking the vibration is outside and we are here. Everything is happening around us but not to us. because this us has been made a separate, distinct entity by itself, or so we like to think, or so we believe. Again, not a fault of us as such. We are using the word us and here and we and all that purely as a colloquial way just to explain this philosophy. But of course, right from the beginning, one must understand that where we are going with this teaching, and by sharing this Dhamma philosophy, is to show this self-view is something that has been wrongly constructed. So at the end, we will show that this is not a negative concept. There's another aspect that everybody thinks that Buddhism is very negative. So there is no such thing. This is just to share the truth of what the Buddha revealed so many years ago. And this truth is everybody's right to understand. You have a right to know the truth. Because as a living being, as long as one is deceived by this mundane world, as long as one is deceived by these experiences that are derived through the sensory perceptions and through these mind creations, there is suffering. And the Buddha's primary aim when he went in search of the truth was to find an end to the suffering. And why do you have to find an end to the suffering? Because there is suffering. When he saw the premonitions of an old person, a sick person, a dead person, and then finally the impression of a monk, he realized from the first three premonitions that these are the things that this is suffering. And whilst everybody in the mundane world had taken it for granted even back in the day, the final picture of a person clad in very simplistic robes, begging for alms in a calm, tranquil state, and when questioned, was told that that was a person in search of the truth to end suffering. Then he realized that there is something called the truth out there, and something, if one discovers that truth, then that can bring an end to this suffering. So that is what this whole thing is about. The suffering is everybody's in everybody's plate, right? I think there's a expression for that in English, but escapes my mind at the moment. It's everybody's lot, isn't it? That's what you say. Suffering is everybody's lot. Meaning that I don't think there's a single person in this world who will say that, oh, I didn't have any pain of mind for my entire life. I mean, this is in a very material type of way. You would realize when you listen to these Dhamma talks, not just this talk, but all the talks in this Zoom channel, that the suffering goes even deeper than that. It's not just losing a material thing, not just losing your house, or not just losing your job, not just not getting something that you want, a physical thing, or not parting with loved ones, or not having someone that you really love die tragically. Those are also suffering, true, but it goes deeper than that. So it was to bring to an end this suffering that this Dhamma is being imparted. And that is why it is relevant to each and every one of you. This is not confined to anything called a religion. Buddhism is not a religion. Buddhism, in the correct way, if it is said in the correct way and explained in the correct way, the Buddha actually unveiled it so many thousand years ago, one would actually understand that this is the plight of all humanity, all existence, not even humanity. This is the plight, the state of all living beings. This is how this whole thing works, the way things are. And the way things are is subject to a kind of a magnifying excitation of stimuli type of process, which keeps on perpetuating a sansaric existence of birth and death. Now, birth and death doesn't just happen. Birth and death happens with old age, sickness, disease, everything. Everything comes into that. If you look at the world at the moment, do you think that there's anything? You might think the worldly pleasures are great and this type of thing, the sensual pleasures are great. But predominantly, what do you find? You find a lot of suffering, isn't it? Suffering and fighting and killing, maiming of people, entire states, entire countries, entire communities of people getting annihilated because somebody wakes up. Two leaders wake up in the morning and decide they need to, gain more power, gain more resources, various things. It doesn't have to be even to that extent. Even the two people fighting on the road is the same. All these ways are different expressions of this way this suffering is manifesting itself in various forms because of ignorance, wanting something where something is actually not there. So if we come back to this sensor-driven world which the Buddha said, and there's nothing else outside, what he explained was that one cannot actually find a world outside. When somebody came to the Buddha and asked, said that tell him how to find the end of the world, because he was in search of the end of the world. That was his quest. The Buddha said, Salayatana loko loko. He said, the world gets created in the senses, nowhere else. There's no point in you going anywhere. Understand how the senses work. Understand how this mind works. You understand how the mind and the senses work, then you have transcended this world. So, how do these senses work? Now we talked about vibration. So the vibration is occurring also in this human body. We leave the other living beings aside for a moment. The human body has 5 sensory organs. So just like everything is vibrating, everything is subject to vibrational energy, the human body is no different. So if the human body is no different, then all the sensor faculties, the sensory organs are also subject to vibration. And our noble teacher, through his self-realization, actually realized, this is not heard anywhere else, that the so-called light, the so-called sound that we have all this time thought is coming from outside, is just purely a manifestation occurring in the sensory organs, within the sensory organs, due to the speed of vibration. So the vibration that occurs in the eye faculty, there's vibration. And then that vibration telepathizes with other millions and billions of vibrations outside of similar frequency. Similar frequency is quite important. The same frequency, same or similar frequency, they vibrate, telepathize. And it is that occurrence that actually gives rise to a spark in the eye. Just like the lightning that you see very distinctly in a dark stormy night. And then that gives the impression that the whole sky is lit up, right? You feel as if the whole sky is lit up at that point. In that same way, the spark occurs in the eye. And because of the speed of vibration, the spark is continuously happening at great speed. And what happens when something like that happens at great speed? One gets the impression and the feeling that light actually exists, that there is a permanent light that exists. So the light actually is manifesting where? It is manifesting inside, and it is interpreted like that by the mind, the eye consciousness, that there is a permanent thing called a light. The perception, the sensation that occurs as a result of those never-ending sparks, continuous sparks, is the perception called light. So now we have this perception that there is such a thing called light. And then the other sense of faculties work in the same way. The vibration is happening. Vibration doesn't stop. Because these basic perceptions are there as long as the human body, as long as there's breath coming in and out of the body, the vibration doesn't stop. So the same thing with the eardrum, there is a vibration in the eardrum, and that vibration telepathizes with similar frequency vibrations to give rise to something called sound, which has been given a name, a perception called sound. That is also given a name, no? Called sound. Otherwise, how do we say sound is sound? How do we say light is light? We have given a name to it. In conventional society, we have given names to everything. You find a piece of hair, even that we have called it a piece of hair or a wisp of hair or something like that. Or what, hair follicle, isn't it? Everything has been named. So, and the other sense of faculties also the same thing happens. The tongue, when there's food or any kind of thing that has been, that it comes in contact with, the vibration is the thing that gives rise to the taste. The vibration in the body sensations are telepathizing to give one the perceptions of heat, cold, and solidity, and so on. And then for the nose, the sense of smell, all occurring because of vibrations occurring within the sensory organs, telepathizing with similar frequency vibrations to give rise to a manifestation of light, sound, touch, taste, and smell. Now those are the 5 basic perceptions, and this happens with every human being, unless of course for people who are blind or deaf. Now for them, the vibration in the eye isn't occurring for a blind person. And because the vibration is not occurring, it has no ability to telepathize with other similar frequency vibrations. Now if the light was outside, as we commonly believe, the blind person, there can't be any problem, no? Whether anything is wrong. The light is outside, so then you should be able to see. But there is some connection, isn't it? What is the connection? The connection is if the vibration is not happening here, the eye vibration has to be there. The eye vibration, if it is either completely not there or it is damaged, then to that extent the telepathization is equally distorted, either not completely there or is distorted. Now you have people who are colorblind. Some people can't see red, some people can't see green. Now if green and red existed outside, that person should be able to see it, right? It's quite simple when you think about it that way. Even where people are deaf, the vibration in the eardrum is not occurring. And the trigger point is always there. The initial perception of hearing, that manifestation has to happen before the interpretation starts kicking in. So the sensory perceptions and the perceptions of light, touch, smell and sound and so on are then subjected to another cycle within. So these are all internal processes that are happening and is a natural mechanism. The mind consciousness then interprets these, takes these together, combines it in various forms and then gives an interpretation. So sound and touch can be interpreted as if you touch a chair. Now, how did the chair come about? If you touch the chair, it's solidity, isn't it? But consider for a moment, did you know that the chair was a chair all your life? You might think you knew it all your life, but if you really go back in time, go back and think about it in your youth, your young days, teenage days, you still knew it was a chair, right? You go back to your childhood, at some stage you'd realize that this was actually taught. So the infant in the cot had no idea of not only chair, no idea of that light was light, sound was sound, touch was touch, and so on. Now we said that light is also a word that is given, a name that is given, isn't it? Sound is also that. There is a perception. The perception also has been given a name. But before the perception, what was there? The feel. The baby would feel there is some sensation of light, but wouldn't know that that light, that sensation was called light. The baby would feel the sound or hear the sound. That sensation will arise when somebody calls out to the baby. The baby will, kind of shake the head and then try to focus, right? Even the focus is not initially there. But then gradually the focus improves and the baby would set eyes on the person who actually from where the sound emanated. If somebody calls out the baby's name, the baby would look in that direction. But that doesn't happen even initially because the sensors are also developing, the sensory organs. So when you think about the chair, the baby didn't know about the chair. So it is at some point, maybe at Montessori, kindergarten stage, you'd realize that, there was actually a teaching. Somebody taught that the chair was a chair. So if you think about everything that you started learning seriously, starting from the alphabet, the 7 colors and so on, mother, father, all these things have been taught, isn't it? But how did these names, objects get formed? That is the mind consciousness taking this, combining the basic sensory perceptions, light and sound, touch, taste and smell, and then gives it another name. So this is an automatic, another cycle that the sensory perceptions go through or get combined, and that happens when there is actually something being taught or learned. So in that process, 2 things are brought together. Sensory perceptions, 2 are brought together. The feeling of solidity and the name is given to it called chair. Or an image is shown and a sound is given to it saying that is the letter A, this is the letter B, this is the letter C. And so the alphabet is quietly, repeatedly reinforced to the child, and the child starts gaining a perception. Now the mind consciousness kicks in. So now 2 things are put together, an image and a sound is put together, and then a new vibration forms. The new vibration is then has a perception of its own. The new vibration gives rise to another sensation. That sensation is given a name and that's called perception. And what is this perception now? The letter A. But if you actually looked at it, it was just an image on a blackboard, isn't it? But the teacher points to the letter A drawn on the blackboard and keeps on saying, this is A, this is A, this is A. Now when you keep on saying this is A, this is A, this is A, now A has become real for the child because 2 perceptions have been brought together. the mind is now combining and creating a new vibration, and the sound of it is A. And then the child learns that A is the start of the alphabet. And there is finally, so the perception is A, and the speedy vibration of this then gives the feeling that there is such a thing called A, that A actually exists. And the same thing with the chair. So if you proceed with different objects, this is how the learning happens. But everything is shown as an object outside, isn't it? The A is drawn on the blackboard, the chair is in the classroom, and the teacher will point to the chair and say, this is a chair. And the child will touch the chair, but the child will touch the chair and only feel solidity. It doesn't even know its solidity. Even the word solid is learnt. But at least if we just take it for the sake of explaining this, it is solidity. But moment the sound chair is associated with that feeling of solidity, now the new creation is the chair. So repeated reinforcement will now make the child realize that there is such a thing called a chair, and the chair exists. So the existent feeling also comes. So we talked about the formless realm, but initially all this starts with there is some kind of sensation that is felt. And with names given to it, these things are then believed to be true, believed to be existing outside, and then gradually these things become real. The clinging, the desire, the aversion for various things also starts occurring. The likeness, the dislike for certain things. Some things will resonate with with the child, some things may not. And so gradually, depending on, different, the self-vibration of that child, there is a certain amount of inherent vibratory vibrations in the so-called child that we call a child. And the tendencies of liking certain things, not liking things also can come from that. It can also occur in this lifetime through association of various perceptions. The likes and the desires can change, but there is also an inherent liking and disliking as well, certain traits that come from that self-vibration that started off this whole process at zygote level, which is at the stage where the conception happens, and the vibration there, how that comes about, that's a different topic altogether. But so if we come back to these perceptions, this is how the materialistic world and the outside world gets formed. So the child now believes that an outside world is there, and this is true. And the moment that is believed to be true, there is an experiencer, a person seeing it, observing it on this side that gets created. So now the self has got created. So there is an existing field, and then there is a self that has got created as well. So this is how the self-view gets formed. But is there actually something called the outside world? Now, the teacher who taught it, the mother and the father who teaches various things to the child are all also ignorant. They too have been taught by their teachers, and their teachers have been taught by their earlier people who taught them. And so on and on and on it goes. This is how the conventional world's view is of the world. The view of the world is that the world has always existed. It has been subject to evolution, the Darwin theories, Einstein theories, all these have become very real. It is learnt as the beginning of this world, the Big Bang theory, this, that and the other. Right? Whatever that is being learnt, all this is arising and deriving from these senses, isn't it? How else can one experience the world? If you think about your life now and whatever that you have understood and experienced right through your lifetime, consider for a moment whether there was anything that was experienced other than from the sense faculties, from the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and body sensations. And then there is also the sixth sensor called the mind. So from these six senses, and other than these six senses, do you have any other experience of this world, as you call it? No, isn't it? We haven't thought about these things because we are caught up in this day-to-day humdrum of life, or rat race, whatever you want to call it, more like a rat race actually. And we run around going after things, achieving things, or wanting to achieve things, aspiring to achieve things, making a life for our own, making a life for our children, or so we say, or saving for retirement, saving to have a comfortable life in retirement, or even doing other things like community support, charity, even those things. Whatever that we are doing, can you see that in every one of these aspects, this experience of the world is, for one thing, something that is being associated only through the senses, and the other thing is that all these things have been believed to be real, even for charity or even for one to be generous. There is a belief that these things exist, that there is a poor person, and the poor person, I must help the poor person. Or there is such a thing called poverty out there. There is such a thing called poor people, or hunger, or famine. Now these are also learnt, isn't it? So there is poverty, and then you feel sorry for that situation and you want to do something about it. So how did the concept of poverty, hunger, famine also come about? Those were also learned, wasn't it? Now the baby in the cot didn't know anything about famine and poverty and things like that. The hunger is a natural occurrence as long as there is a physical body. The physical body, because it is just feeding off nutrients, it does need nutrients to survive. Just like the tree. A tree would not survive if it is not drawing nutrients from the earth, because as we said, all this is based on energy. So everything requires energy to continue to thrive, and then finally when it reaches the end of its natural state of the vibrations occurring, it will then, like a bell curve, go on to the deterioration side. Now when this happens to a tree, starting from a small seed, now how did the seed become a massive tree? The seed became a massive tree. I mean, these are things that a noble teacher has pointed out as natural occurrences. These are all part of nature. How did the seed become a big tree? Because that little seed had the ability to draw energy from the earth to become a sapling, to a young plant, to a young tree, to this massive, either oak tree or jack tree or whatever it is. Bear fruit, take the energy from the sun, and so on. And this thing is constantly happening. This absorbing of energy, emanating of various types of air, and so on. So this is the way the plants thrive, the trees thrive, and so on. That is also a continuous system, isn't it? Now we learn about these things in school. So there is no difference in this human body either. The human body also is subject to that type of thing. But we have this notion that we can control things. Now the digestive system is digestive system, respiratory system is respiratory system. You are not controlling your respiratory system. Are you saying, now take a breath in, now take a breath out? You won't be able to do anything else if you do that. This is naturally happening. The digestive system, the blood circulation system, the nervous system, all these things are functioning. And yet we want to attribute somebody here who is controlling it. If you can control it, you should be able to control the fact that you don't get sick, control the fact that you don't get old, you don't get wrinkles, you don't get gray hair, you don't fall sick, your loved ones won't fall sick, because then they can control it as well, right? But can you control this? But yet we call this body mind. It's my leg, my hand, my arm, my hair, my head. Everything is mine, isn't it? The mind, it also denotes a possessive tone. So if these are all mine, it's almost the same like my house, my house, my job, my parents, my children, my spouse. All like possessive tones, like something is there externally. So if then my leg is also any different? No. All those other things are also mine, this is also mine, but everything seems to be outside, isn't it? Something that is belonging to you. So if the leg is my leg, if you had to amputate a leg for some reason, do you say now that amputated leg is not there, but now so part of the body is gone now, but you say you are still there. Then you have say somebody has to amputate both legs and hands, and now it is just the other part of the body that remains. Do you say that you are not there? That person will that person say that person is not there? No, they'll still say you're there. He or she is there. So then what do we call the body? If the body is not you, then is it the mind? Then you might say the mind is you. So what is the mind? The mind is basically the thoughts, isn't it? There is no static thing called the mind. The Buddha said that there is no static thing called the mind. Mind is, as we call it, the thoughts that are occurring, one after the other. But actually we are experiencing only one thought in one moment. Whether you think about your childhood, some past event, you know the common expression is that you went back to your childhood type of thing. You didn't go back to your childhood, the thought occurred only at this moment. If you say you're planning for some one of your children's school events next week, where you're helping out as a parent, planning for that is not planning for the future. You're planning for that. The thought is occurring only in this moment. So can you see, even with the way the language is, the way we use the language also gives this connotation of everything either being there in the past, being something is being planned for the future. You get this thing that future exists, the past existed, the future exists, and therefore we must plan for it. And all that type of thing, isn't it? This whole concept of time, the Buddha said, is a mind creation. In the feel is there only in the here and now. In the feel, when the mind is transcended by those on the path, and the ones who have actually achieved the full awakening, the mind has got completely transcended. So this concept of time is no longer there. The concept of time is a man-made concept in order to bring some kind of semblance to the world and worldly order, and that is the way the time has been set. So now we have a past, a future, and a present. We have yesterday, tomorrow, last year, history, world wars. Everything has been put to time, isn't it? We have the tomorrow, the next year, and these have become so real for us. That is why we are hankering after things. We are always finding some future state that is bigger and better and more positive. And we are always aspiring for something. And that goal and that thing is also changing shape. Why is it changing shape? Why is it not always being the same? Because that is being thought of only in this very moment. The occurrence of a thought, the future, the thought of the future is occurring in this moment. The thought of some past event is occurring in this moment. So what is the thought? What is it that is actually happening? A noble teacher says also that it is this thought that is occurring in this very moment is the only thing that can be actually, there is some semblance of ability to see the truth only in this thought. But the mundane world, those who have no access to the Dhamma, thinks that the mind is me. If the mind is you, you should be able to control that mind. But can you control your mind? You can't control the thoughts that come to the mind. If you want to say, for example, sit down in concentration meditation and say, I want to have peace and quiet for the next 5 minutes and focus on only one object alone, you can't do that 2 minutes down into it, or even 1 minute. You will have all kinds of thoughts scrambling on top of each other. And so it's a real uphill battle. Even if you go into concentration types of meditation, advanced stages, at invariably some point, there is a coming back down to reality. And if the coming back down to reality means the thoughts are still crowding into the mind. So is that something that is controllable? If you wanted to control it, then you should be able to control the mind.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. First of all, I would like to pay my utmost respect to our කල්‍යාණ මිත්‍රයන්න් වහන්සේ, බුද්ධෝත්පාද ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. ආද නමස්කාර කරමි බුද්ධෝත්පාද ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ අවසරයි. This is another Dhamma talk for those who are interested in these two Dhamma. More than 2,500 years ago, after the passing away of Lord Buddha,
A rare, extraordinary, timeless truth is once again awakened in this period of time. Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse has revealed what Lord Buddha has preached 2500 years ago. It was covered with dust. So, by his own experience, he has revealed this truth to the whole nation. So, this is another attempt of giving this true Dhamma to the whole nation. So, there are other various ways of giving this true Dhamma to those who are really looking for, really seeking, the seekers, real seekers, to the real seekers of this true Dhamma. So if you are, so you are really fortunate to listen to this true Dhamma, what Lord Buddha has preached 2500 years ago. We live in this world without knowing the reality of this world. So every moment, thought becomes real for us because we did not know the creation of this world. When the thoughts are arising and they become real, we are born here. So there is a mechanism there, which we did not know the mechanism. The thoughts are not real. It is just a spark or vibration. This vibration always gives us the wrong idea of self-identity. But it is a natural phenomena and no ownership for this series of sparks. This natural phenomena is not easy to understand at once. Our noble teacher Buddothpado Aryan Vahansa has clearly explained us the creation of our mind. Actually, without knowing the mind's creation, we cannot escape from our thoughts or mind. In Buddothpado's sermons, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse very nicely explained it through this radiant mind. Very nice examples are given for the listeners to understand it easily. When you go back to your radiant mind, you can understand how our thoughts create and make our world. Thoughts are not real and minds are also not real. It's a complete illusion. This illusion leads us to the circle of birds. By realizing the creation of our mind, it will help to eradicate the illusion of thoughts. Gradually, the values that we assign to each thoughts and external world will diminish. But it happens according to our understanding. It all depends on understanding the efforts to see the truth. When we take the last few decades, we used to think that this understanding of this true Dhammo Nibbana, we can say Nibbana is something which we have to go and find. So we tried our level best to find it from going to place to place by engaging in different alms givings and also retreats, meditation retreats and all. We did so many things from temple to temple sometimes. Not only that, we listened to different types of sermons from different monks or Dhamma friends. So we tried our level best to follow them. And we read a lot of books and we accumulated a lot of knowledge. Actually, that became a waste of time. By doing concentrating meditation, we thought we will be able to liberate from this, but we could not. And also in the same time we had that, we had the feeling of that, is this the way of the liberation? Also we tried, although we tried or although we followed, we had that feeling of this is not the way, but could not help, we followed. Fortunately, most of us met these Buddothpado sermons. So there we understood this is what we were looking for. This is the real Dhamma. This is what we were searching for the years and years. So there only we understood that. We came to know that Nibbana or liberation of mind cannot gain by knowledge. It is something that we have to gain within ourselves. It is a realization beyond thoughts. So to gain this wisdom, first we have to understand how the mind is created. So this is what Buddothpado Aryan Vahase has taught in Buddothpado sermons, gives us. So to understand how the mind is created, we have to go back to the radiant mind of a newborn baby. If you have heard these examples, most probably, these are the examples Buddothpado Aryan Vahase is always talking about. A newborn baby comes to this world with a pure and untainted mind. He or she is free from perception of self. There is no duality. He or she does not know, the baby does not know his parents, siblings, or his surroundings. But he has the sensation of light, sound, and feel. He has not created his world there. His world is not created there. But what happens gradually, once the baby grows up, he is introduced to the world by giving a name and sound. For example, we can say by showing the baby's mother and giving the sound mother, we give that to the baby. So until the baby grasps it, it is done repeatedly. This is your mother. This is your sister. So likewise, the things around the baby are given. The objects are introduced as the same way. Chair, car, table, book. So there builds the world of that child. So with all these concepts, language, the me or self also created, and so is the duality. So there, even when the child goes to the Montessori, the teacher is teaching, Montessori teacher is teaching by showing the pictures and giving the name, the object and the name. So there the duality begins. This is your book, this is your bottle. Likewise, what is around the baby? So the world is created with the things around the baby. So me, the self concept is introduced there, where from the beginning the baby did not have it. So me or self also created, and so is the duality. The duality gives power there. It is there and I am here. But all our perceptions, concepts, with time, these perfections gains power and gives the feeling that there is an existing external world. So the world is created. And we we now believe in this illusionary world due to ignorance. Due to ignorance, we tend to think that an external world exists, and with that creates defilements towards objects. What will happen to that radiant mind after that? Now the radiant mind is covered with defilements. So no one can achieve Nibbana as long as defilements creates. So without stopping, all these defilements come to the mind. However, now we can hear through Dhamma which says, don't try to find Nibbana from outside because it is always within you. This is a very nice story in Buddothpado sermons. If you understand this statement, which Lord Buddha has quoted 2500 years ago, you will find the answer within this sentence. Try not to find Nibbana from outside. Try to find it from within yourself. When we listen to through Dhamma with the correct vision and wisdom, we would be able to see through the illusion. Also, we feel it is a direct experience. Once you contemplate deeply and understand, we can realize how the light and sound is created due to vibrations, how the telepathy system creates. Also, we can realize that these are all a natural phenomenon. As the wisdom transcends the ignorance, the vibration loses its power to telepathize, and the illusionary self begins to dissolve slowly but steadily. So there you are in the path of liberation from mind. Anyway, to find this path, the liberation of mind, we have to understand what these thoughts are. Because suffering begins, it starts from a thought. When a thought arises, it is called samudaya. The thought that arose could be a thought of a book. Everything begins with a thought. So that is why we are going to talk about this thought here. The arising of a thought of a book can bring you happiness or sorrow. Happiness or sorrow are both sufferings. Both happiness and sorrow give rise to feelings or uh, some kind of, if we can say, Vedana. These feelings are either good feelings or bad feelings. The reason for your suffering is this appearance of an illusion or the appearance of this mundane world. The appearance of the book is your illusion. But what if you see the pure truth in that thought? Then the book ceases to exist and you will realize the pure truth in that moment. Seeing the truth in every thought is the way to go on the path to attain nirvana. Our path is seeing the truth in each thought. So it is not that easy to learn this. You have to apply some effort to focus and be on the path to nirvana. Our goal should be to study and understand the Dhamma very well. When we apply Dhamma to each thought, we can realize the pure truth by ourselves. When we apply some effort and realize the Dhamma or the pure truth, our wisdom begins to increase automatically. You will realize the pure truth only through wisdom, which you develop from a deep and clear understanding of Dhamma. It is with wisdom that you can realize the pure truth. It is not that easy. You have to apply a lot of effort to go on this path and to realize the pure truth. Most probably what you have to do is you have to listen. You have to listen so many sermons as much as possible, because there are nearly 12,000 sermons which has done by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. Even one sermon will help you to take you to the path of Nibbana. what Lord Buddha has done, the same way Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse does. Sometimes Lord Buddha has met by going for a long path, long way, and he has met these people as we experience. He has met these people and he has preached Dhamma, true Dhamma to them. And they have liberated from this illusion. So likewise, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse has started the same method. He too does the same thing. He goes to the remote areas where very difficult families live. So he goes there and he preaches to Dhamma to them. And last few days we experienced that most of them understood this to Dhamma and they have come to the path of Nibbana. So understanding this Dhamma is not that easy, but this is what, if you need liberation, this is what you have to do. So because whether it is happiness or whether it is sadness, everywhere we see the sufferings. So while doing our day-to-day work, we can understand this Dhamma because let us see what the thought is and also how can we observe. So it is up to us while doing our day-to-day work or any of the four postures, we can observe this Dhamma. So at the beginning of the journey on this path, most probably even in practical sessions, most probably in these Mitmalaramas or Vivekashramas, Mehiniaramas, when we go there, we experience that a little bit of samatha meditation is concentration meditation, and a bit of vipassana meditation can be done. So because the reason of the need of a bit of samatha meditation is because we have to train our mind to observe the stimulus that comes to our mind consciousness. Because if we do not train our mind to see this stimulus, the mind will be fleeting about so fast. There, we will not be able to see this aramuna that comes from seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, or thinking. Because not being able to see this aramuna is a big problem. Aramuna means that stimulus. It is sometimes we can't see it even. Many of us face this problem when we try to go on this path, not being able to see this stimulus. The moment we try to see the thought that arose, we have already lost the concentration of trying to see the thought. The mind runs off. How do we learn to see the thought the moment it comes? So it is up to us, it is up to you, it is up to me to develop the focus to see the thought that arrives to our mind. So the kusalaya means in this mundane world, we thought by giving alms, by giving money or something, by building things or something like that. Kusalaya means collecting merits. That is what we thought. So after listening to these Buddothpado sermons, we got to know, we know now, seeing the thought that comes to our mind is a kusalaya, a wholesome deed, a skill that will help us to realize the pure truth. So now we see the difference between once you see this truth, pure truth, what kusalaya means, and also before seeing this, before listening to these Buddothpado sermons, how it changed. So, kusalaya or a wholesome deed, the skill, that means seeing the thought that comes to our mind. If you are not able to see your thought, or if you are not skillful in seeing your thought, it means that your skillfulness is going to prevent you from realizing the pure truth. So in this mundane world, we have seen so many people in this category. They don't like to listen to this sound. Although you give this, we give this, they don't want to see these things even. The thoughts are passing very quickly, very passing very swiftly. All these thoughts are not wholesome or beneficial. These type of thoughts do not help you to attain nirvana. They are called, we can call them fleeting thoughts. Fleeting thoughts are not wholesome because all fleeting thoughts consist of greed, ill will, and delusion. Raga, dvesha, moha. This scene of the thought is a wholesome act which will help you realize the pure truth. Seeing the thought that comes to your mind is a wholesome act, a kusalaya. So in Buddothpado sermons, the meaning of Buddha, the state of Buddha means emptiness. There is nothing, there is no things. Although we took it this as a statue earlier, it is maybe a statue made of clay or a wooden statue, what we worshipped, it became real for us. Before listening to these Buddothpado sermons, all these things became real for us. So here it is not so. in Buddothpado sermons, you have to find not something outside but within yourselves. What you see outside all are things. You see conventional names. Names that we have assigned to things that we see in this illusion. Now, just look outside. When you see outside, you see a lot of things around you. Book, chair, table, ground, even sky, trees. All these, it's only a scene, isn't it? So in Buddothpado sermons, it clearly understood that seeing what you see is all an illusion. So this is what Lord Buddha has preached us 2500 years ago. The philosophy of Lord Buddha. To realize this pure truth, we have to learn that what Lord Buddha has taught us. So this is what Lord Buddha has preached. This is the philosophy. So understanding of this philosophy of Lord Buddha is the most important thing here. So when you look outside, we actually see an image which has been created by our thoughts. But the image is not the truth. They are only thoughts. The book means a thought. The wall, brick wall means a thought. The table means a thought. Or whatever it is, whatever you see outside, all are thoughts. So whatever we see outside, chair, bed, windows, all these materials made of the four elements. At last, what will happen? All these things, they will turn into a gas and disappear. Because if all these things catches what you see, what we see, they catch fire, they turn into ash. The four elements at last turn into gas and disappear. So this is the most important thing. What we see outside is not true. So it is not that easy to explain this pure truth using a language. So this truth, pure truth. So there are so many examples in Buddothpado sermons. There are so many examples. Buddothpado Aranvase has preached. He has preached so many things to show the people, to show his followers, to show these disciples that what you see outside is not true. The mundane world is not true. So there is another good example he has given about that film theater when the projector, what is happening in front, what is happening in the uh, about a screen that in front of you in a film hall, what is happening there when the projector at the end, at the other end of the film theater projects the light onto the screen, images appear on the screen. It is very similar to the television screen. Behind these images there is a screen, but what you see is not the screen. What you see in the screen, there are things: people, vehicles, houses, trees, whatever it is, there are objects which do not exist on the screen. They are only colors. You see only colors upon the screen. You see only the colors. But you keep watching a film which is only a projection of colors on a screen. But what has happened? The things have become real to you in this screen. You keep on watching. So even in the film, this is the same. Even in front of a television screen, it is also the same. This is the same thing happens in the real world as well. We consider to be real. What you see outside are your thoughts. So this is a very good example. If you can deeply think about this situation and compare this. So this is the same thing happening outside world. What you see outside are our thoughts. Think of what you see outside as images that falls onto the film screen. You don't see the screen at all, do you? Here outside world, you don't see the screen. This is, there is another thing we can say. If a painter paints on a brick wall, a beautiful scenery can be drawn by an artist. But do you see the brick wall there or the painted wall? You see only this painted wall there. You only look at the images on the wall and you try to figure out the story that painting was trying to teach us or convey to us the story. So the same thing. The screen and the background can be considered as the pure, untamed mind or Prabhashwara Siddha. But when you grow up, you can't see it. When you paint your own thoughts and images on this pure and untainted mind, you tend to contaminate and destroy the purity of your mind consciousness. This is what happened. All the people in this world, they live, each and every one of them live in their own worlds. their own world, created by their own thoughts. They are all mental worlds. None of these mental worlds are true. So you may think they talk each other, exchange their ideas, views, they are having conversations, but it is all an illusion. One day everybody will die. They will turn to soil on the ground. Nobody can imagine what is being said now. Everything can be collapsed within one day. So this thing can be happen because they do not know the pure truth. Only a few people understand and realize this pure truth. What you have to learn is we have to erase the thoughts that comes to our mind at that moment. When you receive a thought, you should look at the mind without the image. It is similar to looking at the theater screen without looking at the images on it. This scene is like attaining nirvana. It is like seeing the truth. You can see the truth if you understand this, what is being said in these Buddothpado sermons. So, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse has very simply explained all these things to understand each and every person according to the level of their knowledge. So, if you are wise enough to understand this pure truth, you will attain nirvana, no doubt. So, this is the only way of uh, eradicating your sufferings. This is what Lord Buddha preached 2500 years ago, the real true Dhamma. You will find true Dhamma in Buddhothpado sermons. So please listen to this, understand this, and try to eradicate all your sufferings. You will be free from this world one day if you really understood this true Dhamma. So as the time passed, I will wind up this speech. May we have the courage to look deeply. May we have the wisdom to let go. May we awaken to the moment. And may all beings be free from suffering. Teruvan Saranai. I would like to pay my utmost respect to our Kalyana Mitrayanan Mahanse, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. Pada Namaskara Karami, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. Teruvan Saranai.
respect to our noble friend Buddothpado and Vanse for giving this kind of opportunity to take part this kind of Dhamma discussion. So, and also I'd like to extend my sincere greetings to all who are gathered here today. So, as we always remind, this is not an ordinary gathering. It is a gathering of the truth seekers. So we have gathered here for a common purpose, to just not to listen to another ordinary kind of sermon, but to discuss together and understand the true Dhamma, the true nature of everything. So after the realizing the truth, after understanding the truth completely, you should be able to feel that truth as well. Therefore, it's not just another kind of a sermon. So as we are collectively do it, it is kind of a collective effort. So we share each other the experiences and how they have found out this Dhamma and how they see this true Dhamma and what should be the correct angle of seeing this same true Dhamma. That is very important. So that's why I call it this is kind of a collective journey. So even though it is, as we said, it's a collective journey, but you have to understand this Dhamma individually. So otherwise, you won't be able to liberate from your own mind if you understand, if that had been clearly realized on your own. So sharing Dhamma is another thing, and complete realizing part belongs to the individual. So this has so other than the discussions, we have plenty of texts there in our website to refer. So that website is, as I always remind it in these forums, that you must be knowing these things by now, but I'd like to remind again and again for the new comers. So that is our main that is our main website, that is www.buddothpado-dhamma.com website. So if you visit that site, you will find plenty of books which have been written under the guidance of our noble friend. So they are in Sinhala, English and Tamil languages. So as a customary, we read few pages from the English book series, the True Dhamma Has Awakened book series. So we are focusing currently on volume number 6, and so it will put some kind of a foundation to the daily discussion. So I like to encourage you to visit that site as well. So other than that, we have the newly developed website that is www.wisdomofasia.com website. So there are so people who are very keen in scientific findings and modern day technologies. So if you want to see this truth through these angles, so you will, I welcome you to that website. So it will clearly illustrate how these modern day findings tally with this ancient kind of wisdom. So yeah, so what actually, before we begin this discussion, I'd like to recap some important points that have been that were discussed in previous sessions. So Buddha talked about some kind of a fact that is called the Cheto Vimukti. This is in Pali. Cheto means mind. Vimukti means liberation. So he talked about this Cheto Vimukti, liberation from mind, freedom of mind. So how does this come? So we think the mind is me, mind is, so I'm thinking, and the one who is thinking at this moment. Even if you analyze your mind, how does it behave? So we think the person who is responsible for this thinking is me. So if it is that much intertwined, how we can liberate from that mind? That is the question. Unless you understand what sort of a thing the mind represents or mind is, you won't be able to liberate, or you won't be able to achieve this Cheto Vimukti. So what Buddha said is how you would be able to get away from this, your mind. Other than that, the understanding is the only path. So why we should be very concerned about liberating from mind? Why is that? But so you can analyze through yourself. What does mind say at this moment? Mind says, just keep on listening this Dhamma. And if by accident, what will happen if this discussion would get interrupted? Maybe due to power failure, maybe due to interruptions in your internet connection. So you feel some kind of a disheartedness. So some kind of a sorrow. To where does it get? Into the mind. Because your thought was to be engaged with this sermon, but due to unavoidable circumstances, you had to stay away from that discussion. So your mind says, now discussion is going, but unfortunately, I can't join with this discussion. So you get some kind of a sad feeling. Why is that? Because your mind. So what is this mind? What is this mind? Does it belong to you? So does the mind represents you, or does your mind do whatever you say? No, just think, just think. So at that very instances, you did you need, do you know, do you need to sadness to have take place? No, no, but sadness comes in the sudden interruptions of the electricity or the internet connectivity. What will happen? So your intention to join with this discussion will go will be interrupted. So that interruption make your mind to feel sad. So it is not intentionally done. It happened. So why is that? So if your mind does whatever you say, did you tell to your mind, so this is my suffering time, so now you now this is likewise, this is the moment I become happy? No, mind does whatever the things it wants to do. You do not want but think. So is that the mind? Does this mind do whatever the thing as the way that you want to behave? No. So can you change that? It is not possible either. So what we have to understand is mind is very similar to what to sensors that you have already in your body, like eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. So if you move to some place where the hot sun is there, so can you prevent feeling of the heat? No. Can you stop? So the sensors work. Your body sensor, the skin sensor works. So you can't stop feeling the warmth. So it is a sensor. So likewise, if you go to somewhere kind of chilly environment, so can you prevent feeling the low temperatures? No. It happens. So as long as you keep your eyelids open, can you prevent seeing the objects outside you? No. Eye acts as a sensor. Skin acts as the sensor. As long as your earlobes are open, keeps open, so can you prevent hearing the voices or other noises? No. Your ear acts as a sensor. So likewise, as long as the things get together and forms kind of a mind or a thought, the mind keeps on generating the thoughts again and again and again. So it is not under the control of you. Mind also acts as another sensor. So that's why Lord Buddha said there are 6 faculties. So through these 6 faculties, we create our own world. So we have to understand how this world gets created through these faculties. So why they are called faculties? So they are somewhat like factories. Actually, what is happening here is the eye acts as a factory of generating the light. So if we say you can, if we say you see the outside world, but think deeply, what you actually see is the light. The differences of shading, the differences and the shadings of the light is captured by the eye. So that shadings will create you some kind of an image within you. So scientists say it's in the brain. So actually what you see is the light. So then you have to understand, does that light come from the outside? So if you analyze, if you get to know the theory behind that, you will understand the light, the perception of light gets generated within your eye sensor. How does this happen? That is due to the resonance or telepathization. So we'll say like this, your eye has some kind of a frequency. So if the vibration of that particular, so if the eye cells, we'll say the cells in the retina, so if these frequencies tally with whatever the frequencies in the surrounding, it generates some kind of a feeling within that cells. That feeling is the vision. For that we say the light. So when you observe the animals, how they see their surroundings, then you will be able to understand how this vision takes place. So the vision is very different from human to the other animals. So other animals usually, most of the animals are colorblind. So, but they still live in the same world. But they also do the same things as we do. They eat, their lungs are working, and they reproduce, they find their own mates. So likewise, everything what man does, everything happens. But they are colorblind. Scientists have found out that they are colorblind. So some animals might see the more vibrant world than we see. We don't know. So through that, you will be able to understand the vision, the ability to see is not because of coming light from the outside. The capacity of the ability of the faculty is the power of vision. So like same same principle can be applied to the ear faculty, nose, tongue, and the skin. Same thing happens. So if you touch something hot, so it is not that much hot as you feel to another animal. So it may be different. The perception will be different. So likewise, you have to identify, you have to understand that we as human beings live in our own worlds that are created with the help of our six senses, mostly five senses. But how we say, what is this mind sensor? So we have been talking about that because Lord Buddha talked about a Cheto Vimukti. What is the liberation from mind? So there should be a mind sensor as well. So how does this mind get created? So the book says, so we'll read few pages from book. So I'm focusing on page number 59 in volume 6. The name of the book series is The True Dhamma Has Awakened. So I'm starting from the lowest paragraph. So Dharanwas clearly explain how this mind sensor get created. Tinnan Sangati Passo means Ditta Sutta Mutta. These three together. Ditta means seeing, Sutta means hearing, Mutta means tasting, smelling, and sensation in the bodily feelings together. So by combination of all three things, Ditta, Sutta, Mutta, there would this statement has not been told before. This is the first time. So I'm reading the discussion. This is coming through Dhamma Abhijñā and it is magnificent. So Tinnan Sangati Passo continues. The eye, colors and shapes and consciousness together make eye consciousness, which is also known as Patika Sampassa. With the contact of these three, eye consciousness is constructed. So now in the mind consciousness, with the unimaginable speed, sparks are formed as a result of the process. The mind takes the image as real object. Manasancha patissa dhammesu upajjati mano vijñāna. So this is the Pali statement. So this part refers to, due to the six senses, contact arise with the contact, sensations arise. At this junction, craving, value, and the samsaric cycle start to spin. This is also the birth of the I, as explained in the Jati Dhamma Sutra. This is the origin of cycle of birth and the death. The attachment leads to extensive thinking, vitakka, and again with the arising of the feelings of sensations, craving arises. So, and with the arising of the craving, clinging arises. With the arising of the clinging, a sense of becoming is arisen. So it clearly says how this alive feeling comes into action. So as I said earlier, all six senses, all five senses have vibrations. So these vibrations come together and form another kind of a vibration. It may have, the newly formed vibration may have the previous characteristics, yes, but it is a different kind of vibration. But the newly formed vibration cannot be reconverted back to the previous ones. So for this, the newly formed vibration we call the mind. So that's why we can't assign a particular place to this mind sensor. It gets happen due to the combination of all five senses. Was it there before? No. As soon as a stimulation happens in the faculties, the mind sensor will be formed. So that has some kind of, so that is also a vibration. So as in first Nibbana Sutra, whenever there is kind of a vibration or a duality, so the energy, the generation of the energy in between those two ends will not be preventable. So this energy would make you to feel like something is there. Something is there. So it is not a single vibration. We have to remember it comes again and again and again. So this repetitive happening of the similar kind of vibrations make you to feel that something is there. So to that we call the consciousness. That is the mind consciousness. After combining all five senses into one single vibration, when it is happening repetitively, it gives kind of a vibration, it kind of a feeling of something is there. That is a consciousness. So for that, it is a particular kind of consciousness. It is the mind consciousness. So in that mind consciousness, you have light, color, shape, sound, and also the firmness or the consistency as well. But you can't separate all these things. It is one single vibration. So that's how if you look around your room at this moment, you will notice so many things are there. Maybe a bed, maybe the table, maybe the chair. So you don't get the light, the chair sound separately, or you don't get the consistency. So because there's a combined perception, directly you get a feeling that this chair is there. That is a mind consciousness. Your mind say, this chair is in front of you at this moment. But remember, within that process, has it been any kind of interference of some kind of living thing? No. No involvement of a living being here. It is a process. It is a process completely done at the faculty level. At the faculty level, you got the light, the sound, the bodily sensations. So after combining all these sensations, you create another kind of sensation. That is the mind consciousness. So in that, due to that, the potential energy, we feel like that particular object is really existing. So when you feel something is existing, then another feeling would come. What is that feeling? Who is seeing this object? So that we name as me. I am the one who's seeing this object in front of me right now. So from that point onwards, the self gets created. But still, no one had involved in this process. It automatically happened. No one did it. But ultimate result is you, creation of the self. What was the initial step is the function of the faculty, I faculty. It generated the signal. What would be the ultimate result? Result is generation of the self. So this one has to be understood very clearly. Neither you did it, nor someone did it. So it automatically happened. It is a process. So if you understand this thing, can you ever say in this moment, a person, so-called you, is here at this moment? No. When you hear this discussion, when you hear this conversation, you create the impulses. The faculties create impulses of hearing, sound. If this sound gets become a real thing for you, real thing, that will create you. So in this very moment, you get created. In this fraction of seconds, yourself gets created. For that we call the consciousness, the feeling of aliveness. So we feel that we are alive, but in the absence of the faculties, no one would be there. So what you have to understand is, what are these faculties? How do they function? So then you will realize it is a natural phenomena. Take that you are real. You are a living being. You are a self. The suffering would be there. But once you understand that there is no so-called a self here, so will there be a person to suffer? No. The senses do function as usual, but there is no one to be there to suffer. No one there to suffer. No one will be there to suffer. So that is the way how this Cheta Vimukti occur. That is the way how this liberation of mind occur. It is very difficult to understand because we have been entertaining these faculties for such a long period. since our birth. So it is very difficult to understand that it is a natural phenomena. The creation of self is also a natural phenomena. There is no understanding of non-soul dharma. This kind of non-soul dharma has become a real challenging thing for us, because from the time we were born, we have been dealing of a self. So we have been experiencing the self soul. But what Lord Buddha said was, there's another kind of experience without a soul as well. So we have never experienced that non-soul experience. So that is the whole effort that we are taking to get to know, to really feel the non-soul experience. In order to do so, we have to learn this Dhamma well. We have to understand this Dhamma well. Dhamma in the sense, the mechanism, how the self get created, how the feeling of a self gets created. We have to understand. With this understanding, you will realize there's no such a thing called such a self. Then you will, with this understanding, you will be able to feel, experience the non-soul experience. It is not the happiness that ordinary people say. So the happiness we feel from our mind. So there is also, there would be a person to feel the happiness. That is not the happiness what Hindus say. So in Pali or Sinhala, Aryanvasa say it's kind of a sukha. It's kind of a pleasure. But there is no person who feels that pleasure. But a pleasurable moment is there. It will existing constantly with you until you die. So it has to come from the understanding, not from just listening or not by understanding. Not by keep memorizing this Dhamma. You have to argue within yourself. You have to understand this concept very clearly. Then you will understand there is no self here. So along with that, you tend to experience the non-soul experience as well. So that experience is the experience that Lord Buddha wanted to communicate. To communicate, we use words, but there is kind of experience that goes beyond that words. So I think, I have talked much. I think our other friends are also joined with us. So joining us, Mr. Justin, Kavinda, and Randima also there. So we can start the discussion, I think. So yesterday we had a good kind of Zoom discussion, so that that was conducted by different people. So it continued for more than 24 hours at a stretch. So I think Randima was there and conducting a nice practical session in her own premises, I think you must have some kind of experience to share with us with the yesterday's practical sessions. Why don't you share with us, Mr. Randima? Therun Saranai.
Therun Saranai, Dr. Ravi, Therun Saranai, Kavindya, Justine, and Dr. Sakuntala, everyone. Therun Saranai, Aryan Hansa. Yeah, I think it was a very interesting experience. We we had a really very I think effective session. So we did it for the first time, but I think we never thought that I mean that kind of a plan was not there in the mind, but it is the vision of Aryan Mahanse, and but many people came, and I think that was very interactive. Because most of the time, sometimes I feel we are in Zoom, we do not have the kind of eye contact. So, and but this experience is quite different. So people can communicate to each other. So people share their views more openly, and especially our mothers, they come up with various backgrounds, various financial problems, and various disability issues. So I think you see the mother, you see the behavior, you see how this mother is talking, her thought patterns, and you see sometimes some mothers, they are actually coming to tell maybe their problem. So and so they say they have this kind of experience and so on. So actually a lot of mothers had so many questions. So then I said to mothers, okay, we'll take the questions in a separate form. So thank you, Amma, for telling that. But we'll have a discussion separately. But that was very interesting because we took those mothers' incidents, mothers' experience one by one, and we sort of discuss. There is nothing big there for worry, or so everyone then started laughing, and that was a very relaxing session where everyone understood, like, it is the mind. So a problem means somewhere it is the mind. So for me also, I think it was the first experience, and actually Aryan Mahansa came live, and Aryan Mahansa really had a very good intervention and a discussion with all of the people participated. So that gives a big strength for us because that was necessary, I think, especially Aryan Mahansa's coming and having that kind of a very relaxing discussion. I think every parents who the fathers and especially old people were there, many old people. So I think they are really in a helpless stage. You see, they have very less time to live, and I think the mothers were really happy. So if we can bring happiness to others, I think that's really great. And so so and also we plan our session in accordance with the normal program outlined by Aryan Mahanse. In Sinhala we call Ekdina Pratipada. So we found those guidelines in the groups, and we got printouts of that, and then we try to match to that schedule also in a way, like so. First session was really had a discussion about this Satyajnana part. So that was even two-way like communication, because when we explain, these mothers are really understanding, because their level of understanding is very higher. So we can't put this mother to very ordinary or layman mothers. So all of who gathered there had quite experience. So we first asked Ammas, how many years you have been listening to Buddothpado? Then some Ammas are, some others 2.5 years they have listened. So then there were some 3-4 years people as well. So therefore their understanding was good. So we started with some questioning, like mothers, what do you understand by suffering? And we came out lot of answers. So with that we continue kind of a very interactive discussion, and all the mothers were very relaxed, and you see they were very actively providing answers. So I think that is one of the you see plus point in this kind of small group session, because at a time, even though it's a fairly some crowd, but that was controllable, manageable, and it was very easy to interact each other. And then Aryan Vahansa and the crowd, everyone got a chance to talk to Aryan Vahansa, because there were some others they have never talked. So I think they do not know the value of carrying out such a conversation. So I think in a way we help them. You see, we provide them opportunity where we encourage them. Mothers, you have to talk. Like there was someone backseating, but you see that provide a great opportunity for mothers to come and have a kind of a conversation, relationship with Aryan Vahanse. And then we had some break sessions too. Then we did the meditation part. We asked them to, first we gave them guideline on the first Kamatahan, and we asked them to do the meditation, walking meditation, and that was after lunch. And finally, we took a discussion session where what the mother's problem, mother's incident, and various scenarios they experience. So some very interesting questions came up. You see, I think that's in a way like challenging to the Dhamma speaker who are there as well. Because these mothers, you see, they ask some deep questions, so some probing questions. So in a way, I think it was helpful for both the parties. To the party who took some effort to conduct these sessions, and also for the party who participated these sessions, it was a real, you see, beneficial outcome. I thank Miss Indu and our Aryan Vahanse also for you see having some coordination and helping us to you see to make this a very successful event. Yeah.
Yeah. So usually what we see in this kind of gathering, especially conducted by the monks, what they ask is to be silent, keep your eyes closed, calm your, keep your body in certain posture, like cross-sitting posture or the lotus position, and keep focusing your breath to the tip of the nose and do the meditation. But unlike that, unlike those ordinary way of doing meditation, so you conducted it in a very different way. So first you discussed with openly. So they were in certain, some were standing position, some were sitting position. So irrespective of the position, you you convey the message of Lord Buddha, what Lord Buddha said, isn't it? So we have been feeling, we have been experiencing a soul throughout our lifetime, but Buddha wanted to convey the message. The message Lord Buddha wanted to say there is another kind of experience without the soul as well. So were you able to uh, convey that experience to them at the end of this session? So that is the most important thing, I think. So were you able to deliver that message to them? So
Yeah, exactly. Because we started the whole discussion with the probing question and ammas, what is suffering? So we gave them time for them to, you see, come out with various answers. So several questions were coming out, and
yeah,
you see, to some extent, they lacked, you see, even though certain words coming up. There were some issues relating to the not identifying like the focal point here. So finally, that was a very interactive, you see, conversation to show them that it is because of this itta sanya, inna thiyena කියන එක. So it is this perception of soul. It is this misconception and the field of this existence, alive field is the suffering. So I think so mothers were really happy because we did all our sessions, you see, for focusing mothers to give this.
yeah,
And finally then only they realize, you see, they are doing all kind of things because the problem is here, the problem is the existing field. So
exactly.
we understand how the existing field is formed, and we are doing all these pratipada for techniques also to understand this existing field is not real. And
Yeah,
finally, at the concluding part, we had some tea, and after that, all of us get together, you see, in a standing position in one place, and we were about to, you see, I mean, apart ourselves. And then I said, Mother, so you got the message, and now you are happy because you know what you're looking for. The suffering is this energy what is felt, that is the alive feel, but that's not real. Therefore you must go home with the happy smile. So I think all our sessions we showed them and we directed them towards that focal point, Ravi, with the
yeah,
opening questions of what is suffering. Yeah.
yeah. That I think that is the most important thing. Yeah. So are there something that you have missed? So if you you can
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, actually, the one thing is the timing. Even though we had certain parts to discuss, like there was a couple of questions from these mothers, and we did not have, you see, adequate time to discuss all of that, and fairly since because everyone has, you see, some problem. No, we did not have time, and even the Satyajnana part also, we thought of using not discussing all the thing because anyway, you see, can't go to that because this has to deliver any discussion. We have to do step by step because more time we took actually for interaction. That is to communicate the message simply. So I think this discussion can continue for a another extent as well, but that depends. I mean, we manage the session where it has the meditation side, it has some questioning time, it has the interaction time, it has some happy, relaxing, some kind of, you see, sometimes it jokes also, like, because we can't just have the very deep things we can't discuss, you see. And so it was kind of a mix kind of a session. So
Yeah.
definitely we couldn't touch all the things, and maybe perhaps in the next session we'll try our best to
Yeah.
deliver that aspects as well. Yeah.
Yeah. We very much appreciate your effort. Yes, Randima. Very well done. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. As you said, in between there should be some kind of entertaining things as well. So the relaxed mind will grab this truth very easily. Tensed minds can't grab this truth very easily. So that's why we have to have these kind of things in between these sessions. So what I want to highlight this during this discussion. So other than the discussions, other than the reading books, we do practice this Dhamma in real world as well. So that's why, so the people who listen this discussion, so they might think they are talking and talking, they are not practicing it. No, we are practicing it. Yesterday we did these sessions, so in all over the places in the island, so we did it. So
Teruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Wahanse, please accept my humble worship. Dear Dhamma, we have going to start the English Zoom session. So as you all know, this English Zoom session is very important because this Dhamma Zoom session discuss the solution for everyone's suffering. So as we know, everyone search for happiness. People do many things to satisfy themselves. You see, people don't like suffering, but exactly where is the suffering? Can you do it in that form? Can you do that in the mind? Then it will be a never-ending process. So, on the other hand, this Dhamma provides you a very practical path that you yourself can perceive, that when you start to feel the world is not true and the so-called soul is not real, when that starts to feel, on the other side, it is the, you see, the relief from the burden of thoughts. So all sufferings, you see, all plannings, all stress, all depressions, all anxiety, one of the main reason, really, actually, it is the reason, that is the mind. So never-ending thoughts. So actually, in our Zoom sessions, you are guided to understand what is the thought, what is the so-called mind, what is the soul. So then people start to liberate, you see, from themselves. So as usual, you all know we are reading few pages from True Dhamma volume. I think currently we are reading True Dhamma volume 6, page 60. So we can start the reading. Tinnan Sangati Passo continues. The eye, colors and shapes and consciousness together make eye consciousness, which is also known as Patika Sampassa. With the contact of these three, eye consciousness is constructed. Now in the mind consciousness with unimaginable speed, the sparks are formed, and as a result of this process, the mind takes the image as a real object. Manancha paticca dhamma uppadesu manoviññāna. This part refers to due to six senses, contact arise, and with contact, sensation arise. At this junction, craving, value, and samsaric cycles start to spin. This is also the birth of the I, as explained in the Jati Dhamma Sutta. This is the origin of the cycle of birth and death. The attachment leads to extensive thinking, that is vitakka, and again with the arising of feelings, sensations, craving arises. And with the arising of the craving, clinging arises. With the arising of the clinging, a sense of becoming is arisen. This is how Paticca Samuppada spin, dependent origination. People who are misled by the illusion in the mind consciousness cannot understand this Dhamma. Things are only momentarily created and disappear with the speed of vibration. This is the truth. You cannot find any existing things, nothing at all. All are just illusions created in the mind, and nothing is permanent. It is only a creation of a thought in a given moment that occurs due to changing conditions and also disappears along with the condition. With the realization of the truth, you lose me. So I think now you are familiar with this Tinnan Sangati Passo. So Tinnan Sangati Passo means the Ditta Sutta Mutta, that is the sight sensation, and the you see the sound sensation, and the feel, the touch, you see sensation, that is basically all five senses. So the eye sensor is the Ditta, and the sound sensor is the Sutta, and the Mutta refers to the other senses. So now we understand the sensation rises on its own. That is the sparks. You see the sparks form, and each sparks carry a power. So even though the spark disappear, then and there, the spark, this electric spark gives rise to power. So then what's happened, this spark, you see, continuously occurring when this occurs. So then the color world form, sound world form, and the other sensory organ world starts to form. So actually there is no meaning here, because when someone see really how this is happening, it is just the spark. But when it continuously happen, it gives rise to some alive feel of something is there, like, because at one point, you see, at a given point, some composition of sparks is happening. So so when that you see occurring again and again, and you see the nature is that the spark combine, and because that spark continuously occur, and when these sparks comes to some level of power, like it's coming together, like in the sense it's feel as a lot or as a packet, like, so that's the quantum packet. So then that carries some sensation. So this sensation is the one which really gives a feel like the light is real, all the sound is real, and so on, like. But now we understand nothing is meaningful here. So so this you see, this all to once this coming together in the sense sampaticca, so then that is the birth. So this contact is the birth, because then it is the perception start to form. So then there is some meaning, you see, some meaning is added, like, so some reading in the form of name starts to occur. So but nothing meaningful, because if the origin is not meaningful, the product of that those sensory faculties also not meaningful. But we can understand totally different sparks here forming, like, so when you take even at the light level, it is just a one spark which will not fade, but a series of spark will start to fade. So so then it carries a different kind of a meaning there. So some light consciousness in the system, but all that is the speed. All that is the speed. So this process, so that's why actually here there is a process only, a process, continuous process gives you the feel of something, but they are not existing thing. So that's why if something happens to your eye, thereafter no such color world, like, I mean, so then that sensory organ doesn't have the capability of forming a color world. So that's why the world created, you see, with the origin of the sensor, with the sparks in the sensor, and but that sensor level, it doesn't, you see, carry a deep meaning. But when sensors comes together, you see, it totally drive a very different feel of something alive, things actually, mother, father, like that, son, daughter, moon, tree. So then slowly this 3D, this film starts to create. Right. So so Manovinyana means that. So you have to understand then Manovinyana, when you say mind consciousness, so it it is actually not a existing thing. It is that the same sparks you see coming together and drives a completely different spark. So, so that's why in this section it is mentioned these 6 senses, contact arises, and with the contact sensation arises. Actually, it's all the time is this contact. So the contact points, the sensation starts to feel totally as a different thing. But if you take isolately, actually this sparks doesn't gives any meaning. So, but what happens is with the birth of the eye, this you see the things start to feel, and then it will not start, because then the spark of something will give rise to another spark. So the vitakka is that the endless flow of thoughts. You see now, for example, let's say someone wants to, let's say, buy a car. Then what will happen? Then he will start searching. You see, it will like insane. You see, until the car reach home, he's panic. He's searching the internet, he's searching the colors, models, and so on like that. Then think about the financing. Sometimes this guy may not have money, but you see, it will somehow, at least, you see, in some way, he wants to buy this life. So what is that? How that power came? That's why this is a spark. So when one spark comes, and you see, and that spark give rise to another spark, and then you are in the film, and then the spark starts to, in the sense, the spark getting stronger, and that film sort of getting very stronger, and until the car reach home, this guy is not satisfied. But once the car reach home, he's back again now in a plan or in search of another satisfaction target. Now it is not the car, maybe it is something else. So this is the behavior or the pattern of the mind, because mind doesn't bother. You see, whether this is a cow, whether this is the house, or so on like that. It is a spark. It wants to keep the level of power ongoing, because here there is some level of mind power, some power is maintained. So this power maintenance is the nature. That is for this physical body to continue, the power must be there. So what happens here? The physical body all the time wants to maintain. You see, the whole system wants to maintain this ongoing power. Actually, this power is in a way like it is balanced with various other vibration in the environment as well. This is actually vibration talk. If you leave the physical body and everything set aside, this so-called mind is also another vibration, with all which is linked to it, various other vibrations. So that's why you see, even when you sit somewhere, when some group of people sit in a room, inside the room the temperature level will go up. So So even though we do not see this in that way, there is an impact. We see a permanent body, permanent mind, permanent things like. But it is not true. This is every moment forming. Everything is forming. Everything is constructing. And it is the vibrations. So nothing is real here. Nothing real. So actually we were talking about this vitakka thing. So then what happened, this vitakka comes, but when you say this extensive thinking, that is thoughts, keep on flooding means what? Very difficult in the sense that lead to stress, and you can't sleep, you can't eat, you see, because more than that, a particular power, mind power, that's why when the mind power is start to imbalance, like it's until it is done, you can't do anything else like. So this power is coming to very strong end. So if it is not satisfied, something can happen even. So that's why at whatever cost, people try to satisfy. Then naturally you become slave because you have no any other choice. You need to do it like. So when that comes, it's so much stress, so much pain. That is the problem of living in the mind. So even though you love the mind, you say my mind, you see, I keep my word and so on, like there's nothing reality here. Because this mind is the one, you see, telling all these things. So very difficult if you do not know what's the mind, actually life would be very difficult. Because the mind says so many things and your physical body deteriorate day by day, because with every breath, this body, physical body drives this mind power, and body get wear and tear. Because the mind power getting stronger in the system naturally also. That is the Abhisankarana. When there are many things, and day by day things also form in the system, unlike the small child. So from the small child to an elderly person, think about the worldly perception it has attached to. So there is anyway a power rising in the system continuously. And very difficult for the whole body, and body also, wear and tear of the body also quite fast. Because body even can't bear this mind game. That's why one needs to really understand. Actually, understand word is not good. Because one can understand the mind and then think about the mind from another thought and sort of controlling the mind. There is also some tranquility one will experience. But that is not the path, because you see there is some stress there. Because why? The need for entertainment come from the system. You see, system bring signals of mind entertainment. So then somebody thinking and try to control the entertainment, then there would be some clash. There would be some clash. It's not, I mean, that is also not good. So there is some need arises from the system, and artificially by bringing another system, attacking it, will have another stress situation. So that's why it's very important. All this entertainment in the system needs to naturally drop. Naturally drops in the sense, if this power level drops with the listening of the Dhamma, then there is no question of a stress of maintaining or controlling the entertainment. You see, that's why the Dhamma is very important, because it is a feel. Rather than using the term understanding Dhamma, if you become Dhamma, like, so it is a transition. Otherwise, it will be bit of a difficulty. But if naturally with the listening of Dhamma, if naturally there is a feel of transition and you see unnecessary this need for that and this and those things are not arising, and then it is the less vitakka. Less vitakka in the sense, then each and every moment it is the present moment. Because there's no fire, like it is cool, it is calm, because even though some sensation arises, that will not carry the way, like, then it is naturally vibrate, because your hunger, your system is hunger, your system have a thirsty for satisfying that and this. So as long as that is there, it's quite difficult. At least you will leave something and try to search Nibbana. That also can happen. So that's why we need to understand this. We are doing something with the mind. So therefore, don't take this too light also. Don't take this whole process and the Dhamma as too tightly also. Because this has to happen in a natural transformation. So therefore it will happen. So you have to continuously have this Vidarshana meditation in some balanced form. So then automatically you see the reality of things will start to feel much better, because when the system, because it is the system drives the mind power, it is the system drives need for that and these things like that. It is the system wants the entertainment, and if the system change, then you are liberated. Until such time, you are trapped in the system. In the sense, you're trapped in this speed. Nothing else, this speed of illusion. So here I think Aryan Wahanse explained about the Paticca Samuppada. So whole Dhamma is this cause and effect, dependent origination. So this is the gem of Buddhism. This is the gem. Because all these years, it was the karma bhumi, karma was discussed, giving much prominence. Actually, very less talks about this dependent origination, that is the cause and effect Dhamma. Actually, Buddha saw the cause and the effect. So the cause is the vibration. You see, actually it is the speed, and the effect is this vibration. So this vibration is the cause, and then the effect is the alive field, some existent field, so which is not true. So that is the Dhamma basically. And if let's take for example a chair. So when that chair become real means that is the Paticca Samuppada. So simply as that. So you do not want very deep that line by line explanation, right? So chair real means that is the dependent origination. The chair has become real in the system. But once you understand the cause and effect means, then it is the liberation. That's all. When you see how the things formed, how your life feel start to form, then it is when you see the reality, there is no point of back again be blindly, you see, no point to have a further blindness. So then it is the liberation. That's why the Samudaya Attagam, one who see the formation will experience the cessation. But if you are still in the ignorance, still blind by the this thickness of things, that is the thickness of your thought. But when the thought understood, that thickness of the thought will drop. Then the thought can't, because the spark, the level of spark drops. When that spark drops, that carried away in the film is the one stop. Then you are very cool. Then very cool. So I think we talk a lot. Let me see. Yeah, I think we have a few friends today. Do you have any views of yourself? Just feel free to unmute yourself and talk. We have Justine and Kema. Yes, your idea or how you understand this and what do you experience? Is there any change you experience with the Dhamma? So you can unmute yourself and talk. Yeah, Teruvan Saranai, Justine. Are you in a position to talk?
Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah, Teruvan.
Yeah. What you explained is just the beginning of the world. When eye consciousness starts means the world begins. When the sparks happens, you get the sensation of the light. Then with the help of mind consciousness, the clear picture, you get something outside there. That is, there's a house. I see a house. So that means you are in the world. At the moment you see the house, at the other corner, the witness is there, me, I. So this is where the world begins. That is the dependent origination. If someone gets this idea clearly, so everything is solved. But to understand this, the most important concept is, most important thing is to understand the spark. That is, this is not real. This is get created at that moment, momentarily it sparks and it fades away. So when it diminishes, the thought still, the process is going on. And with the mind consciousness, we get what we felt earlier. The house is still remains. So there the illusion begins. Then at the beginning, it is just an object. With the help of the eye, we get a picture, some kind of image. Then at the second phase, the mind sensor, the mind consciousness starts, and they are also in the rapid vibration, manipulation of speedy vibrations. We feel some kind of feeling is there. That is the feeling sensation that I am alive. I feel it. I witness this. This is what I see. So I am here, and the world is there. So existence is established. So this is the process of the mundane world. The ordinary people, the ordinary man, the layman, they think the world is there. I am here. The life goes on until his clinical death. So he doesn't know that every time the birth and the death is occurring in the mind. Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah, thank you, Justin. Yeah, Thiruvan Saranai. So as you very correctly pointed out, the mundane guys really stuck in the illusion. So they do not understand this mind is not true. Otherwise, it is the feel of transition has not taken place to the reality. So, but everything is a spark. Actually, I mean, there is one spark here. That is this mind power. That is this so-called things. So it is not, I mean, when you take finally one vibration. So what is this vibration? So as you explain, first what happens is this Rupanya. Rupantiko also Rupam. So that is this series of sparks give rise to some form. So that is a completely vibrational phenomena, continuous spark. So that spark give rise to some form. Some form, we say rupa. But you see that Rupanaya start to felt. That is, each spark carry a power. So when series of power start to felt means what? That is that nama. So that start to felt. So felt as something, you see. So that's why this some then either mother or the signal of the mother means the reading. So that Rupanaya, that form, it is an internally generated form in the present moment. And so this reading comes, you see, reading comes in the sense, reading is another telepathy of resonance of another layer of vibration. So everything, since everything is occurring in the present moment, that past vibration now start to resonate. That's why past signal of the mother now appear. And but you are experiencing a past mother in this system. You have no chance of experiencing anyway the present mother. So Rupanaya is happening in all the senses, and that Rupanaya is felt. You see, so that's what we say. The new signal in the system is this Rupanaya. But new signal doesn't end. The another layer of resonance start to occur. That is vibration. So with that, the old mother perception now start to feel here. That's what happened. But all this is a vibration. So finally, where is your birth? Your birth is really the final end. That is the point that mother perception start to feel. That is, the perception is now feel like real in the system. But there is two rounds here. First round and the second round, even though we explain like this. First round is the sensory level round. Second round is the this mind consciousness level round. So so that's why I think we have this Rupa Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana, even for the light. So light is also a process. Light is a process. So Rupaner is this light, you see these sparks which is happening, the color forming process, but then that color give rise to some power, sensation in the system is the Vedana, and then Vedana is a reflection, Sanya is a reflection of Vedana. So Vedana, Sanya comes together. So Sanya is the light signal, light perception in the system. And when this process coming again and again, is the Sankara is the speed of the process. And the result is the light consciousness, that is Chakku Vijnana. So that's how all the sensory organs, Chakku Vijnana, Sota Vijnana, so all that happens, light consciousness, sound consciousness, taste consciousness, all that is a process. So process means it is not an existing thing. Everything creates in the present moment. In this moment, the color world occur and the you see the everything occur. The things become real, everything occur in the present moment. So when this consciousness, you see, start to feel together, gives a totally different thing. That's why. Then it is not the color, sound, or taste or touch. Now directly from the system, totally different one come. My sun, you see the sun, moon, all this film comes. So that's why the thing means, actually these perceptions, they really do not carry a meaning. But where your birth is there. If there is no perception world, you can die even today, isn't it? But if the perception world start to feel stronger, you see, then it is, it gives the feel like something, things real, and the existence of things, the Itta Sanya, and then like the two sides of the same coin, the Atma Sanya. So it's all same. So finally it is one vibration here. The vibration is the one transforming like into different ways, and finally it's a totally different one here. That is this Itta Sanya and the Atma Sanya. So the existent field. So that is the one we try to understand here. Yes, Justin or Kema, you all can add. Yes, Justin, anything else you like to add here?
Actually, the Itta Sanya and the other one, Sattva Sanya, these two, the feeling, the sensation happens at the same time. In the process, it happens so instantly, so quickly, rapidly. So we can't distinguish it so neatly. But this can be done only through Abhijñā Desana, the person who actually the noble friend only reveals it. So what we have to understand is about how it happens, the process, how the process is going on. Actually, as you said, we start from one point. We see with the help of the eye, that is our vision, we see some object outside. Outside means you experience something. That is a spark. There's actually a spark. Nothing but spark. It get created then and there. It vanishes. And the ultimate result is I am existing. There is a witness. I exist. There is a Lord Buddha always asks from his disciples, is this I permanent? Then the disciple says, no. Then Lord Buddha asks the second question, what about the soul? Is the soul exist? Also the answer is negative. So actually, the first experience, that's the sensation, is the some kind of spark. As a result of a spark, something get created, but ultimately the self is there. That is not someone else doing, but it is the part and parcel of that process. So the feeling happens due to the speedy vibration. So they are we can't understand, but with the help of the noble friend only, we can clarify it. We can get it clarified. Yes.
Yes, Justin, as you very correctly pointed out, actually it is the Aryan Vahansa revealed this Dhamma to the world, because I don't think on an ourselves can you see understand this kind of a thing, because we certainly did not had any abhijna or like super awareness, but it is through the journey that Aryan Vahansa took, like doing meditations for very long period from the childhood, and going into this asanya tala, where there is no perception, nothingness stage. You see, practicing this very difficult, practicing the meditation techniques to a very extreme end, I would say. So that's going into a deep end and experiencing every level of this result of the meditations. So then, and also its inner transformation, like inner from the, if you listen to Aryan Vahansa's life experiences from the childhood, the reading which went in the heart and you see heart was different. Aryan Vahansa, as I understand from the childhood, was a very field-oriented guy, not a mind-oriented, because mind-oriented people are very much, you see, controlling the mind, and they will have a very one single pattern of journey. So, but this field-oriented, it's quite different. Like Kammogo nature is also there, and trying to experience the dead end is another way, like. So, and also given up nature. Given up nature, I don't think every one of us has. Given up in the sense, even at the very early stage of the path, like Aryan Vahansa has given up his life and approach this. So somehow it will, because it will, it has searching this with that kind of approach. So that is more field side. I think field side is very strong. So that is one reason why this third eye, like this abhinya or this super awareness starts to feel, because it will feel reality is not this, reality is this life. When it start to feel, you see naturally what it talks or what it sees, the world is different. So now even we can understand. So anusote means everything start to become real, and everything real, and you are in thoughts, and with the thoughts you try to do something, controlling the thoughts and so on. But you are doing so many good things also, but still you can't happy. You are struggling. You see, you can't die. So all this, why, and you are in the future life, either in the past thought burden or future thought burden. So it is very insane. And then you try to protect yourself from everything else. You see, you try to maintain relations, you try to maintain friends, because you want to satisfy that inside so-called soul. So that is the kind of insane nature, and so much of struggle to satisfy the other people, to maintain people, to maintain things like. But you see, when it comes to this Dhamma, it's quite different, because once you start to feel the truth, naturally you are liberated. Now you have a lot of friends maybe, but you are liberated. You do not carry that strong stress of maintaining them, because you understand this insight is the one you find in outside. So it is not any outside thing is coming and satisfying or fulfilling any inside. It is the inside. So if your inside is very calm, pure, tranquility is there, then that is what you see in outside. So basically, actually, once you understand this Dhamma, will really feel that what do you call that happiness everywhere. But this experience is not like a soul happiness. Happiness is not the good word. So sukha is the word in Pali. So sukha means it's a liberation. Liberation means like it is not falling into any happiness or unhappiness like. Then that is not caught up in the speed. When the level of speed is the mind power, the speed is the endless thoughts, the speed is the endless film. But when the speed is low, means it is the calm and quietness in whole body and also the mind. So it's actually there is nothing called mind there. Because mind is the one which start to feel like real. You see every incident, you feel like real. You feel people like real. You feel value of that and this. All that is the mind. But when this mind drops in the sense, even the thought comes, thought in the sense, it is a name we give, no. It is a signal. That signal will not carry the power. That is the liberation. So that is really what is happening here. Yes, Justine, or even Kema, we like to hear. Yes. Yes, Justin, Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai. Yeah, as you said, it is not the mind, but the feel is the most important thing. From the beginning, from the childhood, our brain, our mind is, so the brain is filled with all the factors, all the cognitive things. So we are conditioned to think and act and react in that way. That is the nature of this world, the mundane world. But if we go, as you said, as our noble friend followed, the feel, if you follow the feel, actually there is the freedom. You can find the freedom very easily. So when you come to understand this Dhamma, the challenging part is understand the terms. The terms that is in Dhamma, true Dhamma. I mean, when you say the sukha, when you say sukha, the meaning there is the word is given to a feel there. That feel is not felt with the mundane people, in mundane people. So we associate a relatively close word in this mundane world. That is not the exact meaning, actually. Exact meaning. So therefore, the people, most of the people, and especially the Western countries, the people in the Western countries think the happiness. Buddhism says the happiness, and what we say the happiness is the same thing. Actually, that is totally different. So this Dhamma cannot be explained actually only with the help of the words, with the lexical items and the language, linguistic things. It must be felt, because then only you find your transformation and your liberation of from your mind. Therefore, it is very important. Any person who is interested in this Dhamma, true Dhamma, try to understand those words in that context. You have actually the Western world and we'll take Germany, for example. Germany, if you take Germany, the people there, they experience happiness in some other way. In the Dhamma, we say the happiness or the tranquility or whatever it is, the word, that is a different meaning. But we don't have English words, I mean, other than the Pali word, to give that exact meaning. But that particular word in that Pali, I mean, when you, as an example, take sukha, when you say sukha, it is a totally different, because that is a felt thing, and that is not in the ordinary or the mundane world. When we, it is the most challenging part in everybody in